You didn't fucking tell me? That's not my fucking problem. Sorry, bro. I will send you my script. Let me translate it into English first. I hope the translator does his job correctly. That's okay, Shayra. That's exactly what Raymond Dow does, and it seems to work pretty fine. And we can pretty much infer sometimes between it, so it should be good. Last night I hit my daily 1K words as usual. I'm happy with this pace. Hell yeah, 13. We haven't been quite hitting 1K words. We haven't been writing as much, but we've been, doing other things, and we're kind of building up to this point. So, I love you guys. You're fucking amazing. Remember, you are Atlas holding up the world, and the stream is the world. I am only here to facilitate the bringing together of a community of writers that have no holds barred. We are all about twisting fate to our means through storytelling, and we're not shy about it. And that is what I love about creativity, imagination, and ideas, and sharing shit with people. But hey, at the end of the day, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! We've wasted some time, so I'm gonna take that second toke that we were supposed to do with wellness check there, and then we can get into it. That's not it. Aw, damn, that's the wrong one? Shit. I can't even tell because I have my... I didn't actually join it, but anyways. I need to join some more Discord communities so I can do more promotion, right? Like, King, can I get... Because I'm guessing you're good at promoting, right? You got plus 1K followers.
Oh, there it goes. That's the face only a mother
can
love.
But if you do it on here, then it does it on screen. There you go, book. That's what it's all about. I'm like, what do you guys think about those? Ooh, is this another revision? Is this another revision book? Yeah, and by the way, King, if you have anything that you write, if you are a writer and you want to drop anything in the Discord, I love reading other people's work. There you go. See, it's all about how you present it, right? Now, I'm super confused because I don't know where that announcement came from. But whoever did that announcement, congratulations. I don't even know what the fuck it was. So, in this case, the plan is they have to draw out the Monarch and the Viceroy. But, of course, the Monarch has technology and the weapon is made of technology. He made the weapon, so he knows how to counter it. The only thing they could use is its destructive force to try to break through the shield. Unveiling the fact that this 5-step... So this is usually how the reacts go when we're doing a either world building or on writing, which in this case is a on writing for how to write climaxes. I usually treat these as a test to see how well my ideas are structured. And do I hit these points on my own without being told that I should need them? The only saviors that could ever save the planet. And in the end, the planet winds up being destroyed. Guy refuses Husai's plan to take him over and use her full power. Planet's getting fucked up. And now we get to the actual final end scene of the entire book. What's funny about that is this entire story, the entire point of this story, Chapter 2, Do Art series, is to use the character profile and match it to the character. As I like to say, every story has been written except yours. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Why did it go... Wait, why did we... How did we go through, like, all of the alphabet? How did we get back to alpha? My N-word is the ultimate N-word because it's the word that Trump calls the N-word. I don't know, I've never heard a girl fart, guys. I think at some point in time, just like the birds, women were replaced with robots. Because he's stepping down, which means he's now able to leave the tree. So it's like all these cogs kind of have to merge together into a flow. He went from being an adventurer to basically being a bureaucrat. So the last time he wrote a speech, it was very easy for him in the fact of he didn't think it was a challenge because he had just come back as an adventurer and he'd been out like literally risking his life and shit. Ton of channels in there for people to do it pretty much whatever they want in there. try to support as many creators as possible, writers and everything. I draw my inspiration from other people, so gathering other people together and, you know, talking and spreading ideas and stuff like that is what it's all about here. Like yesterday, we randomly came up with an idea for a co-author book or story that me and Book are gonna write. Number 2, remember idea, write down idea, then forget idea. Then number 3, remember idea, write down idea. Notice you already have idea written down. Star idea. Down again, bitch. That's what you do. It's called the stun lock for a reason. Look at that. 3 stun locks in a row, guys. That was insane. That was all from breaking wounds specifically at the right time. Use the mechanics to your advantage. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out, guys. You were fucking awesome. Thank you so much. And, yeah, we got back into Monster Hunter Wilds. We did some writing today. We got some more people's writings. We got some people to show up. It was a good time, right? We had a good time. But, yeah, as always, got to keep it a little bit shorter than normal because, you know, building up to the 24-hour stream, I don't want to be done before that even starts. So, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Oh, guys, check this out. Oh, I thought this was fucking funny. So I got, like, one of my first real comments. Check this out. It was like, this random guy was like, give up. I was like, true! Thought that was 111K. I know, right? Like, what a dick. So I subscribed to him. It's like, man, I could become a foot streamer and make a fuck ton of money. But do I really want to be known as a foot streamer? Not really. Because the commentary isn't going to be very long either. But I did want to bring up the clip for reference towards commentary. Because all the commentary, let's face it, guys, it comes from Asmon's stream. A series of events is not a story. Wait, what? What do you mean a series of events is not a story? It's not quite decision paralysis, but it's like he has like delayed decision. Yo, boys, how's it going? We back at her again. It's another day, and today it's a StarCraft day. Oh, fuck yeah. It's a Soma day. We're gonna finally get to see some Soma play. And I think this is the only group that has all 3 races in it, too. So, it's gonna be quite interesting what we get to actually witness today. And we got cursed characters and some public executions. Wink, wink, and nudge, nudge, you know? Bread and circus, at what point in time have we gone too far? We'll never know, because we're not going to be here for that moment, right? I also did a little, had a little fun today, and we did a little thing. Oh, it's covered up by this. That's what it is. There. I don't know why I did that. That was super weird. We got this. So we made this. Just short little test of see if I still got it in me, and apparently I still got it in me, man. I was like, instant muscle memory brought everything back. I was like, oh my god, why did I ever stop doing this? And I was like, oh yeah, that's why I stopped doing it. I lost all the video equipment and everything. I graduated high school. I lost my studio. I lost pretty much everything when I fucking graduated high school. They didn't teach you that in high school, that all the tools that you use at your high school will be gone after you graduate your high school. Well, shit, so yeah, that sucks. But, I mean, it is what it is. You can't win them all, so at some point in time, you gotta see one fall. And that's what it was. We were that one. I mean, it wasn't just us, though. It was literally, like, everyone in the fucking school. But, you know. Hey, I can still say I have a trophy that says sex on it. So, you know. I think that's a win in and of itself, right? And then there was this. Smokey showed me this. Let's see if I can find it. Retribution 091 TLC. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the support. There is a redeem for the TLC if you're interested. Here, this. Smokey showed me this. He was like, you should do this. I'm like, that is so great. I absolutely have to do something like that. So you know how to do it with the bong. Because yeah, we due to some encouragement yesterday, we brought out the old stop motion. And if you'll actually notice, there's an Easter egg that I put in here. If you recognize these type of Lego parts, this is like 1990s Lego. Like, this might have even been like in 1995 when they started, like, literally making the pieces differently. Like the leg slots on them, the way that their heads are, the way their arms connect, the fact that they have the actual hands on top of the arms, because these guys don't have the arms. The shape of the head and everything like that, even though these ones are more rounded, these are like, you know, this is your standard. If you asked anyone under 20 what Lego looked like and you gave them this, they'd be like, what the fuck is that? But yeah. So, I guess, without further ado, let's jump right into it. Today, Group C has come out. So, let's see who the... Moving on. I'm saying Soma and... Best? Or Soma and Snow? I don't, because all depends on if Snow can get Reavers out. Like, that's one of the biggest problems with Snow. It's like, if he gets his Reavers out, fucking golden, you're done. But if you block his Reavers, that's like 90% of his play. And also, he's not as strong in PvZ, so Soma has an extreme possibility of coming out first. But I haven't seen Soma again. He just came out of the military, so there is a huge, like, he is a giant wild card right now, because he is probably going to need 2 seasons to get back up. And then just remembering now that Solki got kicked out of the fucking tournament. So, actually, Soma has a potential for, like, an ASL victory. Which would be fucking insanely crazy. Immediately comes back, because, like, there's been this stigma over the last 10 years of, like, oh, once you go into the military, you're pretty much, your career is over. Because you can never catch up again to the pros because you just fall so far behind, right? But we're starting to see people come back from the military and get round of 8, get round of 4. And then look at someone like Jaedong, who's coming back after like 8 years absence, and he just instantly gets back into the ASL. The only exception to that is Flash. It's like everyone expects as soon as Flash gets back to playing, he will be in the ASL no matter what. He'll be a round of 4 his first season back no matter how much time he's gone for. Because Flash is just that fucking good at the game. He's just that magnificent. The only thing holding him back is literally physical injury due to the fact that he plays Terran. And if he didn't play Terran, I don't think StarCraft would be a sport. Because he would have broken the game so badly that I don't think it would have been recoverable. It would look worse than like the 2005 to 2009 reign of Protoss before Bisu, or reign of Zerg before Bisu reinvented PvZ with Corsairs. Snow! Sharp. Jaedong! Mini. Yeah, so this does have all three races. So the biggest thing is if Jaedong can get out, because this tournament has been a tournament of fucking upsets. Like Barracks kicking out fucking Solki. Who got out in Group A?
Hello and welcome to Group
No,
C
that was Group A.
round of
Group
16
B.
here at
Who got out in
ASL
Group
Season
B?
20, done in partnership with Google Play and Gravity. In last week's round of 16 matches, things were not over until they were
Was
over.
it Best, or did Best get kicked out? I can't remember.
Unfolding. This week, the round of 16 concludes with Groups C and D as the round of 8 bracket gets decided. Who can we expect to stay afloat today? Let's have a word with our 4 players ahead of Group C. Hello. First up, getting ready to play in Group C as a seeded player, we have Snow. In your final remarks during the group selection ceremony, you said you want to go even further this season. And today,
Oh man, if Snow won the ASL, it'd be crazy because he is such a he is a player who relies solely on such a specific play, and his Reavers are just so strong that it's like
So whatever happens, happens, I guess.
it's almost like you have to let him win because you just have to play your own game. It's like you should never play your own game when you're playing against Snow because his Reavers are just so strong.
I'm curious to hear how you feel overall about today's group in comparison. Some things changed, but it doesn't feel that different. My skills have dropped recently. I think that is the biggest issue. Snow does not seem all that confident.
I literally spent 4 hours figuring out bits.
He really didn't want this to happen.
So I
but
couldn't stream.
Picked by Snow, he ends up in Group
What do you
C.
mean you were
Sharp,
figuring
did you
out
get to
bits?
prepare
What do you
well after
mean,
that group
Callie?
selection? Yes,
You mean
practice
like
went
setting
well.
up an
You know,
like
Snow keeps
alerts
saying his form has
for
deteriorated
bits?
recently. To me, that is all a smokescreen.
Callie,
I have
did
a
you
feeling
see
he
my
played
did you see
well
my
for
Lego
the tournament.
thing? Did you see my Lego
Sharp
thing?
says it seems to him Snow is about to pop off. Sharp has some lasting regrets about the round of 16 last season.
Or I was getting
Despite going into it
motivational
as a
anime
seeded player,
TikToks
he closed it
for
out with a
bits.
string of losses. Do you think he'll be able to show a different performance today?
Motivational anime TikToks is
season
there. So I made this today,
truly
Callie. Thanks
painful
to everyone talking about yesterday. So I pulled everything out and I was like, okay, let's try this and see what it's like. What do you think of my masterpiece? It took me about 35 minutes to throw together. Just,
My expectations.
How?
I decided to try and enjoy myself.
I told you, I spent
want to put on
like
an entertaining
my
performance.
entire high school career, like, as a side project doing stop motion, Lego stuff. On top of, like, all the other stuff I did. I had literally my own little, like, studio place where I had everything set up. I had, like, a
I'm
coliseum.
more relaxed than I thought
I had,
would
like,
be.
a city. With, like,
To be
a
honest,
mat
I feel
on
my
it.
form
With,
has
like,
dropped in comparison
it was
with
pretty
last
crazy.
season. It does get me a little worried. But these guys seem to be all over the place as well, so I guess it's a doable group for me. I will try and take it easy. That notwithstanding, you also mentioned you have expectations for this season. And indeed, you had a blowout performance in the round of 24 too. Do you think we can look forward to seeing you advance to the round of 8 in first place this season?
Yeah, so I figured maybe later on we'll pull that out, Callie, after after this, and maybe we'll play around with it a bit.
Once I've played the first game today.
Because I want to have, essentially I want to have like one phone here, right? One phone here, and then like another camera on the other side, so I can get like 3 different angles of everything that's going on, so I can have different
How
cuts.
satisfied are you with this group overall?
But I have some advanced shit in my mind. It'll all be like little quick battle scenes like that.
Minnie says today will be difficult after a second place finish in season 16.
Then what you do is you do the Patreon, and then you have the Patreon add gore, and you add like gore effects, and then you say if you want the gore one, you go on the Patreon for $4 a year. And then you get a bunch of people to go on there for $4 a year, and you're set.
Given there are all 3 races in this group.
Mine.
It's the same situation I was in last season.
We'll pull it out and play around with it a little bit.
And then I prepared just for one matchup and ended up losing still. This time I prepared for all 3 and it was just difficult. The players we met in the last group were filled with confidence and group C. Let's say it's tough to tell that they're not feeling confident. Let's dive a little deeper then. This Group C feels like a mix of Group B and Group D of the round of 16.
I honestly wish that was actually intentional, because that's some great word fucking
advanced in first place of Group B, while Sharp got eliminated in last. What
Oh my
results
god.
this time around? I would like to hear
Oh,
from
that's
both.
bad.
Last season I prepared ever so diligently to play
Oh
against
my
Jadon.
god.
It was regrettable we didn't end up meeting. I do want to play him today. An opponent he wants to meet, says Sharp. And Jadon, what are you predicting?
Oh!
Sharp, I'm sorry, but I didn't even realize we were in the same group. We didn't end up playing, I advanced. I genuinely forgot. If we do end up playing today, let's have a proper game. Got it. Jadon wants to give it a proper go. And now Snow and Minnie have ended up in the same round of 16 group for 2 seasons in a row. First in season 18, Snow won 2-0 in the losers match. And last season in the winners match, again Snow won 2-0. It seems he is Mini's natural enemy. Can we expect a different result today, or will things follow the same trend? I'd like to hear from the both of you. PvP is 50-50. It's unusual that I end up winning it in tournaments. I'm a little surprised myself, but having this good win rate now, it would be a shame to lose. So whatever comes, I'll win today again if we end up playing. Snow says he will keep his win rate going. And Mini? I think I was too hasty whenever I played back then. I kept rushing myself because my opponents were
Mini
good.
again, most emotional player. If he gets tilted, he just fucking dies.
Can't wait to see how the matches go today, hearing all that. Let's close things out with our Thought Players' final remarks.
So either Jaedong and Snow or Jaedong and Mini, I think.
I will work hard.
But it all depends on if Mini can pull it up, because Sharp's good, but like he's no light.
I regret how things went last season. I prepared well.
So I guess it all depends on if Jaedong is like on top of it or not. Which I really don't know.
I have a good feeling about this season. I also have lasting regrets about last season. I'll make sure I can go further this time around and advance today.
Hell yeah. Let's go.
I've been getting knocked out in the round of 16, but today I will make sure to get to the round of 8. We've just heard from our players ahead of Group C of the round of 16. Thanks for the interview. Let's start today's matches in Group C of the round of 16 of ASL Season 20, done in partnership with Google Play and Gravity, and see who advances to the quarterfinals.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to the round of 16 for ASL Season 20. This is Group C and Artosis. This is our only group with all 3 races.
Yeah, so crazy.
Yeah, been waiting for this one. Should be the most entertaining group. Definitely the most fun looking when you look at the names of the players in it. All 4 of these guys, super fun. So, yeah, I think it's a great group, and it should probably be the best day of this round.
It's a tough group.
So
to decide
Callie,
who's going
why
to get
can't
out.
you just go live now?
Obviously, Jaedong being here, that's always exciting. How far can he go in an ASL? I've said it many times before.
Like, why not
but
just
I'll
go
say it
live
again.
late and be like,
If
I
he could
fucked
ever
around,
win
but
an
I'm here?
ASL, that would be the best possible thing, I think, for StarCraft 1 ever. But with
My legs
the
hurt?
Protoss and the Terran that we've got as well,
Fair enough.
I mean, it could go any which way, Artosis.
It really could. It really could.
I spent like 2.5 hours with Smokey earlier trying to play PoE and buy new gear, but the game was so fucking laggy, I literally couldn't even do it. It took me 2.5 hours to like remake my character and buy like 4 pieces of gear. I was like, I'm fucking done. Fuck this. I'm out.
Like, you're playing against Sharp.
I was so pissed. It should have taken less than 15 minutes, but I just couldn't get the game to fucking work.
Superb shape right now as well. I really want to drive that home with people. Like, Jaedong is in the best shape he's been in
Okay, that's good to
Masters at
know.
this point.
That's good to know. Artosis is always
Yeah,
on
he
top
looks
of this
extremely
shit.
strong.
He knows what the fuck's
He said
going
he's
on.
very committed to trying to win.
One of the 6 dragons, man.
And dominate, trying to recapture that past that he had, being one of the strongest players in the world right before StarCraft 2 dropped. So, it should be an exciting day of games here. Mini, I think he is absolutely capable of getting out of this group, but it's hard to say sometimes. He does.
He's so volatile.
Better off in a best of 5 or best of 7 than maybe navigating a group. Sometimes he makes build order choices I feel like are maybe too high volatility, too risky. For moments where maybe he would be better off playing a little bit more standard.
I definitely agree with that. Like, the best of 1 here against Jaedong, I have no idea, man. Like, he might bring out something completely insane. Who knows? But yeah, the group is unbelievably unpredictable. Like, I don't even know who I think is going to get out. It's like Snow plus someone in my head, and I see really good arguments for all 3 of them.
Yeah.
Like, Sharp is just really good in tournaments. Like, this type of format, he's very good in. He starts to fall off a little bit later in the tournament, generally. But, yeah, Mini has great prep. Jaedong's in very good shape and has the most experience out of everyone. So it's like, yeah, it's really anyone's guess here.
Yeah, and
I'd say Jaedong Snow just because of upsets for this season.
Specifically going into the round of 8, there's been a lot of major plot twists. I mean, we already mentioned Solki being eliminated. It's
so fucking crazy.
Funny looking round of 8. Now, one thing about this group is no matter who advances, it's going to be 2 very strong players. I think this is, in a lot of ways, the group of death. But yeah, it's been, we could have maybe one of the most unusual looking finals ever, Artosis, depending on how the rest of this tournament ends.
Snow versus Jaedong finals?
I can't wait, actually, to just, by the
or
end of this
Effort
week,
versus
see what
Soma
that
finals?
8 is going to end up looking like and what that bracket is going to be. Because, already it's been, like, a little bit weird with Solki falling out and everything. We had Protoss really performing super well so far. Barracks getting into his round of 8 here is a big change from what we've seen in the past. So, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, it could end up looking completely bizarre, but I think overall on the balance, we're going to look at the round of 8 and be like, that's a great round of 8. You know what I mean?
I think so, too.
Sure.
Yeah, I think it's going to be amazing.
Well, whoever is going to make it, obviously they earned it, right? I mean, they played very well. I guess it's just a sign of how much times are changing nowadays with, who's on top, who's really in the best shape. I mean, for all we know, Jaedong could continue to improve, continue to dominate, and, he's finally going to pull it off. Last week we had Barracks and Effort survive. Then, of course, it was Bisu and Best. And what was a crazy Group B.
Yeah, that was down to the wire as well. Bisu really crushed the group, and then Best had to pull out some insane play, man, to make it out of there. But to see already Queen and Solki eliminated, to see Rush eliminated, those 3 are almost in every round of 8. Like, the round of 8 is already somewhat unrecognizable, Like, Best is a very normal round of 8 guy. Queen, Solki, Rush are normally round of 8. Snow is normally round of 8. And then we got Mini, Light are generally the next guys that you see. But I don't know. I don't know what this is going to end up looking like after today, because this group is just absolutely crazy.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun to unpack here. Again, this is our group with all 3 races, so we have the possibility of all the non-mirror matchups happening, and I would be more than happy to see a Snow Mini PvP. I mean, you really can't ask for a better PvP than those 2 players duking it out. And get an idea.
Especially the way their play styles just work really well for PvP.
And I don't know about you, Artosis. I just love casting Sharp. Sharp and Royal are probably my 2 favorite Terrans to cast. Obviously, I'm not a Terran main, but I do like how they approach the game. They've always got interesting ideas. So, Sharp's always a welcome cast for me on any day.
Well, you know how there's this completely annoying group of people that are way too into Taylor Swift, and they're called Swifties?
Oh, yes.
I'm a Sharpie.
Oh, yes.
Okay, I'm a Sharpie.
You're a Sharpie.
Yeah. And this guy is the most entertaining Terran. He is the most fun Terran. He's got a lot of out-of-the-box kind of harassment-based strategies. He's super fast. And, there's definitely some issues with his play as well, but I am completely on board for Sharp. I can literally just sit down and watch Sharp for hours and hours. He is, in my opinion, the most entertaining Terran that exists. So I am very stoked to see him here. To see Snow choosing him is not a big surprise, as long as Snow keeps all of his Dragoons in the pylon walls so that vultures can't get in. He should
oh
do
my
fine.
God.
Because that's how Sharp wins a lot of games.
Just sneaking the vulture past right at the right moment.
Snow, the greatest PvT of all time. I think him selecting a Terran is never shocking. This is a guy who's beaten Flash in a best of 5. He's got the greatest Reaver control we've ever seen. I mean, I had to basically reset my entire view of the matchup when I saw what Snow was able to do with Reavers. Obviously, we always knew that you could eke out a little bit more damage with Reavers, but what he's done is insane.
Yeah,
so,
it's fucking crazy what he can do.
The matchups today should be the most one-sided, but you don't want to count Sharp out. He's very strong.
Just
he's
do it.
Creating upsets in tournaments. And he's got his Just Do It with cooking with Soul shirt on. I mean, he's brought it all here today, Artosis. He's got his... What?
My God.
What is this shirt?
Yeah, it's Like, I don't think that's a real Nike shirt, but okay.
No, I don't think so. That looks like one of those like shirts you'd buy in like Dongdaemun.
Yes.
It's like for $8 and it's a total rip-off.
It's going to
sorry, I had to
disintegrate
point it out.
in about a month. It's going to disintegrate right off his body.
Can you give me a Nike Just Do It shirt with a lobster that's this is also very Korean, a lobster with a chef's hat on, because that's what we're going to be eating. The number of Korean restaurants I've seen where there's a cow giving a thumbs up at a beef place.
So true, so true. Oh, I'm excited, Taste. This should be a great
Chickens
Here
for
we're going into
KFC.
knockout. Let's start game number 1.
Am I playing today? No, Queen, you were actually knocked out of the tournament. So yeah, sorry. You're not good enough.
Okay. Snow in the top right.
Yeah.
Sharp in the...
It was just a bad. It was a bad matchup. It sucked. My two favorite players got kicked out.
In our cast here, we're going to do a quick plug for the Patreon.
But what did you think of my Lego thing, Queen?
Consider signing up.
It was a bad day. It was a bad day.
It's been a dream come true.
But hey,
casting StarCraft 1 for this.
It's a new day.
And it's been going on for so long now that I kind of know it's not going to end.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, StarCraft 1's in a great place, despite the fact that I think basically every year of the game's existence,
oh yeah, one sec.
people have proclaimed it's going to die any month now, any year now. Here we are, man. So we're so happy to be here with you guys. Consider signing up and supporting us. We're going to be doing this forever. We'd love to earn your support.
Yeah, a lot of older StarCraft fans that have basically been StarCraft 1 fans for like more than 10 years, mention how they kind of miss the Kespa days, and those were the prime days and all that stuff. And like, I get it. Like, that was very exciting with all the leagues and everything. But honestly, looking at it
There's this meme about snow. And I'm going like,
not only
he
is
uses
it
his reavers.
in many ways more robust now,
it's like a
because
cackling.
It's not like it's relying on like certain leagues or sponsorships.
Wall
or
gets up
companies
from the
necessarily. It's
dead
more of
just
the
to
fans
cut off
that
his
are
head.
most
Yeah, I know, right? He's like, I was faking it the whole time! Ha!
Are a lot happier. There's
And there's like the reveal, and it's like, I was actually the king the whole time! Because if you look at the two people's faces, I swapped the heads on them.
It really does feel like something that's not going to end. Whereas when you get these esports that are funded by like the company that made the game or something, it's kind of just at their
But Queen, did you see my Easter egg?
Okay, we're gonna
I left an Easter egg in there. I'll point it out to you now, just because I think you might appreciate it. So if you notice, these two like Lego pieces are like the 1995 old school, before they changed the way that they made Lego. Like, if you showed this to like someone who was 20, I doubt they would say that this was Lego. Because this is what they used to be like before, like, they changed to this when they rebranded in like 98 or 99 or something like that. But I have like a ton of shit like this that's like the old stuff. It's like, because these ones have like the arms, like you can turn and take the wrists off and stuff. These arms are like completely connected. And if you look back here, like, look at the way the legs are versus like the way that these legs are. But they're just like super nostalgic pieces. And then I just had like, that's C-3PO, by the way, and that's a droid. Just kind of chilling off to the side. I got so much fucking Lego, it's actually retarded.
So, I mean, I'm very happy with where it's at. It feels fantastic, and
yeah, and it took me like 35 minutes to throw together. GPB, true, bro, welcome.
In a very long time, and by fun, of course, I mean a differing layer of disappointment. So,
and by fun, I mean I'm slowly being driven mad.
Yeah. Exactly. So we have a knockout here, and Snow is going to scout Sharp first. Sharp here, like, yeah, I was going to say he's going to factory. So, right? Did he? Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's a. Never mind. I got completely confused there for a second. I was looking at the wrong income tab. I was like, wait a minute. Why does he have so much gas? That doesn't make sense. Yeah. Anyways, the map knockout. Let me reset here and pretend I haven't said anything yet. The one thing I find interesting about this is neither player went for a very fast expansion. This is just like a rangeless expand from Snow, but like right now, Nexus First is very popular here, and Gasless Expand is very popular here.
I'ma eat your minerals, bitch!
It's really hard to rush anything.
Oh, is he gonna lose it?
Yeah, this is.
And he juked it!
Popularity here.
Oh, and then he wound up not getting away.
Pathing
Pathing is so bad sometimes.
I think, when Nexus First gets too popular, people really try to hard counter it. You got to be careful with this because there are rushes that Terran can do to try.
Hell
to
yeah, man! Paint a straight ass board to have a green screen. Then you could make cardboard boxes. Paint those green to green screen builds, etc. And you do a whole ass show going. That was actually like not cardboard boxes, but I have like and not green but blue because it's a solid color. Either way, it doesn't matter. But I have like
very big opening.
Like poster paper. Like a shit ton of like fucking poster paper. And I make like different sets and stuff like that. And then I have like different pieces of terrain as well with the Lego and stuff. Like here, I'll show you.
If you get there early enough. So he actually gets in and gets 2 probes. He gets a decent scout as well. So very good planning there from Sharp. But yeah, little tip for anyone playing on the map is it only takes seconds to mine those out. So get rid of them so you can do that.
Yeah, I didn't realize how quickly they could mine out, some of those.
Stuff like this, where it's like different set of terrain. It's got like water on it and stuff like that. It's got like different elevation. We've got like forest and like stuff like that.
All this looks extremely normal here from Snow. Neither side is doing anything too crazy. I guess the next line that we're going to be watching for here from Snow is does he get the Reaver, which he almost always does. I don't think I really can think of that many Snow games where he skips
they're just in ice bath
shuttle and Reaver tack here and goes straight into observers.
Do you want to empty the water?
It's pretty rare overall.
Yeah,
and it's even more
we'll just
rare
leave
to
them in
see
there
some
for
point
now.
just
They're
open
gonna be
up
all
a Dark
wet. The
Templar
box
or
is
something
sitting
like
there,
that.
so
But that actually makes it stronger in a lot of ways for him.
Well, I mean, I'll probably have them later tonight. Yeah, put them back in the fridge. Thanks.
The Dragoons in front, but Sharp will eventually just push out here and
hell yeah, I see the vision.
Yep. And of course, Snow has walled with that Reaver tech, so it is going to be that fast Reaver you were talking about.
Yeah, and this is going to be...
If only I wasn't a lazy, procrastinative little bitch fuck, and when I lost all the equipment and everything like that, I just gave up on doing film.
Observer, Reaver.
I could have been doing fucking Lego films for like, forever.
And then get the Reaver, or they'll go shuttle immediately into Reaver, which can be very good.
Yeah, I worked on the Lego movie. It was actually my idea.
Know what's coming. You can get blindsided.
Like, I made the movie. I made the first Lego movie in like 2000.
So Snow's playing a very gradual approach to PvT. He's going to
4? I think it would have been 2004.
His third Nexus started.
Yeah.
And there is a timing push here, which I think is going to hit. So, I'm sorry, am I wrong? He did get an observer before he got the Reaver, or did he get the Reaver before
I believe he got the Reaver.
So now all we need is we need to have different characters, and we need to have each specific character, give them personalities, write them in some good stuff, make this huge storyline, and, we should write a short story that we can act out, and then have the Lego as, like, the thing for it, So we can do like little short kind of things with like 3-second stories, and then we can have like bigger things with like longer style stuff. Slowly work our way into it. Get a good Lego narrative going.
Hasn't utilized it here, if that makes sense. Like when you go Reaver, third Nexus, and then add your gates, that's the type of the build that the 2 factories should be pretty happy finding.
Right. For now, Snow is basically just trying to generate threats. I mean, this is just going to force the tanks and everything to be sieged up. You know, when you have vultures out like this, you could be pushing, but of course that would
He needs to
allow
get
the shuttle
speed
to
on his
come and do some kind of
shuttle.
damage. This is a very sparse defense with the turrets, by the way. You know, it's
He
not
knows he
bad,
can't take them out with it, so he's not even
necessarily, but,
bothering.
you know, you got to remember that if you don't have turrets on the very, very rim of the high ground of your base, they can drop Reavers and shoot down your turrets and carve an entrance for the shuttle and Reaver on the inside. But what Sharp wanted to do was get as few turrets as possible and basically rely on positioning. But this can be exploited by Snow here. He's going to fire that second.
Oh!
It's going to knock it down to 5 HP.
It's such a good opener from Snow. The fact that he's gotten into this position right away, like that is such a
It's like,
fast
yeah,
start
it's like
base.
8 minutes
The
in.
Reaver
He's got
hasn't
3
really
bases
done
and
damage, but it's
Reavers.
kind of slowing things
It's
down
going to
for Sharp,
7
and
gate.
Sharp just kind of adding normal factories. Nothing about Sharp's build at this point looks good to me, unfortunately. Like, you know, his factories are okay as far as the timing goes, but he's kind of just sitting here. And the thing is, you can be okay as Terran playing like this. Like, you can play this kind of slow, but I'm really nervous because Sharp is kind of an aggressive player that he's going to, like, get a certain number of tanks and be like, all right, we're going to attack through the Reaver and go try to kill him.
And
if he does that, I think that's going to play into Snow's hands.
Yeah. And someone's just going to counterattack and take out the tanks and stop the reinforcements, and that's going to be it. Oh, Snow fucked up. Snow fucked up.
Expect to see this. Oh God, that mine. Whoa.
Snow fucked up.
Okay, so I gotta.
You could see on his face he knows that he fucked up.
Reassess this real quick because I just saw Sharp start the factory. So this is actually he's not going to attack. He's been kind of jockeying around. The way he's been looked like he was going to attack, but he's.
I don't think Snow expected him to fucking siege there.
He started his third command center right after 9 minutes, which is very good time on that. And he went from the 2 factory into 4 factory, which is kind of like a new thing that we're seeing.
Damn, Sharp's actually popping off here. He's killed 2 observers. He killed a Reaver.
Cleaner, and we can see he's doing that.
As a free Reaver.
Actually, it kind of came around for Sharp here. I thought the way he was moving, it really looked like he wanted to attack, but instead he's just being very, very methodical about taking his third base, which against Snow, you can't really fault anyone for that.
Yeah. And it looks like Snow's finally going to take a 4th base here, as it looks like Terran is going to, in fact, be taking that 3rd we were just talking about. The Vultures are going to come down, and, you know, there's just enough defense over here. I don't think these Vultures can do too much. So, yeah, he's going to be able to clean this up. We've got to be careful about that mine. Good pull away.
Yeah, you don't want that hitting the probes.
There was 2 shuttles made, right?
Yes.
I think he has 2 shuttles.
Yes, he does.
So it looks like he's going to stick with that shuttle Reaver speed here, and he's going to go for the 2 Stargate carrier here. So this is like a very gradual carrier play. This is not one where you're rushing into this. It's very hard for Terran to have a timing where they can really take you on with this either. You know, 1 Stargate carrier just literally isn't a thing. So 2 is about as low as you can go, while still kind of tacking up to everything. Oh, nice body block with the Reaver here.
That the slowest unit in the game.
If he doesn't scan the main base pretty quickly, Sharp is going to get into some trouble here. Like, okay, come on, check this. Please check. We don't know where he just scanned. But yeah, like if you don't figure out that this is carrier, like in this situation, you actually need to go up to like 8 factories or so and like push very, very hard because the only splash damage your opponent has is your splash damage via zealots and a few Reavers. So it's very doable to put together a push that could potentially win this game against a carrier transition, but you need to know about it.
Noah's doing a great job keeping this contained here. Protoss is going to be on a pretty tight 4 bases here. You know, you always have ambitions eventually to go down to the bottom right. If you're
he didn't see it.
Protoss wants to take that diagonal spawn.
He didn't see it
and try to squeeze everything in there. But you know,
this is the problem with like trickery. You gotta know what your opponent's doing.
That, when Terran attacks, Protoss can't obviously leverage the carrier tech, but I mean, you know, right now Sharp doesn't seem to want to budge at all.
Well, you definitely need to hit critical mass. Like, you know, if he might have seen the carriers at this point. We've heard like 4 scans, and he has enough Goliaths that I'm like, well, that would be a weird amount of Goliaths if you didn't know there was carriers. Okay,
he still
he's
hasn't
Stargate.
seen it.
Oh my God, these scans are just missing.
You know, that's just the right amount of the wrong information. He might not have a read on this.
Yeah.
Because getting extra Stargates later on is not uncommon, but you might look at that and go, oh, okay, so he's starting to get the carrier tech here. Or he's going to have much later arbiters and he's mass shuttles. I mean, the whole thing could be a little bit misleading.
Yeah, I was going to say, he could also think he's going arbiters.
But, yeah, I mean, it's going to be 2 carriers out here, and then right away we're going to pop up into 5 because of the 3rd Stargate made. There's a 2nd cybernetics core. So
if he gets out 8, he just wins. If he gets out 8, then he's going to get out 11, then he's going to get out 14, then he's going to have like 5 Stargates, like 12 bases, and just like... It's not even going to be fair.
Very, very high supply right now.
Carriers
his ground army is
like scale
better than
multiplicatively.
So if he just takes all of his units together, he should be able to push through this relatively quickly. And he has like just enough Goliaths that if they don't die on the walkover, the first showing of the carriers won't kill him. Because sometimes you'll have 3, 4 Goliaths, and then 4 carriers will come out, and you literally just lose the game right there. He has like 8 or 9, so that'll like buy him enough time to get into more Goliaths without losing his whole army, which is really, really important.
All right, well, Snow is really lackluster on his micro with the Reavers.
A couple more Scarab shots here, and the idea is you basically just scoot back. The Reavers get the fire shots in. It's way more mechanically difficult for the Terran to siege up and not overextend with the Vulture.
Normally his Reavers wouldn't even been hit yet.
Goliaths are especially nice if you can kill any of those that overextend, because you are going to be relying on the carriers to try to fight this later on.
Yeah, he's bringing them out.
We've got 4 carriers. That's the number. When you get up to 4, doesn't mean you're always going to win fights, but it means you have enough damage.
And he's going to attack his own building, because the interceptors come out one at a time unless they've all come out before. So you attack your own building, and it brings out all the interceptors. It's like a nice little micro technique.
And remember, you can put Reavers underneath this, or cannons, Dragoons, and it's very tough for the Goliaths to get close to them.
Carriers you can micro, as in like you can move them around while their interceptors are attacking, so you can basically run away. They're one of the most microable units.
But Sharp's push is nice and fast. He's setting up a 4th base right now. He's basically just got to make a lot of Goliaths. He actually, like, I don't think he knew about the carriers till he got there, because his push was incredibly slow considering the position. And now Snow's carrier count is going to grow quite a bit, and he's expanding all down the bottom right of the map.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the carriers are starting to pick off these Goliaths.
He's like, I can lose that base. I have 2 other ones.
Like, massive progress here. He's pushed into this mineral only. I think Sharp could even squeeze a base into 12 o'clock here. He's already got a 4th base right now at the 9 o'clock.
Ooh, that was a little forward to...
Pretty perfect job of not losing too many ground units.
Yeah, he doesn't have anything here. He doesn't have any Goliaths.
When they have the carriers,
that was... I don't know about sieging those tanks there.
Because the tanks cost the most gas.
Yeah, you do not want to lose the tanks.
The game goes to how many tanks can realistically be in the game. So if you can ever pick them off, do it. Then you want to look for stray Goliaths. If you see 2 or 3 Goliaths and you can kill them, go for it. So you can see here, why is he going for the tanks here? Because if he gets the tank count low enough, he can attack back in with his ground army.
As soon as that tank count starts getting really, really low, your Dragoons and
another thing is, like, the interceptors have health on them, so you can attack the interceptors, but you can micro them to pull them back into the carrier. Once they go in the carrier, they gain full health. So you can just waste all the attack and all the damage of the Goliaths. And then they have to click on the carriers, then you pull the carriers back, and it's just like back and forth cat and mouse play that you have to decide, should you focus on the interceptors or should you focus on the carrier?
Sharp pushing down here. He needs to break at least 1 more base to have a chance.
Does he have the right number of interceptors? Did he get the interceptor upgrade? I feel like there should be more interceptors coming out.
He only had 6 originally.
I saw earlier when he was moving, I saw one of the carriers clicked on had 4. So, now this is where the vultures start to disappear.
Yeah, they have 8 now.
And it becomes just tank Goliath. Now, Goliaths are bad against basically any ground unit. Dragoons and Zealots are both great against them. So, again, it's about keeping that tank count low.
How many fucking Goliaths he has now?
Very, very thinned out. by the way, this might be one of the best examples of pairing Reavers with carriers that we've had in an ASL. It's just so hard for these Goliaths to ever get underneath the carriers without getting two-shotted.
And look at what the carriers are doing. If the tanks come too close, he'll try to pick them off. And if the Goliaths try to chase the carriers, the Reavers shoot them. It's really a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
Like, seriously.
And the entire time, he's getting more and more and more
I think they should
carriers.
just shove up there and lose 3-4 Goliaths and kill everything. You know? Like,
Yeah.
just go for it.
I agree. Yeah, I totally agree. He's going to try to go for a few more.
Oh, and there's a counterattack with a couple of Dragoons.
There is, in the bottom right side of the screen here, an attack with the Dragoons hitting this bottom left base. I mean, Sharp is close.
Well, he killed the
to
Nexus, so he's going to back
possibly winning
out.
this game. He's going to have taken out 2 Nexuses. He is expanding into the bottom left. The small counterattack from Protoss is actually extremely important. Now, the carrier count as well, we're at 8, which means it's going to be up to 11 if he's making 1 carrier out of each Stargate here. And, you know, the problem for the carriers is that they're on defense. They're not able to counterattack into the bottom left. They've been so busy defending that Terran's kind of taken the whole map.
Now, I love that Snow has brought his Reavers over here to help to whittle down these Goliaths, because that's most of the army that's being made by Sharp is Goliath-based at this point, because really what he cares about is killing carriers. So that's actually a pretty decent trade with those. Kills quite a few. 8 carriers, dude, 11 carriers now.
This is insane.
That is a lot of carriers.
Yeah,
you don't see this in pro games. Like, you don't see this amount of carriers.
Basically kill anything.
You just don't.
Like, it's a little bit
The
crazy.
game usually ends
so you
before
get to
this.
10, I mean, 12 is also fine. But then you just need to have, like, some Dragoons, something underneath it. And it's really hard, especially when the targeting comes in. The tanks disappear in seconds. We don't talk about this a lot, but I think for people that don't really play StarCraft actively right now, we should talk about leashing the interceptors. Basically, you can if the interceptors stay on the outside, you can have them target more quickly. Because otherwise the interceptors have to leave the carrier 1 at a time.
Yes.
Which is a lot if you've got 8 interceptors. So what you do is you attack something, and then you never let these carriers stop. So there's a whole art to this. You keep them right-click, moving around the map. Then when you see a target, you A-click on it, or right-click on it. The interceptors come out immediately, and so you can see how they're retargeting. And there's even a couple more interceptors getting dumped out from time to time. And also, the carriers can attack and target at this distance longer than they normally can. So you can basically stay out of range of the Goliaths. The carriers can keep hitting stuff as long as you don't let the interceptors fill back in. Because once they fill back in, you have to dump them all out again. That's why occasionally you'll see Protoss players attacking one of their own units or one of their own buildings, trying to empty these interceptors out so they have a more favorable
Oh, he lost one carrier.
Now, I love that Snow is attacking bottom left right now with some Dragoons. Like, he's just kind of stretching around what Sharp has to deal with while microing these carriers really heavily. So far,
he's going to lose another one.
Been pretty good.
Oh, it's a 23 HP. He has to... Oh, man. And then it's so hard to focus them, too.
He has to keep bottom left up and mining. If he keeps all those bases mining, like, he is on 5 gas. Well, one of them, his main is about to dry up and everything, but, like... you know, on that many gas, you can afford just about endless Goliaths, which is what you need against 11 carriers.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm getting worried here for Snow. Sharp taking the bottom left is a death sentence if Protoss can't stop it. We finally have the Templar tech, so this is the icing on the cake here. Once you're in a mode where you're having to make mass non-stop Goliaths, you know, and by the way, these are going to be very, very upgraded Goliaths. It's still a threat to the carriers, but
3/3 Goliaths
can just devastate them. Think of the Goliaths just like they're Hydralisks.
That's really where things can go wrong with Mass Goliath, is if they start getting a lot of storms on it. The one thing I worry about with Sharp here is that Snow has kind of taxed him around by counterattacking bottom left a few times, where
right on top of
the
carriers.
To dictate where the carriers are at right now. And if the carriers can come onto your side of the map, things can start.
Oh yeah, and then he can just keep going from high ground to low ground, and it's so brutal what you can do with these.
So he starts attacking here, and yeah, the Goliaths can't really walk up that hill because the Zealots will come and just help to destroy them. So Snow is really utilizing this just about perfectly.
Okay, so the Templars are going to come down, and he's going to try to bust his position. This is going to be maybe the most important moment of the game here for Snow, because he has to wipe this bottom left position. The Templars have been spotted. You can see the carriers are going to be unloaded. He actually forces. Did he forget Storm? He made
I
two
think he forgot.
Archons?
Yeah, I think he forgot Storm. I think that's exactly.
Yeah, I think he forgot
big
Storm.
mistake. Big 4
There's
Storms here
no-
would be a huge difference. 2 Archons, you literally don't care.
Yeah, so that's one of the biggest mistakes
Unfortunate.
you can ever make is to not have the Storm upgrade. That's insane to me. So
He was
might
microing the
just try to run here
carriers
and
too
bust
heavily.
anyways. Snow
Priorities.
needs to try to target the tanks. If he can get in here and even take out 1 or 2 tanks, it's going to be huge.
Well, these carriers going to force a lot of Goliaths to rotate up into this base. Snow
And then
is
he's just
gaining
gonna
a ton of
leave.
value. He did end up losing.
Oh,
that
he might be able to
Reaper
take the
carrier
CC
there.
out.
He's trying to get this command center. I don't think he'll quite get it. Yeah, the Goliath's walking up, trying to target. Yeah, he gets another carrier, so that's something at least. But Snow is still mining from a ton of bases here. He's remade a couple of the nexuses that he lost as well. It is a tough position still, but I think cost efficiency wise, carriers are almost unbeatable. Like, carriers actually outscale mech. You can have a lower economy as Protoss and win as long as you keep refilling those interceptors and you keep up this type of army movement.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is you really can't let Terran be on this many bases for this long. I mean, look at how much money Sharp has right now. This is really scary, and he hasn't. Sharp hasn't taken 12 o'clock yet. I mean, yes, you're trading out Goliaths and getting virtually no value from them, and sure, Protoss is also spending a lot of money on interceptors, right? But, you know, Terran, what they've been on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a 6 base Terran.
Yeah.
5 bases, generally, you are likely to lose as Protoss. Like, that's a pretty tough one. If that happens, you have to have taken the other 2 mains. So in this case, we would want to have had Snow have the bottom right and the bottom left, and then I think he's got a fighting chance. Right now, he just has his side of the map. There's still more bases to take, but Snow's going to mine out earlier. And at this point
Yeah,
in
when
time,
Snow
Sharp
mines out,
basically
it's a race
pushed
against
Snow
time.
off of him. Now Snow is pulling back. There's a huge maxed out attack coming in here. We're about to have 3-3 here. Storm should be done, but we might be past the moment, you know, where that can
Yeah, where Storm's actually going to be viable.
The one thing I would really like to see from Sharp here is scanning a little bit more to get rid of observers. There are observers absolutely everywhere. It's some of the best Protoss vision in this matchup I have ever seen from
He's
Snow.
got DT.
And also, I'd love to see him just running around with a little group of vultures. Like, when the High Templars come out, I think you have to be active with vultures still and try to find them and try to pick as many off as you can. Because the Storms, if Snow wins this, it's going to be in the back of really good sized Storms whittling down these Goliaths.
Yeah, and you can be pretty liberal with your Storms here. This, you know, I was talking about, think of the Goliaths like Hydras. A lot of times you need to have 4 really good Storms.
Jesus.
Storm, you just want to storm whatever you can in some of these fights, because the Terran's not going to be likely repairing. So yeah, you see a group of Goliaths throw it down. Not the end of the world if they didn't kill them. They're going to be softened up. They're going to be nice and squishy for the next fight.
And Snow just continuing to pick off anything he can with these carriers. Like, he is doing a really good job. It's a slow grind, but he is killing a lot more units with the carriers than what
12 kills on that one carrier.
Like, right now, we've just seen him kill like 5 tanks in a row and like 2 Goliaths with this.
20
Losing just a
kills,
few
16
interceptors, just a few health
kills.
points. Still
Like, those
sitting
carriers
back
have,
with
like,
the
probably
high tempo behind.
150
He can
kills
retreat
across
to this
them.
high ground here, which I'm sure has several cannons on it to help as well. So, like, he is gaining value. You can see that his bank just continues to be really, really high. He can replace interceptors for days on 3,500 minerals. This is a really close game. Like, this really can go either way.
Snow's like slowly
love the
mining
tank
out
snipes.
too.
That's all he needs. There's 2 tanks
He
left.
needs a reservoir
Goliaths
of
are
gas.
not gonna fare well against this. 1 tank now. Sharp's going to lose this fight. He's going to be able to come in here and get that final tank. Now it's time for the Dragoons to just run amok over here.
I think that's GG.
Man, you can see Sharp sending all of his SCVs from top left down to bottom left now. And this is going to be a problem. There's not, like, Sharp's army is way weaker than it was. His macro is not perfectly on point. He's at, like, 160 supply here with 1,500 in bank. Snow continues to build up these carriers, man. They've got insane upgrades. 3-3 with +1 plasma shields. And you can see how quickly he just goes in and erases these
Yeah,
missile turrets.
I'm pretty sure Snow's going to win this.
Yeah. And remember, you know, you're not, I mean, you'll lose some interceptors for sure because these Goliaths are so strong, but the Terran is losing more. So over time, you're just whittling the Terran down. Another tank is killed off. Terran at 163 supply. And remember how many tanks we had at that first big push across the map and how much smaller this is? This is the problem. It's much tougher to protect these Goliaths. Both sides, you know, well, Protoss specifically is maxed out. Terran will max out again here with the amount of money he's got. But it's really tough to deal with. And
Look how
again,
low the carriers are. If only you could just
Snow
pick
hasn't
off
finished
4
the
of those
job.
carriers.
His bottom left base is still being mined from. Oh,
It's
that's
literally
crazy.
walking a Reaver across the fucking map.
Those mines doing a really, really good job. Sharp coming down with far more Goliaths now, but yeah, being a little bit wasteful with those siege tanks. Snow continuing to pick them off at every single opportunity. And Sharp hasn't really added anything in here. We don't see him trying to counterattack anywhere. There's not like a Wraith switch coming
Yeah,
up or anything.
he's not getting like
those are really well placed. Those two siege tanks right there,
EMPs
but Snow's going to pick those off as well.
with
And we're
science
starting to see the
vessels.
beginning of the end here for Sharp. I think he played most of this game really, really well, but you can just see someone this good with carriers, it's very difficult to stop.
Yeah, if only he had
Yeah.
seen the carriers
By the way,
earlier.
it's so micro intensive to micro the carriers. Like,
Look how fast he
you
killed
could
the
literally just
CC.
micro the carriers and stop
That was like
doing
3
everything.
seconds.
Just trying to get so much value. So it means when there's all these key moments that Snow is running back and macroing
That's
up
GG.
and making new nexuses and sending probes around. By the way, that's always the best move, is to target the command center, because when you have this many carriers, there's no way that the SCVs can repair faster than the interceptors can gun it down. And that immediately halts the income. It forces the SCVs to start to long-distance mine. And, you know, the fact that Sharp never took 12 o'clock is suddenly becoming a factor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's much left for him here. He probably should have like lifted that command center at least to take 12. But yeah, losing those 2 command centers in bottom left means that his income is going to dry up very, very, very quickly at this point. The carriers just continue to grind everything down. Snow is going to be like
this
perpetually
now
maxed,
looks
almost
super
17K
one-sided.
bank. That's just about it. You know, Sharp had opportunities in this game. I think his scans were not quite on point, or he could have hit his push quicker. And, you know, that's basically all Snow needed. He got away with getting the first 4 carriers out. You know, that's really the weak point, like you were talking about. Is
Yeah, 3 to
if you
4
can hit
carriers is
Protoss
like,
Mars
but once
before
you have
they
12
get, like,
carriers,
6
you're
carriers,
unfucking stoppable.
then you're in really good shape as Terran. But you have to hit hard before that. And he didn't even know he had carriers until there were already 4 out.
Yeah, I mean, Sharp's in such a bad position. Look at the observers are kind of spread everywhere. Protoss, excuse me, just kind of sees everything.
Yeah, Sharp knows
I think
it's
we're gonna
over.
See the slow death of Sharp here. By the way, this is an insane game for game 1. Half hour into this. There could be more game time still. My only concern for Sharp right now is that his supply seems to be going down faster than it is being replenished. And, you know, again, none of these carriers are being killed right now. The Goliaths can't get in range of the interceptors. It seems like he's using the hold position micro at times to try to thin the interceptors out, but it doesn't feel like they're getting that much smaller, right?
No, he actually, some of the micro techniques that Sharp has used didn't work well. There were times where he should have targeted carriers and he didn't. There were times, like we just saw right there, he was targeting carriers and he shouldn't have. You have to play like they're mutalisks. Like, if they're walking back, you have to walk back. If they're walking forward, you have to walk forward. Like, that's the only way you're gonna.
Correct.
Yeah, that's the only way you're gonna hit, and we don't see Sharp doing that consistently. Like, yeah,
GG.
Snow definitely out microed Sharp here, and if Sharp had scanned those earlier, I think he probably would have won the game. I'm actually a little bit
that
surprised.
sneaky little
Not
play by
surprised, but a little
Snow.
bit surprised that Snow chose to go carriers here, just because, like, the carrier transition is the one real weak point that Protoss has, is during that transition, Terran has an attack timing. Like, always. Unless you're so far ahead, it doesn't matter, right? And then you could do anything. But, like, there generally is an attack timing there. So it might just be because of the map. I don't know. The map, I feel like the map is pretty good for TVP right now. Maybe Snow feels that way as well and felt like he needed carriers to beat Sharp. But good job by Snow. He goes to that winner's match.
Yeah, great game 1. Sharp, again, looking very strong. No shame in losing to Snow's carriers. I think Snow played a
Yeah.
very
That was a great game no
methodical
matter
game.
what.
It seemed like there was moments where
All right, now we get to see a PVZ.
But I agree
Mini
with you, Artosis.
versus
I mean, he didn't fight
Jaedong.
the carriers very well. I think a lot of times you have to be a little bit more fragmented once the carriers get that big, just hitting different locations. Anyways, guys, short break. Jaedong versus Mini coming up next.
For esports pros, awareness is essential.
All right.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for waiting, guys. We're going to go into a PVZ, and I'm very curious to see what these two players are going to bring us as far as this matchup goes. Mini's got a lot of really weird openers, some of the craziest fast expand into mid-game plays I've ever seen. Sometimes like 6 or 8 DTs. Sometimes hyper risky. He's done a lot of one-base stuff. Jaedong is also a very explosive Zerg. He's really the complete package. So I'm just super pumped for this one, Artosis.
Yeah, I want to make a bold prediction that Mini will go for a 2 Stargate opener, and we're going to see how Jaedong wants to try to handle that. That's my best guess here. We're on knockout, so 3-hatch Hydra busts are not going to be as strong anyways. Jaedong is pretty. He's got a pretty full-bodied Zerg versus Protoss, if I could say so, right now. Like, he really feels like he can pull off any sort of unit set, any sort of strategy in the matchup. Looking absolutely awesome in it. I'm very pumped for this this particular match because I think they're both really top tier at it.
Yeah, I could not agree
like I think
more.
I think they're
and
both
I'm
top
happy
4.
with whoever.
Top 4 in the matchup. But go ahead, yeah.
No, I was just going to say I'm fine with whoever wins and whoever loses, too. Because I think, this group is so good. It's just going to be exciting to see how
Yeah, when you get down to this, it's like, it's down to the fucking
Jaedong
wire.
has
There's
been
not
very
much you can
committed
really do
trying to
against it,
reclaim
right?
The glory that he had in the past. And don't get me
Someone
wrong,
has
he's
to get
really,
kicked
really good,
out.
But there was a period where this guy was the best Zerg in the world.
It's got to be
This guy
someone.
was basically Sulky or Queen for a while. In a very special time of StarCraft, this was the few years before StarCraft 2 dropped and the whole landscape changed. So we're going to be going to the map knockout here. This is a best of 1, Jaedong versus Mini. Okay, Mini in the top right, Jaedong in the bottom right. I'm pumped, man. Let's do this.
Yeah, this should be a good one for sure. I'm really excited for how well Jaedong might end up doing this season. Like, the KCM Race Survivor Series is my personal favorite thing to just watch as a fan, where it's 3 Zerg versus 3 Terran versus 3 Protoss, and it's a King of the Hill, winner stays type of situation, right? And this season is so Zerg dominated. I've never seen anything like it. Like, Zerg has won 7 out of 8 of the weeks or something like that. It's like insane. And 2 of the weeks, Jaedong just won by himself.
Yes,
It's
Carbot
like,
Zergling!
but like, he got 5 kills twice, and it's in a row, right before ASL started. It's like, oh my god, his games look really, really good right now. But Mini is always super dangerous.
Yeah, Mini's a very crafty player. In this game, it's going to be Gateway Expand, by the way. They're both going to find each other right away because Jaedong is scouting to the north. You always basically scout into the Protoss' natural. But, this is one of the things that kind of perplexes me about someone like Mini. He went Gateway and didn't scout yet. And we saw a little bit of this last season.
Mini loves to fucking
there
cut
seems to be
corners.
this,
Nexus
new way to approach
first.
this, which is like a blind fast expand and just use the probe to mine. And,
Nice.
I try my best to cast as well as I can to you guys and to be informative. This is so modern, I have a hard time following it and understanding it because it just seems so counterintuitive to not have intel at all. Like, you don't know if he's 4-pulling, You don't know if he's 9 full speed linging. You don't know if he just made 3 hatcheries and didn't make his pool yet. You know what I mean? It's just, there's so many things that Zerg can do. By the way, the Zerg can take various locations, right? A lot of maps, the third base can be up in the air. Could be at a natural. There's basically 2 third base locations you can take here. So I'm going to be watching this one very closely and trying to understand this. But as you can see, the probe, not a single scouting unit, not a probe, has ventured outside of the natural. We have the first scout, and it's just a zealot moving across the map. Did he see the Overlord there, by the way?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did.
Don't know. Now he must have. Yeah, but Mini is one of the best optimizers in the game, and certainly the best Protoss optimizer in the game. An optimizer, guys, being someone who like really dials in build orders and gets every mineral down to where he wants it. And that's what this type of build is, where it's like, yeah, he's skipping scouting, but like that was a
that
25
timing was fucking beautiful.
And I'm sure he's looked at this and said, okay, yeah, I know what to do against every build with this, based on what I've seen or what I haven't seen, that type of thing. And it's impressive, but it's really hard to understand. It's really hard to follow. Like players like Mini, and actually for Terran, the best optimizer. Like Royal's a great optimizer, but Flash is our #1 optimizer. And it's I tell people copy Light, not Flash. Because he does stuff like this too, where you just won't scout, and it's like, well, yeah, you just don't understand what he's doing. I don't understand either. But here,
Yeah.
a couple of zealots coming down, and he's fighting on the bridge. So Jaedong's having a hard time getting the right surface area here. Really, absolutely amazing micro there from Mini.
Yeah, and you know, he's just basically pressuring into him. Excuse me, he's just kind of pushing in here. The forge is on the way now. The gas has started, and you know, he's forcing out a lot of lings. He's continuing to pump workers, and it's kind of an incredible thing. Again, like this is a build I watch, and pretty much all the builds that I ever cast in an ASL, like the next day I'm online trying to run them.
Yeah.
This is not what I'm going to be trying right away. This is, I would need a guide or something like that to come out, because so much of my understanding of the entirety of the matchup is off of seeing certain cues, like counting the first couple lings, seeing when the hatchery was made.
Jaedong's about to win, I think. He's going Zergling speed. Like, he already has Zergling speed on the way. He has 2 lings in the main base, and we know Jaedong can keep those lings alive until you have to make like a scout to go get them or something, because they just won't die. Like, you need a Dragoon won't even quite kill them. It's insane. But look, he's starting to break down this gateway. I think he's going to flood lings.
Well, he needs to make more lings if he's going to do that, and he's switched back into drones, but I think the idea was there. I think had he gotten the gateway weaker, he would have dove in there. Again, God, this build for Mini just blows my mind.
Yeah.
It's so weird to think, like, you would have scouted with the Zealots, you wouldn't know. I don't know. I mean, I think anybody who's watching, who's played for a long time, knows where I'm coming from. We're like, I just can't imagine having this down. It reminds me of a little bit of like when people would go Nexus first and scout pretty late, and I'm like, really? And now I make sense because I've done it enough. But anyways, Artosis, sorry, you were saying?
No, I was gonna agree with you on this. Like Flash right now has a new gasless expand build where he doesn't scout until like super late. And when I was watching him do it, it was the most unbelievably optimized thing. So I tried it on ladder. The first game I played, I was like, this is the best build I've ever used. The second game I played, a zealot showed up on my base and I lost. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's what's so confusing when I look at this. I'm like, okay, I'm thinking of like 8 different things that could go wrong, and I'm like, and Mini's just ready for that? Like, like as an example, like what about 9 full speed ling? Like, I mean, you would have the zealot out and the link would just run right by you into your main, right? I don't know. Clearly he knows something I don't, but yeah, this boggles my mind seeing stuff like this. So what he's doing now is I think he's actually going for air weapons here out of the cybernetics core, unless that's a really unusually timed.
Yeah, we got some
Dragoon
food
range,
up
which
in
doesn't make any sense to
here.
me. But he's going for +1 attack. He's getting zealots with speed. And he's going to have a little bit of a Bisu-esque push out on the map here with +1 attack zealots, +1 attack corsairs.
Well, unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see that 2 Stargate Corsair that I was hoping for. Definitely still interested in the way that the metagame's changing with that. This zealot, you know, being a little bit annoying. It got a drone, so that's really good. It gets a good scout. He sees Hydras hatching. This is like really important intel for him to gather right now. And with the amount of gates that he's already added, like, I quite like the position for Mini. I think that Mini so far has outdone Jaedong a little bit, but I think Jaedong hasn't been a slouch this game. Like, I love the quick circling speed. He got a few lings in while he was under intense pressure. So, like, he's trying to create opportunities for himself, and Mini has just barely blocked everything so far.
So we're going to go into Hydras, but these Zealots are going to pack a real punch here. And remember, this is not a really turtled up Zerg. This is a Zerg that's basically got sort of a defensive layout here with the hatcheries, but it's mostly just, you know, Hydras here squished together. He could get overpowered.
He might. That third base is really, really far away. That makes me a bit nervous about Jaedong setting up the correct defense. And with 0 Sunkens out, it's like, yeah, okay. I mean, you're not wasting any drones, I guess, but with this many Zealots, I can really see Mini running in here, and if he finds the right location, he's going to deal a lot of damage.
Okay, now I love the splitting of the Zealots. He's going to have one that can hit from behind.
Oh, man.
Or maybe go into that third base. So +1's done, and he's going to come in here from 2 sides, and it's going to cause this kind of traffic jam here for the Zerg over by the bridge. And I mean, there's, I think, as many Zealots as there are Hydras here, Artosis.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, too, the Corsairs can actually start to kill the Overlords. There's an Overlord cluster right over the middle here. And I think he's going to send those Corsairs in here now.
Well, Jaedong's micro is pretty solid overall. Like, he holds off the main group going towards his main base, and in fact guards the Overlords as well. And then the other group kind of retreats towards that third. So he ends up holding it. It looked really scary when Mini did the flank. I was like, uh-oh. Jaedong's just going to get absolutely destroyed here. But he holds on. It seems like he's fine.
Yeah, I mean, so far so good. I think had he hit with the Corsairs when the Zealots hit, I think he sort of messed up, and he did. So, I mean, Jaedong's going to be fine. We're going to get the DT coming out here now. Storm's being upgraded. And, I mean, they're both kind of powering up. It's going to be tough for Zerg to take a 4th. It could be tough for Protoss to take a 3rd. Like, both guys are looking pretty strong. I think we have the 6th hatchery now being started here, and that's really where the macro engine kicks in over here. But yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I think a lot of other Zergs would have been overpowered here. Jaedong's control really benefiting him. This is an unusual timing, but you can do this if they're just going for Hydras and there's no Mutatek. You can technically just move out across the map with slow Templars and just try to get good storms and overpower them.
I haven't seen this in a while, actually, where it's just like Zealots and High Templars walking across the map. It feels like that's not super common right now. But he's coming right up. He has a single DT mixed in here as well. Gets pulled to the side for a moment. He has those Corsairs ready to try to push back these Overlords. And you know what? Jaedong coming down. But, oh, look at that DT right in the mix of those Hydras.
Yeah, you know, the problem when you try to do this with just Templars is you can get sniped if they have like 3 or 4 Hydras and just hit you at the right angle. There's not a whole lot you can do. And basically, Jaedong's just using beautifully turtled Hydraless positions here, kind of in between the narrow corners. Oh my god, if he gets a storm off here, that's actually the worst storm of all time.
It might be.
And it's like, there were so many other good ways he could have done that, and that was the worst.
Dude, he just walked,
well, I mean,
like 3 more High Templars down? Oh, okay, that storm was good. 8 kills on that one. And now some Zealots in the natural. Jaedong getting his Hydras actually surrounded there, trying to move them out, but having a very tough time of it. Has Mini done enough to actually break through?
Yeah.
Well, things are falling apart over here at the second base. More Zealots are going to come in. The problem is, if you don't have Sunks when these kind of pushes come out, suddenly the Zealots just sort of go whether your Hydralisks or not. So the Zerg really locked in over at the third base, and that
he's not going to be able to recover from this. Especially if the Spire goes down.
The effects of that now, so much damage is being dealt over here. He's going to try to target down the Spire. I don't know if there's a bunch of Mutalisks started over here. I do see Lurker Tech starting as well. Mini's going to leave some of these Zealots over here. You know, at the ramp, basically, so these other Zealots...
So he's got a Lurker Ag up, but, like, holy fuck, this that's so late.
This is like a really old-school type of style that Mini has utilized here. More high...
Oh, he's gonna storm all the drones. Oh, my god.
God, he deals so much damage there. Jaedong's economy is shattered. How many drones does he even have?
12.
I mean,
You might not even have 12
he's
drones.
really hurting. We've had 2 huge Psy Storms on the drones. That's always a good move, by the way. If you see drones, if you know you're going to get maybe 3 Hydras or a patch of drones, go for the drones. That's always the right answer. Now, the Lurkers here, on paper, they will stop the Zealots. The problem is the Zealots can kind of outmaneuver this and just keep hitting. Like we're seeing right here, the Zealots sort of just go into different locations and cause damage elsewhere on the map.
Jaedong trying to stabilize somehow here. He's barely mining, though. His supply is like 40 down. I think the game is basically over. When these Dragoons get down here, I imagine Jaedong is just going to GG out. It was actually a very exciting game. I tell you, Mini is a lot of fun to watch in this matchup. But yeah, he just ends up dismantling Jaedong over time. A few Lurkers are kind of holding on to the game here for Jaedong, but it doesn't feel like it's something that can last for very long.
Yeah, I mean, the Dragoons are going to basically
Is
kill
he
off
faking
any
a
Zerg
drop?
that's relying on a couple of Lurkers here. We just have
Is
to
he
get an
faking
observer
it?
over this. Now, the way that Zerg can
Yeah,
play
there's
is
no
to try to
units in
snipe
there.
down any stray observers.
Alien,
obviously
eating
that's always the
alien
biggest
brains?
Achilles heel
Indeed,
here.
I am
Looks like
eating
we're about
alien
to have the
brains.
observer attack. I'm assuming that he wants
I'm
to do, like,
actually
lurker
eating
drops, so
human
he can try to
innards.
fake out a drop to just
You
make
know?
the army run back.
Yeah.
If you know, you
Just
know.
a few
The Rick and
overlords.
Morty spaghetti
I think
episode.
that was a fake.
In that
because,
universe,
yes,
anyone who
Mini
dies
face
turns
for a
into the
moment.
most, like their
I
insides
do
turn
like
into the
those
most
overlord
delicious
fakes. I think
spaghetti.
That's really that can be a smart move in a situation like this, because not like he needs it. He
Spaghetti
lost all of his
Tuesdays?
supply, so you
Don't
might as well
ask where the
use it
spaghetti
to
came
to
from.
get Protoss out of position, and
You
maybe
don't wanna
can set
know.
up a lurker contain here that gives him a fighting chance if Mini screws up.
Yeah, unfortunately, the lurker contain did not get set up. It's basic. Well, I mean, it's over here, but this is not where you want it to be, right? You want it to be like actually where the Protoss can't get out from all these different angles. Nice size storm. The observer is a little bit below half health. The problem is all the Hydras are killed off, so there's nothing that can actually cover them. The lurkers are going to run back, and I think Mini is going to wind up for this big attack and basically try to bust him. Now, where's this observer? Okay. He's got to probably try to go through the middle here. I don't think he can try to move up the ramp.
But how's it going today,
I
Chronicles?
actually really like that retreat in Burrow.
How are you,
He just
good sir?
calculated observer movement
Yeah.
speed and knew that he could catch the front part of the army attack moving down without detection. So good ideas here from Jaedong. Like, he's really doing his best to try to hold on. It's just not really working over time. Kills off those lurkers. Yeah, Jaedong's going to GG. That was a great game from Mini with the no scout into zealot pressure, and like he really applied pressure that game. That was like the most zealots that I've seen in the early game in years, it feels like.
Yeah. Yeah, I can
It's
feel
so
that.
crazy 'cause when
He
the
had like
expansion came
18
out, and I
fucking
don't know the
zealots
exact
at like
time it
8
came out,
minutes in the
this was a build
game.
that was going on
I'm like, what is
switched
this? A
back
computer and
to
fucking
ASL,
like,
after doing StarCraft 2
you know, a
exclusively.
1v1 where
I
it
was
just
trying to
sends
learn
12
it's like,
zealots
you
into your
have to, like,
base
look at everything the Zerg does and respond
and kills
perfectly.
you.
And now apparently there's a build where you don't look at what they do at all and you don't die. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's crazy to me. I don't understand that. I can't even begin to wrap my head around it.
Yeah.
But don't worry, because Mini has that solved.
Yep.
Um,
Mini knows what's
okay.
going on, so Mini's good
well,
now.
we
If
are
he can
gonna
win the
have a
first
little
game, he's
PvP,
fine.
A little Ped v Ped, Arto.
If he went into the losers
That
match,
means
I'd be
we're gonna
really
have
worried
already
because he'd
3
be tilted.
Protosses in the round of 8. So, not a lot of Protosses qualified for ASL 20, but overall, the Protoss race is delivering the hardest out of everybody. Like, the Protoss players that made it in are killing it.
Yeah. I think we only had 6, right? We
Yeah.
had
Love to see it.
Best,
Short break.
Snow,
Snover
Mini.
City coming up next.
Bisu, Saber Zerg, BTS
For esports
is
pros,
Terran.
focus is essential. That's why the Black Shark V3 Pro is tuned in to what matters most. A quantum leap in speed for instant audio response. Full range clarity that carries every shot call. Advanced ANC to eliminate all distractions. And crisp, clean sound.
There's
that
6
cancels straight out
Protosses.
cues.
Who are the other 2?
Made for the best. Made for
Oh, I'm retarded. I gotta skip this.
It's
Just
like
cheesed
best,
him out.
are you? Yeah.
This is about could always possible.
There we go.
It's PvP time, everybody.
Hey,
This is gonna be the best
Snow
possible PvP
versus
The
Mini.
two most modern, strongest Protosses going at it. Snow and Mini. I guess we could always throw Best in here too. That would also be a great PvP. But I think for these two Artoses, this is about as exciting as it gets, honestly.
Well, for a PvP match, if Rain isn't active, yeah, I think you're completely right. Especially when I think back to Best first Mini. Do you remember that round of 8? Where it was just some Zealot rushes and pylon walls, and it was like,
cheesed him out
are you
so bad.
Best? Are you recovering from a brain injury? Like, what's going on here? That Mini's killing you with his first 2 Zealots every game. But yeah, Snow versus Mini should be really, really good. I think Mini's going to come in with some very sharp builds and strategies. And Snow just generally has like the best micro in the world for Protoss, I think, right? Like it's pretty straightforward that it's hard to out-control him in these situations, which makes PvP pretty tough.
Yeah, well, you look at Snow, and he's got the best Reaver control, and a lot of PvP comes down to Reavers. It's pretty hard to play without Reavers. There obviously are ways to do that, but you have to imagine Snow beats Mini in a Reaver fight. So does that mean that Mini tries to play around this? He goes for DTs, he goes for proxy gates, he goes for 3-gate Dragoon all in, depending? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Well, we're going to start in Dominator, so the 3-gate, or no, that's map 2 rather. 3-gate is definitely a possibility on that map, but Polestar first. Let's get into it.
Let's do the classic.
Was that your Artoses?
Yep. Sorry, hiccup.
One
That's
A
how I
two
cheer
A
for
three
Protoss.
A
My
four A
inner
five
soul
A
wants
six
to cheer
A
for
seven
Protoss,
A
and I
eight
don't
A
let it
nine
out, and
A
it
O
comes out
one
as a
A
hiccup.
two A three A four A five A six A seven A eight A S S T A R T.
Cross spawns, Mini in the top. Sorry, Snow in the top, actually. Mini in the bottom. And let's see how this goes. You know, there are basically 3 ways you can, actually I guess 4 ways you can play PvP. You can go for 1 gateway into gas. You can go for 2 gateway, which doesn't seem to be popular in Korea. You see it online, but at least in ASL matches, it seems to be pretty uncommon. You can go for proxy gate, so you could like make gateways in the center, and that really is its own game. That I would also count gateways in the main like that. And then finally, there are a couple of really weird high-octane fast expand builds. Like Forge expand, or there's even like Nexus into 2 gateways, and those have to be dealt with immediately. I imagine all of the games we have with these guys are going to be gateway into gas, because that seems to be like 95+% of the PvPs that we ever cast for Artosis and me. The other build orders do exist. They don't seem to come out that often.
On ladder, they certainly do, but not so
Yes,
much
on
in the
ladder,
pro levels. Well,
Yeah, exactly.
there's a whole range of strategies that exist, and I would say a lot of them are actually Protoss strategies, where they're really hard to beat until you become unbelievably good, and then they become really easy to beat. You know what I mean, Tasteless? Where it's like,
Sure.
for instance, 2 gates in the center of the map will literally, if you do nothing but 2 gates in the center of the map, because I've tested this, I've gotten A rank every time I've just done that like 30 times in a row. Like, it just...
Is that just PvP or just...
No, it doesn't matter the matchup. I just make 2 gateways in the center map every time. And I've done this 4 different seasons and got A rank every time. And it was just like, because it's just hard to stop. It'll be like a low A rank, but you get it. Whereas, as the player I am, if someone makes gates in the center, I will never lose to it. It won't happen. You know what I mean? It's like...
Right,
So
right.
some of these strategies that you'll see on ladder, like if you're a Protoss player that's watching this, you'll be like, oh, why doesn't he just make the 2 gates in the center? It's so hard to stop. But it's like, well, Snow's not... I mean, he might die to it, but the win rate is not going to be as high as against a random ladder player.
Exactly. Well, they've got that so ironed out and so perfect. Like, it's an asymmetric fight. in that, like, the 2 gateways, right outside your base rushing you, that's much easier for the guy that's rushing to pull off than the guy defending.
Yeah, exactly.
But if both players play perfectly, a lot of times the guy defending will just hold it.
Oh, he fucked up the micro!
Probe there. He tries to block it. A little bit more damage done by Snow, and they're both going to see Dragoons and, of course, have to run.
Typical.
Yeah, Snow sees that the Dragoon range
Perfect mirror.
Tasis, Polestar, like, the natural is kind of flat and pretty wide open, especially once you clear the eggs. Does that make it harder to expand because, like, a Reaver Dragoon push would be stronger or something, or does it just play pretty normally?
Well, there are some positions. Hold on a second. We have a small skirmish here, and I think Snow's getting the upper hand just slightly, which means he's going to kill this Dragoon and then probably keep his own Dragoon alive.
Wow.
Pretty painful right there. I'm kind of shocked we saw Mini in a dogfight like that in the middle of the map.
And you could see Minnie's face. He went like this. He was like...
To answer your question, some naturals are...
And if you watch the player cams,
to defend than others.
Minnie is one of the only players that you can actually feel... Like, you can see what's going on in his mind. Like, he's sighing. He's like, fuck. He's like shaking his head. He's moving around. Snow's like...
That can be pretty good. That's definitely a great...
He's a fucking machine.
This map, I think it's a little bit harder to defend.
And that's Minnie's biggest problem, is being emotional. He would be like...
A lot of corners you could put Reavers at where you could pick him up.
An even more multiple ASL champion winner if he just didn't get tilted.
Minnie, this is pretty common.
But that's probably the reason why he's so good, is because he just does the most ridiculous stuff. Like,
we'll see if he goes for a robo behind it. I'm sorry.
A best of 7 in every game he does Nexus first.
And,
like,
Snow is playing a very safe, conservative approach where he's
What?
just getting that robo out here. Keep in mind, it's not totally clear right now to Snow. Is this ETs or is this, just Nexus into 3 gateways or 4 gateways? That's also a possible way to do this. So Snow's going to poke in.
It's hard, though, because Mini will have another Dragoon coming out, and one of these Dragoons that Snow has extra is the really damaged one. So, like, Mini straight up wins this battle if it occurs. Snow might still poke some just because he is really good at micro, but I don't see him gaining much value from that. I think without any question, Mini's opener here is better. Like, yeah, Snow out-microed him in the first engagement, but, like, faster Nexus and directly into, like, a Reaver tech is so much stronger than Observer into Nexus.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Mini's definitely ahead right now. Now, of course, let's say Mini did go for DTs, this Observer would stop it. But, that's the game that you're always playing in PvP is, can I cut corners? Can I hard counter him here? It's a very sharp around the edges matchup. And so, back at home, the Nexus is going to finish a little bit late here for Snow. So Mini's going to get that initial boost in that income. As he's already going to have been mining for about, 40 seconds to a minute before this Nexus is going to be done.
I was just thinking about it because you were talking about, like, what corners can you cut in PvP? Because in StarCraft 2, I feel like PvP is, like, it's very similar, but more corner cutting. And I feel like that's because, compared to Dragoons, Blink Stalkers resolve situations really quickly. You know what I mean? Like, if you have more Blink Stalkers, you kind of go and it will resolve itself, whereas Dragoons are a bit more clunky, and then you add in the Reavers, and everything can get really, really messy there. But I also feel like when I watch top Protoss players play, I feel like they don't cut enough corners almost. Like, I almost feel like, well, if you just took a slightly stronger risk here, wouldn't you be way ahead?
Yeah, but I think you do that enough and you die to something stupid and you start to dial it back. You still see, we have a lot of games where people, like, skip detection, like that, and die to DTs. That's probably the biggest example of that, but I think what happens is that you lose enough games where it does feel like you're rolling dice, where it's, like, probably better to just be, like, a little bit conservative. Like, I don't know if Mini made that early Nexus because he lost the Dragoon or not. Does that make sense? Like, he lost that initial thing, and then maybe that prompts him to actually take this kind of crazy risk.
Maybe, yeah.
And so we're going to be going into Reaver Tech here. And it's going to be Mini actually coming out on the map here. Now, there were 2 observers made here for Snow. So Snow could have gotten Shuttle Reaver earlier, but he got 2 observers because the game was so ambiguous. he wanted to both scout and then also make sure he didn't have some kind of weird delayed DT come into his base. Now, Snow is also pushing, and they've actually just passed each other. This is insane. So,
Base trade.
This will all come down to how each side handles this attack. And you really, in a moment like this, you need to go up the ramp. Yeah, see, Snow knows exactly what to do. Don't push the Nexus down there. Go up here and start executing stuff. And there is enough for a block here.
I would say Snow leaving that mineral patch made a big difference. It's a lot harder for Mini to get up here. Now, that is a great Reaver hit there from Mini. Right onto his opponent's Reaver, and in fact going to be able to continue to micro his Reaver. So still doing a good job pushing up, but Snow has such a good position in Mini's base. This is a true base trade.
Well, this might actually come down to who has enough minerals to make Scarabs.
Oh
That's
my
an
gosh.
important thing to note here. Yeah, because both sides are about to spend all their money. Mini is unpowered.
Oh, that Reaver
Snow
hit.
has unpowered Mini's pylon. So there's going to be a few more Dragoons spawning here, but neither side can really protect their base. Probes are falling.
I love the probes actually getting on top of these Dragoons and helping out a little bit while the Reaver was out of position. Both sides have drilled their probes away. Mini actually has enough for a Nexus. He has way more for Scarabs right now. But I believe Snow has more Dragoons. I'm not sure how much that's going to make a difference here.
Okay, so here's what he has to do. He has to go inside the main, kill the Nexus, not spend Scarabs needlessly, by the way.
Ah, yes. Save
He has
your
to basically...
money, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, he's going to make one pylon, because right now it's probably most important. Oh, no, he should not be dropping that Reaver out
100%.
here. Now, if you look, Snow actually has shuttle speed. Although I guess they both do.
Do they both have shuttle speed? I know Snow does.
Feels like it. It feels like it when I see this.
Oh, you're right.
Just
You're
by how
right.
fast the shuttle's moving. Like, okay, he's going to make a bat. Oh, interesting. Okay, Artosis, never mind.
That's
I thought he was
interesting,
going to make a Nexus. Oh, no, he still has enough for a Nexus. I don't know why I keep thinking Mini's already spent his 400. So the battery is genius.
He's
the
trying to
goal here-
bait Scarabs, man. I love what we're seeing
exactly.
here.
This is in the knit and
Trying to
gritty.
go up this Nexus in the main. Now, Snow cannot mine. I don't know if he has any more probes, but he can't make another Nexus. That's the most important thing. He does not have the money to make another Nexus, and Mini does. So
Mini can make a
place the
Nexus in
the
his
main.
base and start mining
Snow
from
is basically
Snow's
gonna
base.
try to end this
Yeah.
game in the next minute or
Yeah,
two.
see, he made a Nexus.
Because
He's gonna mine from his own
We
fucking
are gonna
base.
have a game where Mini is mining. He has Dragoons. He'll have the ramp protected. Now, with shuttle speed, you can do miracles. Okay, so he's going to drop this. It's probably more important to damage the shuttle here, by the way.
He's bringing the Dragoons
there are
back.
4 more Dragoons for Mini right now. No, for Snow, I'm sorry. But
Snow.
Yeah, Mini has the shield battery on high ground, and he's actually utilizing those pylons as part of the block. He should try to not target Mini's pylons, I would say, because you actually want them blocking so that he can't get up easily. Now look at this. He actually makes another Zealot, maybe just drop that off, but either way. Oh
He's
my
so
God.
good. He's going to try to push from both sides here. He needs to use that battery. Oh.
Oh my God.
Okay, hold up. I think Snow actually has enough. Oh my God, this is insane to me.
That
Yeah.
was crazy.
Snow won.
That was crazy.
Mini's tilted as fuck now.
So, he basically... I just learned so much. New wrinkles are forming on my brain. He sends one Dragoon around into the shuttle and makes one extra Zealot. And he can kind of push there, also with his Reaver on the side, while he plows up the ramp with his other Dragoons.
I want to say, I think the key to this victory was Snow sending his Reaver back really quickly and whittling goons down. Because he got about 3 or 4 Dragoon kills with his one Reaver in the speed shuttle when he brought it back across the map. So, like, as soon as he recognized that the mains were lost on both sides, he went and utilized his unbelievable Reaver micro, his unbelievable shuttle micro. And that's, if Mini has that shield battery plus 4 more Dragoons, Snow does not break that. He does not break that. In fact, Mini probably wins the game. So I think really good decision making, utilizing his skill set as the best Reaver microer in the world. wins Snow game number 1.
Mini's going to be
So good,
frustrated.
so
I think you're
crazy.
totally spot on with your analysis there. I think you're right. You send the shuttle and Reaver back and just try to get value there. Guys, we're going into game 2. Snow versus Mini continues on here.
PvP, I think, is the most interesting of all the mirror matchups. Terran versus Terran just drags on, and Zerg versus Zerg just ends. But PvP is so
Okay,
expansive.
game number 2 here. Snow in the
Because Protoss
center
can pretty
right,
much fucking do
Mini
anything.
Top left. And, you know, this is a very different map. In PvP, maps where you start out on low ground and have to fight on a high ground, the early game is really important. If one person can control the other one's high ground, it's crazy. And never mind. He's actually just going to send a probe right out. So it's like I was saying at the start of game 1, you know, there's a couple ways to play this matchup. And one of them is to just make gateways, I guess not in the middle. I guess he's just going to flip a coin. Oh, I think he did something like this versus Best. So you can fit 2 gateways up here. And there's a 1 out of 2 chances that you basically, and in this case, it's going to be the closest.
Mini's good at
So
taking
even
these
if
fucking gambles.
He didn't rush. You know, let's say that Snow spawns in the bottom left. You're still almost in the middle of the map. So I think this is going to be near impossible.
The
to
Reavers.
stop, but I'm always interested.
Carbot
in
Reavers.
world-class Protoss players trying to hold off 2-gate. This is one of the hardest builds to hold off.
And
In mirror matchups, outside of mirror matchup,
it
2-gate in the center of the map is stronger versus Protoss than it is versus Zerg or Terran. It's insane.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. If they're not ready for it, now if you make 2 gates in your own base, then it's going to be a pretty decent fight. But one of the things that can be, oh, and he's going to scout it right away. So this is oh my God!
No. Really?
That's insane. That's
he
insane.
checked the center. He checked the center because he saw the probe there, and he went, "No, that's not supposed to be on the map early."
That is so
my
crazy.
God. Well, tell you what, he might still suspect these are center gates, right? So he might just hard counter this anyways.
Yeah, it looks like he's still actually kind of looking for it. Nope, he makes a Cybernetic score, so that's not necessarily a good thing here for Snow. But yeah, one thing I wanted to mention was if you are going for the 2-gate, a lot of times Protoss will end up trying to hold it at the ramp. But here, you have the high ground as the aggressor.
He's looking for it.
So
yeah,
it's
he knew.
harder for them to hold that. So that's just something to kind of mention. Notice that he cancels out the Cybernetic core and immediately adds his own Senki Gateway. But that's a lot later, so there's going to be more Zealots here for Mini.
Yeah, he's going to need a battery too. This is Mini's probe getting driven out right now. So if you can get that second gateway up, usually you're much more likely to hold.
Oh, he's going to put down his own battery.
Crazy. Snow has been putting in a lot of work trying to get that probe for Mini. There's the shield battery for Snow a little bit quicker. Notice Mini's trying to retain health here on the Zealot. And Snow is really working on that probe, man. This is so smart. Oh my God, and he gets it. Finally, the moving shot actually punishes a Protoss player.
Yeah, he actually...
Now he can't do his own battery.
What Mini wants to do is like throw down a bunch of batteries and kind of snowball the damage.
Yeah.
He's going to make a second battery. He's actually sending another probe out here. I think you kind of have to. You got to really commit in this moment. 4th Zealot coming up here. And, you know, this is so hard here for Snow.
He has
He's kind of being pulled apart at 2 different sides.
Yeah, the double battery is super, super helpful. If Mini had a battery, I think he'd be fighting at the gateways right now. But this is a smart move for him to kind of switch that up because his probe was killed so early. A really important moment there by Snow.
Okay, he's going to target down this battery.
I love the targeting of the battery, too.
Man.
It's like, you may as well because it's going to heal the Zealots so much. So if you can get that kill, it's going to be a big deal. Oh, going after the probe again. Almost gets it there.
Okay, so they're both diving on each other's batteries. Another battery's going to come down here.
I don't know if he got the cancel
or
not.
Man. I mean, Mini's got a lot here.
He has a lot of Zealots. It's crazy. But the 2 batteries are helping out Snow quite a bit. Ooh, good surround on one of the Zealots there. Really good execution here from Mini and Snow.
Another battery's done. Another battery's done, but it's not quite close enough for Mini to use it just yet. A third battery starts here for Snow. 2 more Zealots come into the fray. I think the damage is snowballing. Yeah, Mini's going to just do a big charge reset there. And I don't know, man. I mean, it doesn't feel like Snow has anywhere to go. I do like the few probes in here. Remember, probes can attack through Zealots, doing a little bit of extra damage. But it just feels like the numbers are getting insurmountable.
Yeah.
And from here, the batteries can't be defended. The gateways can't be defended. I think we're going to have GG. Oh, good surround. Oh, no. Almost gets the surround. The Zealot actually slips through.
Snow's still trying to heal up, but I don't think Snow has enough left of anything to even make a difference at this point.
Yeah,
He's got like 3 Zealots. He's got batteries, but it doesn't really matter. The damage output is way too high here from Mini. And Mini just continues to throw down those batteries. Really, really strong execution.
What a fucking series.
My God.
Game 3, let's go.
We're going to get tied up 1-1.
Yep, that's going to be it.
Holy shit.
Wow,
Mini's like,
right,
fuck.
Mini pulled that one off.
One more. Let's do it. One more.
To me ever outside of that KSL series where it was 4 Protosses in the Final 4 was the Mini best match, where Mini just went down and dirty Proxygate cheese in a couple of the games, and he did it here versus Snow. He could try something like this again in Game 3.
He did mess up by losing that initial probe. His shield batteries were really late, but he actually had a good idea of what to do. I loved how he split 3 Zealots to the top and tried to apply pressure up there to just kind of buy time for another probe to get down. But really great execution. Tasus, that has to be really cathartic for you to watch Snow get absolutely mangled by proxy gates. Because I know when I play PvP, I die to that stuff all the time as well.
Well, the thing is,
so
when I
hard
see
to
it
hold.
happen, I actually want the guy defending to win so I can just try to copy it perfectly.
Yeah.
It's so hard to stop. Just the number of games you have where you're like, here we go again. I've been doing this for most of my life, and you know, to just get beat up.
Karma coming back.
I think had the scouting
For
probe
those
just
4
gone up
pools.
first, I think he would have had his second gateway up and he would have held.
Yes.
But it seems like that was slowed down just enough. You know, getting that second gateway up fast enough gets the second Zealot out, but it also gets the 4th and the 5th, you know, the 4th and the 6th and everything else behind that. And all you need to do is curb the fight a little bit in your favor. And you know, Mini's extremely good at the way he splits units up and kind of creates imbalances and weaknesses there. But that is, you know, it's just one of the best builds in the game, Proxygate. It was there the first week the game came out. People making gateways outside of your base. It's going to be here, you know,
in 25
years later. It's just really strong. It's never going to go away. It's never going to be out of style. The only thing is if you predict it or you scout it, you have a shot to stop it. So we're going to go to Radeon now for map number 3.
I like how you say it's going to be there 100 years later. It's going to be the only build 100 years later when it's just Zoomer TikTok brains Zealot rushing each other.
In the top right is Snow. The bottom right is Mini. I'm watching those probes from Mini really carefully. Are we going to have any crazy?
Yeah, we gonna do anything else pretty crazy up in here,
Doesn't
bro?
look like it so far.
That would be insane to do that twice. If he did that twice and made round of 8, I don't know if I would be happy or sad. Or
Yeah.
disappointed. Like I don't know.
This is
I know I
fucked
have
up, man.
emotions
How did
like
this
that.
happen?
I'm thinking back. Remember this trip we went on back when you were in Korea, where we went to play in like some of the ASL qualifiers? I can't remember where we were. South, west,
Like Daegu or something.
Korea. It's further south. I can't remember the part of town. It was like a pretty small part of the country, but we both played in a qualifier there. And I remember the first game I got in the tournament, a guy proxy-gated me in the middle of the map. And it was kind of this moment of like, oh my God. It's the thing that I practiced against for so long. I never had been proxy-gated before in a tournament, you know, back before we moved to Korea. And I'm like, oh my God, okay. And I did it. I held it, you know. But it's one of those moments where it's like, oh God, okay, I definitely have practiced against this, but this is really hard.
Yeah.
You know, one thing you can do if you get proxy-gated, by the way, is you can manner pylon them. That's a really powerful technique that basically just kind of grinds the whole rush to a halt. Is if you can manner pylon them, you will they don't have anything to kill the pylon back at home other than their workers.
It takes a really long time to kill it with the trapped probe, and your economy is already having a very hard time supporting 2-gate zealot plus pylons that you need plus shield batteries. So definitely that is a good counterplay if you can put down that Manor Pylon, which of course Manor Pylon is blocking your opponent's mining with the pylon. So you kind of wait till you have the position.
See how they're inside there, and then you put a pylon there and
probes are inside.
block them
That's
in.
the best place to put it. You put it on top of that.
Yeah,
and
in
then
the minerals,
probe is stuck. And not only is it stuck, as the patches all get filled up, other probes will walk around all the patches to go there. And like 2 might walk around, and then 1 starts mining, and then the other one walks all the way back. So it slows down mining in amazingly well. In fact, Manor Pylons are almost always worth it for the time.
Yeah. It's just a very strong play. It did seem like in that last game, Snow basically spotted the 2 gateways and then ran back home immediately to use the extra probe to get minerals, which makes sense. But there is counterplay to it. And the reality is, if you can just get control of your ramp, a lot of times it's like I would say it's like a 7-3 matchup. Like if you can just get your ramp covered, then their infrastructure's in the middle of the map, and they don't have an easy way to get the base back at home, and it's not easy, is all I'll say. It's very, very tough to deal with.
Totally. If they have zealots on top of a ramp, with a shield battery, it's like, okay, well, oh, you got lucky. That's all there is to it. But yeah, taking a look at this game here on Radeon, Dragoon's starting to come out. We'll see what the tech is as the follow-up here. I'm always interested seeing when people decide to make their Nexus in mirror matchups. Like, just in general, the expansion timings in mirror matchups. Because you have the same
they're going to kill each other.
So it's like, when do you deem yourself as being safe?
Well, it seems like in ASL we have a lot more high-risk Nexus timings.
Oh man, Snow is so far ahead with damage.
By the way, the PvP does seem to look quite different at the highest level.
Mm-hmm.
But in this game, it looks like Snow has gotten the upper hand once again in the middle of the map, and Mini, I think, is just going to throw down a Nexus. Why not? Actually, excuse me, Snow and Mini are both going to do the same thing, so both pressuring each other. Some of this I do wonder does it come down to the fact that Mini and Snow just know each other well enough?
That's the other thing too. Since the pool is so small of players, when you get down to this point, like they know each other's play like the back of their fucking hand.
Look at this. It's going to be Snow going for 3 gates, I think.
And that might hit pretty well here against the very greedy expansion into Robo, especially if because you're going to attack with this as Snow, right? So if your opponent goes Observer first, and you go like 2 rounds of goons off of 3 gates, you might be able to break them in this situation, right?
Oh, yeah. Look, I mean, this is good against everything but DT. And it's actually going to be Mini doing a very conservative gateway into Robo. Now, if he's able to figure out what's happening in the game, the fastest possible Reaver could allow him to stabilize. And then the game is uncomfortable for Snow because he doesn't have detection. Like, Mass Dragoons is so good, but if you don't really leverage it quickly, you don't know what's going on.
Oh my god, what?
That's so annoying. These probes are stuck.
It's the most annoying thing in the whole world.
I hate this map. I hate this map in that spawn. That always happens to me. My workers get stuck there.
And the funny thing is they actually changed the positioning of the ramp slightly to try to stop that from happening so much. It has been better on the newer version, but it still happens some.
So he's going for observers. So, I mean, I think Snow could just clobber him in the mid-game. He's really taken a bit of a risk. We talk a lot about the risks you can take off one base. Like you can go for 3-gate goon or DT, or you can even go for like 1 Robo, blindly make a Reaver and push. But we don't oftentimes talk about fast Nexus and then all the risks you can do there. And they're just almost like exaggerated versions of what we were already talking about. Now, the Dragoons are going to come down. Snow's control has been really superb here. Actually, both sides are looking incredible here. The damage distribution for Mini has been pretty painful here for Snow. These extra Dragoons in the back.
Oh!
Dude, Mini seems to be getting the insane exchange, considering that Snow had the upper hand Dragoon-wise, like Dragoon number-wise.
Mini
But
Zealot.
Snow is starting to win here.
Yeah, Mini Zealot has done some insane work in here. It's actually put out a ton of damage, and he'll end up losing that. But these Dragoons are low, like really low, those 2 Dragoons. Now, he has 3 more Dragoons coming down, but 2 will be popping out for Mini, and he already has the Reaver tech, so there's definitely a Reaver on the way right now.
Okay, he's going to come down again.
I think you have to pull probes here for a moment, but you know, if he gets a Reaver to defend, maybe there's still a chance that he can get like some counter harassment damage done.
Yeah, you're going to have to stack probes here. 3 Dragoons will one-shot a probe. The Reaver should be out. I think he should be trying to get shuttle speed.
Oh,
get his own counter
dud?
play in.
Yeah, dud. So sad.
And, I mean, look, Mini survives.
Definitely looks like a better position for Snow. But yeah, maybe with the Reaver being out right now, he can make a shuttle. He can get into shuttle speed maybe and do some harassment. Or do you think it's better for him to try to gear up for an actual push? Is the harassment like too obvious?
No, I think that shuttle speed is almost always worth it unless you're doing some kind of just like one base all in.
Yeah.
Because the shuttle speed, I mean, you just get so much more value. You're so much more likely to save your shuttle. Or even in like shuttle Reaver Dragoon fights that you can keep your Reavers and shuttle alive. And so Mini's going to try to come out here and pick a fight. Oh, I love the pylon on the expansion out here.
Yeah, that's cool. 2 Reavers.
Okay, so he's going to...
Oof.
Go ahead.
Well, I see the Reavers creeping forward and everything. Like, he has 2 Reavers, okay, kind of a defensive stance. I hope that he has shuttle speed on the way, and I hope he has a shuttle coming out, because I feel like he can't just sit there. Like, Snow just has a better worker count, so Snow can get up to, like, the 6 gate plus Reaver, which is, like, a solid 2-base production in PvP. And it feels like his supply is just going to start to really eclipse what Mini can produce at the moment.
Can I point out something that was very subtle but really smart? Is that because Snow identified that, Mini's gone Reavers, so he doesn't have to worry about DT. The first shuttle he made, he flew over his natural spot. That's so smart. Just like, yeah, if you don't have a Reaver in that right now, just spot for any drops in case that happens. Now, he's going to have a Reaver in a second. And by the way, Artosis, it was the opposite of what I said. I said, like, he's going to go for shuttle speed and harass. He's going for a straight-up push here with a slow shuttle.
Yeah, I kind of understand
Oh,
it.
why
Like,
ads? Why you gotta pop up
don't think it's gonna
now
work.
in the middle of a fight?
Snow
It's not the
just
time
running
for this. We got
It's
2
kinda
Reavers.
sad.
Oh
These
my
Reavers great.
god.
From Mini. A Scarab actually ends up hitting from Snow's Reaver.
Whoa.
And
Oh,
this
this is
poorly for Mini.
fucking so bad.
Yeah, Snow has beaten Mini back. Mini's entire Robotech, which is kind of the only thing he had going for him, has just been shut down. Remember that there were
It's
workers
not
killed
good.
earlier when Mini was attacked.
Snow's
so
Reavers
Snow
are
should
just too
have a
good.
higher
Even without a
count here,
shuttle,
too.
his Reavers are still
It's
twice
not
as
like
good
one
as
guy
anybody
went for the
else's
Nexus before the
Reavers.
other. They both went for kind of greedy Nexuses off of this. So we're going to have a big reset here. Mini has to get a shuttle and Reavers out. We know at least 1 Reaver was out for Snow, so he's going to have a second Reaver or a shuttle here in a second. Oh, never mind, he has to. Excuse me.
Snow getting ready for his 3rd base, it looks like, based on where that probe is and making a few pylons up there. Yeah, I'm not sure how you're supposed to plan your comeback from this position as Mini. It's like you need Snow to waste an army on you. I feel like that's really the only way at this point. You know you're in a bad spot where you're like, I need you to have a bad attack.
Well, I think it's a little bit different because you can always get extra damage with Shuttle Reavers, so you have to just basically try to win by fighting better than them. And so Snow's going to try to come in here. This is a bad area to have the shuttle over. Couldn't quite unload it for a second there. It's just 1 Reaver here. And God, the math is not looking good right now. We can see 1 Reaver chasing the other down. They're going to trade shots. And I think Mini is about to tap out.
Yeah.
I think Snow has basically killed him off.
Yeah.
There's just going to be too much pressure down here. I don't think the Reavers can come out in time. Let's just see. Let's see what the Reaver shots can do. Right now, Snow's doing a really good job keeping this back. He actually kind of hurls the weekend shuttle in the front to take some damage. And Snow has right-clicked this over here. He's going to trade a shot. 1 Reaver's taken out,
GG.
but then he taps out. It doesn't matter. Mini looking furious, by the way. As he
Crazy.
Well, good play from Snow in this group. Not a big surprise. This guy has been
So
the best pro in
Snow
the world
gets
for a
out
while now.
first,
And
which is what we
with Sophie
expected.
out of the way, man, like I've been saying, I think he's the favorite of this tournament. This might be his first ASL victory on the way. He definitely looked dominant in this group. Yeah, he lost to Proxy 2-Gate that he was looking for and couldn't find until it was too late. But other than that, pretty amazing play from Snow today.
I enjoyed that PvP. It's interesting to see how often we have both guys just rush into a Nexus off one base. You know, I guess if you're good enough at controlling, you can basically just hold that. You know, Snow, he really seems to understand the decision-making so well. That was just such an impressive punish there. We're going to be going into an interview here momentarily, unless they try to show us some kind of a highlight.
There it is.
Okay, here we go, highlight time.
Well, this was Mini's
So this
kind of,
angle sucks.
Yeah.
This angle is just, it's really hard to push in. You always want to have a nice spread. You know, you can see that the area is tighter right now for Mini. And that means that Scarab shots are probably going to connect with more targets. He also had like what looked to be about 5 Dragoons rushing in, because you can more easily gun down either a shuttle or Reavers or anything, like that. And from there, it's like a losing battle. You're just behind. It's hard to play from here. Because the Reaver, there was at least one Reaver alive at the end there. It was, one where like the whatever you increment out, you're going to have more of there for Snow. So he always had true Reavers when there was only one, or an extra shuttle,
Thank
or
you
whatever
for
it's going to
redeeming
be.
chair dance.
It's why,
Sinister! Hey, what's up, buddy? How's it going? Been a while.
Okay, guys, we're ready for that interview now.
How you doing, man? Everything been going good with you?
You're watching Group C of the round of 16 of ASL Season 20 as we have this group's first place finisher moving on to the quarterfinals. It's Snow. Congratulations. Thank you.
Snow gets out
Player into the round of eight
first.
today. I would first like to ask how you're feeling. It was hell losing that second set.
Not bad, just learning how to stream in VR. Ooh, that sounds
And I wanted to
fun.
advance no matter what. My plays went as practiced. You advanced to the round of 8, taking the winner's match 2-1, but first it was Sharp you defeated. You went for carriers. Do you think carriers are good on knockout? When I practiced, my win rate was about 30%. I originally practiced something else.
You did
I
good, you can
decided to
rest now,
give that
babe.
up. I focused on versus Terran,
Oh.
but I still couldn't find an answer.
But yeah, that stuff goes hard. VR, like group activities in VR goes freaking hard.
But a 100% win rate in the tournament in the end.
Interactive stuff is always the best for that. Just playing population one on the meta too. Nice.
And that's exactly what happened. How did you steel yourself ahead of the game? I treated it as a loser's match. I tried to predict.
Never
what
really
my
been a
opponent
fan
would
of
do,
VR
and it
myself
was
to like,
exactly
or like
that.
had any will to like use it or
In the
do it or
second
anything
set,
like that. It's just the technology
My
doesn't
scout
seem
was a winning scout,
there yet. It's still like a 5-year thing for me.
but I couldn't have imagined he would.
At least if you're gonna invest money into like something like that,
I was
right?
just
like
about to ask you, but you've already
freaking like
mentioned it.
$500
Were
or
you
something like
scouting
that.
because he predicted a 2-gate proxy? I was 99% sure that he would do it. His scout came from the center, so I thought, it's at 5 o'clock. But that wasn't the case. So I thought, it's at 1 o'clock. But it turned out to be towards my mineral only. It did catch me off guard a little.
That was a little
So even though
unfortunate
you
for that
scouted it
game.
in time, it's a pity you lost. But you did win the first map, which turned into an
Yeah,
elimination
Sinister.
race.
So
Did you
guess what
explain
we
that
did
situation?
today? Our new thing. Check this out.
I
what
struggle
we're gonna
a
be
bit as
working
the
on
game
from
goes
now
longer
on
and
for a little bit.
longer. So I tried to go for a winning move. I initiated it. But he dealt with it pretty well, and my Nexus in the main got destroyed. The game went as I hoped it would, but my opponent's decision making was so good. I'm going to lose, I thought. But thanks to my micro being as good as it was, I was able
Well,
to
it's because I'm streaming so early, so it's like most people don't come on until like,
and in the end,
you know,
took the third set.
11
You
o'clock
could
or
see a
something
perfect
like
micro
that.
in that third game. To be honest, in the
So
pre-games,
yeah,
they
the
seemed
first half
to
of the
lack
stream is like
confidence.
pretty
But you're
dead because we
advancing
need to
first
pick up a
place. How
new
did that
audience
happen?
for like
Lack of
streaming
confidence,
earlier.
I really lose a lot in
Plus,
practice.
like watching
So,
the ASL and stuff
that
like
does
that
negatively
isn't
impact
as
my
you know.
confidence.
That's
Somehow,
not our
some way,
regular
in tournaments,
regular
I give my
content.
best
So
and
you know,
end up winning.
Callie and Queen
I
are
have a
probably
feeling
off
I'm doing
doing their
pretty
own
well
thing. I'm
nowadays.
sure there's someone lurking from
I'm very
LTC
much
out
looking
there or
forward to
TLC
seeing
out
what
there.
happens next. Now, after tomorrow's games, we will have the round of 8 bracket draw.
Chronicles was
The
chilling
opponents
around a
can
little
meet
bit.
are Effort, Best, and Group D's second place finisher. Who would you like to play? During the group selection, I clearly told Sharp to pick Effort. We can't just leave him up for grabs like that. I would like to meet him once. And treat it as practice too.
If he had picked up Effort, Effort wouldn't have kicked out Soulkey. The entire tournament would be different if it was, instead of J-Dong, it was Effort.
I would like to thank the boss, Kader, for support, for giving me some leeway during these offline tournaments, and our students for their support. And I keep forgetting, but I get a lot of help during practice, so let me pull out my phone. Oh, sure.
He's like, oh, I have a list.
Wow, you came prepared.
He's like, I'm tired of not
People to thank. He will take a look at his
not
phone
thanking people,
and
so.
address them one by one. Right. JYJ, Hero.
But yeah, we came up with, so we've got a new story that we're working on, Sinister. I don't know if I told you. Stoner Girl Evolution. An isekai satire.
Got it. I'm sure they're having fun watching this. And that does it for our interview with today's first player through to the round of 8. Once more, congratulations. Thank you. Oh, wait. Hero and Queen. They helped
Hero
me
and
too.
Queen,
Thanks.
they help too. Alright.
Congratulations. Let's now take a look at the events we have prepared for you.
Yeah, we're gonna start doing like episodic type things because there's been so many
We will host a raffle amongst those who correctly predict
like
the first and
evolution
second place
style
finishes of today's
isekais.
group,
So
with
we've got
4
like this
days of
whole
travel
freaking
umbrellas
world
and 2
built out
days
with
of
all the
like
characters and
V3
everything, the whole
Prime
event of how the
Wise
isekai
Upper
happens.
Please
And
go
we're
ahead
taking
and
taking
participate.
basically every trope
And for those
of
attending live,
isekai and throwing it all together into one giant bucket.
you can win a Razer Viper V3 Pro.
I need
white
more
mouse.
points so I can freeze
Please show
you.
your support for the players, and you might win a prize. We now have 3 players left, and just
We got a bunch of new stuff that you can do too, Sinister.
Who will move on to fight in the quarterfinals?
You get enough
we will take
points.
a short break and return with the losers and decider matches.
J-Dong versus Sharp, ZVT.
Artos. Time. We're back, everybody. It's
Yes,
DDT
but I liked
time.
freezing you.
J-Dong versus
Fair
Sharp.
enough.
This is going to be a fun one, Artosis.
Yeah. You know, I do want to mention that I think that Sharp had a great strategy for picking in this group. You know, he picked up J-Dong, who is someone who can kill Protosses very well, but generally is weak against SK Terran, the Marine Medic Science Vessel style that Sharp primarily plays. So I think he was a perfect pick for Sharp, but the thing is, J-Dong is really new and improved right now. So with J-Dong at his current level, and Sharp, in my opinion, his weakest matchup is versus Zerg, I find this to be a little bit of a coin flip. I'm really not sure
I hope
taking this
J-Dong
down.
gets out because I want to see like either an effort
it's tough to
J-Dong
call.
or a Soma J-Dong
J-Dong
fucking
does seem to struggle
final.
versus that SK
Even though I'm
Terran
pretty
Zerg.
sure it's gonna be Soma
Um,
effort, if
You know,
anything.
he doesn't seem to have the same kind of magic. that
Which would be
someone like
crazy
Soulkey
to have a
does, where
Zerg
he just
versus
sort of
Zerg
knows
final.
always when he can engage and take him out, but I don't know.
7
I'm not sure
games
what
over
exactly
in
it's
less
gonna
than
look like when
35
you guys,
minutes.
Go at it. This is going to be fun. I don't
Oh, they didn't go to Game
cast
7?
this
No,
match
they did
before.
go to Game 7. It was Zerg versus Zerg.
I'm not sure if we cast
Oh.
in ASL. I've definitely seen them
Yeah.
fight against each other before. But
Sure. Yeah, I don't know if we've cast this matchup
yeah,
before.
not
Anyway,
sure about it.
guys, we're going to go into this best of 3. The loser is out. The Winnie face. The
Winnie!
winner faces-
The Winnie!
Sorry.
The Winnie!
Our
Even
first up-
Tasteless messes his words. Once in a while. But yeah, I haven't seen Beezus in forever, so you want to hear a funny story.
Okay, we've got Jadon
So
here
Beezus
in the
was like,
bottom
stop using Notepad and
left,
use
and Sharp here in the
Scrivener.
top left.
I'll buy you Scrivener if you like it. I liked
excited.
Scrivener.
I'm excited.
I
This
haven't
is
seen
very,
Beezus
very
since,
good
so I had to
match between these two.
fucking buy
All-Stars,
it.
great map. We actually
I'm
have
so
Roaring Currents as
pissed.
map number 2, so we're going to see that island map, and I'm very excited
It's
to see how that's
exactly
gonna
why I didn't
Oh,
want to
thank you
use
so
it
much.
to begin with, because I
Thank
knew
you
this
so
would
much,
happen.
man. Little Patreon plug.
But
Appreciate it.
no. So next time, no, you gotta buy me the
A lot of great
program
shuffles here in
up
the
front,
audience.
motherfucker. I ain't falling for that
Friends in the
shit. That was
audience today.
$80 goddamn dollars. This is bullshit
Yeah.
for a fucking
I love
typing
the emote
program.
with
Like,
your
what the
face
fuck?
and the vulture goggles, and you got that big beard.
Tasteless would
So-
be a
so
would be a
Sharp
vulture,
just
and
made, like, a
Artosis.
7 racks? It was
Artosis
a
would
7
definitely
racks.
be.
Yeah, I think it was a 7 racks, not a 6 racks. 7 racks is a
What
little
would
wide.
Artosis be?
You get almost like an entire marine more than an 8 racks with it. Like an entire marine
Artosis
right?
would be an
Marines
infested
take, like, 15
Terran.
seconds to build.
Not even a Terran
By
unit.
skipping that additional SCV, you get it out pretty substantially quicker. So there's definitely a lot of potential here. If it's a pool first from Jadong, Sharp will be in a lot of trouble. But nope, it looks like Jadong is going to go for a hatch first. His Overlord will scout this rather quickly. But it's going to be a very strong rush. Noticeably stronger.
Have you written
than,
anything,
an
Sinister?
eight
Have you
racks,
been
but
working
do have
on
to do
any
more
of your
damage with
writing
this
at
to make
all?
it pay off.
Yeah. We don't see this that often in
No.
ASL anymore.
Very rare.
It's actually a pretty old build. But, you know, there was a period where, like, so much of TVZ was bunker rushes. We basically got to test out every conceivable one that there was. Oh, my God, he doesn't see it. Okay, he's still moving up. I thought he had stopped the Overlord for a second. I was like, why would he even
He
stop
did.
moving there? So he will see this coming. Meanwhile, we already have
Oh!
moving out here. And, you know, taking any
So
damage
much
on this
free
Marine is
damage.
so bad. Because you're not going to have any way to heal this Marine, you know, from the start of the rush all the way to the end. There are 2 SCVs here. It's actually quite hard to do a moving shot with an SCV. It doesn't have the same capabilities as a drone or a probe. So we
Yeah.
can't snipe that that one down there. Now, workers are pulled, and Sharp wants to enter into a defensive formation. The longer these workers are not mining, the better.
Yeah,
2 more
he
workers
doesn't
are pulled,
necessarily
because
have to
the Marine's gonna
engage.
be
He has
about
to
here. There
prevent
it is, just
them
coming down the
from
top of
doing
the screen.
anything.
The bunker's going to be made at a distance.
I tell you, this is
And now
actually, sorry, the drones
No.
going up, like you said, here to try to catch the reinforcements. This is actually kind of a brilliant idea from Sharp to do 7 racks. 8 racks have fallen off. Zergs have gotten very good at blocking them. Like, obviously, it's still a usable and good build, but, like, he already has 4 Marines down here before the Lings are out. That's just something that doesn't occur with the 8 racks builds. Oh, man. Dude, this game's going to end.
He gets all of them in there.
Oh, my God. So much damage.
He's going to start the repair. He empties them. The Marines can actually get the next bunker. There's at least 2, I think.
Yeah, 2 of them got in. And look at the micro from Sharp keeping his SCVs alive by loading and unloading. Pretty insane.
Oh my God.
Really, really good damage there. So
And
he
I
killed
think he's
multiple
still
teams.
ahead.
He forced a lot of Lings. He forced a
I
something.
think Sharp's still ahead because he killed a bunch of drones. He forced the pull. He forced Lings.
as well. So
Like, he just needs to get a bunker
this
up
actually
himself.
ended up working out pretty well. Like, Jadong still holds. The game is definitely still playable, at least.
At least he got an SCV. That
Very
helps.
interesting.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's a couple more Lings that are made here. You got to be careful because your SCVs are far away from this bunker, and Jadong's just going to make more Lings. Now, there's a world where you overpower the bunker. I don't think you want to run by it.
No. You have to kill the bunker here if you're going to win like that. He has a ton of Lings, though. If you don't put extra buildings there and or have SCVs around it, there's a very good chance Jadong just runs in and kills this.
As soon as he
That
gets
is
Ling
more than
speed,
enough
he's gonna
Lings to
go.
kill 4 Marines in a bunker and the 2 Marines outside. You need like a building blocking or 3 SCVs.
Yeah.
The Marines need to be back in a position where they prevent the bunker from being surrounded more quickly and that type of thing. Oh, he sees him. He sees him. Let's see if he can drill quick enough and get anything down here. Okay, he's running away with 2 of them. I think Sharp recognizes that he has to try to hold the ramp. This is not going to work otherwise. He's going to have to cancel that command center and everything.
Yeah, the Lings are just destroying the bottom here.
And look at this. His SCVs are dancing so bad, he can't even get his Marines up to fire. Like, they're just completely zoned out by the SCVs. Command center has to be canceled. He's probably got enough SCVs here to just barely hold, but tons of damage.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Tons of damage.
I mean,
This is
there's more Lings
crazy.
coming up here. A layer started. You know, there's
These
barely
games have been
drones
so
right now.
aggressive.
Oh God, he pulled the SCVs, and there's more, with more Lings coming up. You're not going to make more Lings and sit at the bottom of the ramp. So he's going to come up here now, and that little wall that's protecting these Marines is gone. Marines are incredibly weak
that's
when the Lings
GG.
can actually fight them. The SCVs are going to come down again. The drill angle is not good. We've got more Lings coming up. Jaedong has won this game.
Yeah.
This is old Jaedong right here, is what you're watching, guys.
Yeah.
If you weren't around when he was in his prime, this ultra decisive type of approach where he's like, this is my best chance to win, and he goes for it instantly and with no regrets. He's not hemming and hawing, he just goes. That is some peak Jaedong stuff that we just saw right there. Like,
4
even the
SCVs.
continuation building Lings, in a lot of ways, like if I was playing against this online, I'd be like, God, that was so stupid. Like, why would, you know, I have SCVs here, it's blocked. And they're like, well, no, you'll probably pull them back. And that's going to be the best way to victory. Really, really, really well done by Jaedong. And from here, you win 100% of the time.
So, you know, I said the game was over. I thought there would be more Lings coming.
No, he's just going to say GG once he knows how many drones he has.
I was right.
Yeah.
I was going to say, like, you know, at this point in time, I think Sharp isn't functional as a Terran in that game, right? He's taken too much damage. The layer's too far along, and so the Spire is going to come in too soon. All I'm trying to say is that I think Sharp can't do anything to win, and I think Sharp came to that conclusion at the same time I was trying to make the statement that the game was still
He was
going on.
hoping
So,
that he
you know,
only
Sharp
had
a
like
great
6
opening.
drones. But he's like, you
I
have
think
6
when you're
drones at your
against Jason, you
natural.
gotta know when you
Like,
get a
you're going to have
lead
like
that
6
against
drones
him,
at your main. I'm
he's going to try to
fucked.
punch back twice as hard. He's not going to try to trick you later on. He's not going to try to play from behind. And, you know, you need to have the SCVs there ready to defend. You got to have the buildings blocking, like Artos has said. I think floating the barracks up into the main, maybe that early was a mistake. And so Jaedong is now up 1-0.
Yeah, he needed the
There's
barracks
no
to
real
block
reason not to
the
keep barracks as part of your wall there, like to just put it on the side of
the bunker.
The bunker, I think that's a much better play. But either way, we're going to go to Roaring Currents. This is our island map with the high ground natural. I've seen a good amount of TVZs here. We'll talk about that in a second as we're getting into game number 2.
Okay. In the top right here is Jaedong. Bottom left is Sharp, and we're finally on this map. I had almost forgotten about this map entirely.
Yeah, this map is crazy.
So many paths without seeing it.
Always vetoed.
You know,
But we're getting into round like best of
pre-shows or
3,
videos
best
we
of
make on our
5,
YouTube
best of 7
channels, our separate
territory,
YouTube channels about,
where
okay,
it's
the
going to
new
have to
season's here, here's the
eventually
maps, here
wind
are the
up being
players.
shown.
I was excited for this, and then
Carbot
we just went for a long time without seeing it.
Zergling!
Finally, we got a game here now.
So, yeah, I've seen a fair amount of games on this map, mostly Terran vs. Zerg games on this map. You know, whether that's in the Race Survivor series or replays or on people's streams and all that. The most common thing that we see on this map right now is, first off, there at this position for Sharp, there's a Zergling type wall in where the Marines pop out on the inside. So you're going to do that every time. It just, there's no reason on earth you would not do that wall. Unless you were going to... The thing is, you can't even hit a Marine medic timing push because this is the longest rush distance of any map.
Ever.
You just, to get from your natural to your opponent's natural, takes years. It's insane. So, anyways, the almost unanimously, it seems, amongst top Terran players, everyone likes to go for 2-port Wraith after expansion here. And the 2-port Wraith really gives you a lot of flexibility of what to do. That's what I've seen by far the most. As far as Zerg strategies, we did see Larva actually beat Sharp here with a Crazy Zerg opener. I actually think Crazy Zerg is probably the best idea for Zerg on this map. Because Crazy Zerg is going to allow you to get some Mutalisks out, some Scourge out and all that, but also be able to afford Overlord drops and possibly take islands. So...
Yeah, and just for the audience, because whenever we say Crazy Zerg, it doesn't mean anything to anybody unless they've heard this explanation in the past, but the idea is that you're basically not relying on Lurker tech. You're going to try to get...
Lurkers or Defilers.
Into Ultras.
You go straight into Ultras and drops.
Really quickly. There's a version of Crazy Zerg you can go for Queens, too, and try to get Ensnare and stuff like that. But yeah, it's a very different way to play the game. That just doesn't look tempo-wise at all like a normal TVZ.
Yeah, and it's
That's why
generally
they call it Crazy Zerg. It's fucking
maps
crazy
with
why
funky
anyone would
gas
ever do that.
layers. And this one has like a lot of weak geysers, so you know it's hard to have like a long, protracted Defiler Lurker game on a map. Excuse me, on a map like that. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure how this will go down, but
You need 4 gas
my
to
best
do
guess is that
Lurker,
we'll see
and
Sharp
if you
try
have
to do, like,
gases
a
at
2-4
3,000 instead of 5,000, you literally
And of course,
run out
it's
of
a
gas at
very
your
fast command center with
geysers
that
like
tight wall, which is a great
like
choice. It's a great choice.
as soon as Defilers come out.
Here.
Like Defilers come
Unless
out
you're
and you run
hitting
out of
this
gas and you're
build,
like, fuck.
You're going to be in trouble for your pool first.
I don't have enough for consume. I don't have enough for lurkers. I don't have enough for fucking
So we've got that
expansions. I don't have enough for upgrades.
And,
like you
know,
instantly
we should
run out of
emphasize
gas.
Here, there's a lot of islands.
No
on this map.
scourge.
And we don't really. Every once in a while we have a map with an island on it, so that's not a huge deal. But the
Yeah, this
islands
map
seem
is
to be like
fucked.
if you can just control that, and not have that taken away from you, it's going to be a very, very tough game for the person stuck on land. Because technically, usually in island map games, if you get a control of like 1 or 2 islands, you have control of almost all of them. Like, it's hard to imagine there's going to be a game where Terran gets one of the islands in the bottom right and Zerg gets one of the islands a lot of times.
Yeah.
Because they're all so close to each other. A fight that could be taken at one could be taken at the other. The top left is kind of its own position here on the map.
Yeah.
But, yeah, like...
Spire.
So we'll see, you know, if
He
those
saw
do get
it.
seized and then how exactly this pans out. You know, we cast fights over islands so little that I'm kind of not sure where each race is at. I mean, obviously, like, okay, Guardians are going to be good to attack into an island. You know, they can hit the turrets from afar, but I don't know if that's exactly what it would look like in application here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, it is very hard to say how things will end up. The thing is, each of these islands are really well designed because they all have good drop areas. Like, if you have an island that you can literally fill every square up with spore colonies or missile turrets or photon cannons, they become very close to unbreakable. Whereas this map has either high grounds over it or a lot of unbuildable terrain. So, like, if you choose to go drops, there's a lot of area to drop. One thing to note, in case people weren't sure of this, the best, as you scale up towards higher and higher supply, the best anti-air air unit in the game is the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie beats every other unit, even carriers. Like, if you, like, let's say you just max out on Valkyries, Devourers, Mutalisks, Scourge, Scouts, Corsairs, Wraiths, Carriers, Battlecruisers, the Valkyries win. Okay, so, like, that should be in your mind of, like, okay, you know, there's the theoretic air dominance, but there's the Defiler. And the Defiler beats literally everything in the game except for the Dark Archon. So it's like, oh, how does a late game look here? If they are battling over these islands, do you try to go Valkyries, or are you going to try to use a Wraith hit squad or just irradiates? You know, there's a lot of different ways that it could be played, and we just haven't seen enough games on maps like this to know which way is going to be, like, the way.
The meta.
Yeah. I hope we always have a map like this in the pool.
It's fun.
For that
A
exact
weird, odd, pressing the boundaries map that
so we're getting the
forces people to
I just
play
have
in
to point out that
in
he
a
already has
different
+1
way.
ship weapons on the way, which is insane. I've
Yeah.
never seen it this fast in my entire life.
Well, it makes sense. It's one of those things you look at it and you go, of course. It's almost.
That's
like
why
looking
the
at
map
it as if
dictates
the
games
islands
so
are the biggest
much.
priority, which is kind of cool, you know.
Yeah.
By the way, you got to be careful, man. When you engage with these mutas, Wraiths can moving shot You know, a lot of times we talk about Mutalisks and the unique micro that you can have with them, but you can do the same thing with Wraiths. And you can do the same thing with Scouts with speed, which you'll never see in a game, but it can be done.
Yeah.
So, in other words, if you're losing a fight, the Wraiths can just hunt you down and moving shot kill you. Now, in this case, it's going to go the other way around because, okay, he gets cloak.
Oh,
here.
he did have
I was
cloak.
going to say because, you know, both sides, just like you see in the Zerg vs. Zerg, if the Mutalisks start to fight, one guy can't run away because the other guy just moving shot kills him.
Yeah.
This is an incredibly interesting build from Sharp. He has gone 3 Cloaked Wraith into Valkyries with +1 air weapons already on the way, and he is transitioning into Bio. That is very weird, but like 3 Cloaked Wraiths is how many you need to hold off initial mutas before Overlord speed. So there's a lot of intelligence in that number. So this isn't really a Wraith build. This is actually a Valkyrie build, the quickest possible Valkyrie build that you could have while like still having good anti-muta beforehand. Because yeah, there's like 1 starport Valkyrie builds, but we see people lose Valkyries there all the time. He won't be losing Valkyries here. Like he'll be able to keep these alive without too much problem.
I think you're right. And
oh man, the
that is a
damage is
lot of
fucking
hits on
so
those.
real.
So this is going to be kind of a powering Valkyrie build.
He's
Queen's
already,
Nest is
yeah,
coming
he's
in.
already got the
More
Queen's
mutas
Nest
are
up.
going to hatch, but the Hydra tech is down
Crazy
here, too.
Zerg.
We talked about Crazy Zerg. I don't know. He might just still go for layer.
Yeah. He's
And you know, there's a lot of. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's all right. You go ahead. I was just going to say basically what you were saying. I'm like, no, Tastes, I'm going to say everything.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I was actually about to say the exact same thing. So.
Is it okay if I say what
like,
you were going to say there? Is that okay?
So there's a lot of ideas, just like you have in Zerg versus Zerg, or even like you see when the mutas want to overpower the you know, the Ogre Zerg gamer meme we have, where it's like the Zerg wants to just kill the Corsair.
Ogre Zerg gamer.
Some of the same
You
ideas are here now.
just take the club and hit him with club. Take big club, hit with big club.
But I would guess we're getting close.
We're getting close.
Oh, I haven't heard Ogres or Gamer in a
If he gets
while.
about 2 more Valkyries,
And it's
I would
funny
not
because
ever
like
worry about anything.
Tasteless makes fun of Artosis for apparently making up Crazy Zerg, even though he didn't make up Crazy Zerg. That's what the Koreans said. That's what the Koreans call it. But
And you know,
Tasteless came up with Ogres or Gamer.
Oh no, never mind. He still got him. Oh, glaives are good. Don't worry about it.
Well, the Valkyries have +1, so he has just erased these Mutalisks. Yeah, look at that. Kills almost all of them before they get away. But Lurkers are already up. Yeah, very good location there. That's the only bridge across the map. So, like,
yeah, you get Lurkers there. It's like
position
getting
is
siege
kind
tanks
of
there, man.
invincible in
That's
some ways. If you
insane.
get up to Defiler and you just constantly Dark Swarm there, 1 Lurker, or, well, you know, obviously that can be broken by Irradiate or Fire Bats or whatever, but, like, the general idea is that is a very hard position to pass when Lurkers are there.
Oh, he's using the Zergling in order to do the... Oh my god. Oh my god. Here it is.
Wait. Oh yeah, okay, they're still there.
Boom.
I didn't realize we were on.
Boom!
Oh.
Boom! He just killed
You know,
everything.
it's funny because Sharp, like, almost... It's like he dunked on himself. He scanned ahead and saw unburrowed Lurkers and thought, oh, I got to move right now because there's nothing here, only to walk into hold position Lurkers.
I just saw the look on Sharp's face when that happened, and the look was exactly him thinking about what he should say to apologize for his performance in this round of 16 on his stream. Like, that was the face of a player that knows that he is completely dead now. He has lost so many units. He made a ton of Valkyries. They did very little. He's now walked over hold position Lurkers. The game is not over, but the game is in a terrible state. And really here, we need to see Sharp go mass siege tanks. There's just, he's playing against a Hydra Lurker Defiler tech here from Jaedong, and Marine Medic simply will not hold against this. Not on this map, for sure.
Yeah. And by the way, if you can burst open this position with the Lurkers, there's a lot of different directions you can go here. So we're going to switch into this like SK Terran style. I think Zerg's about to be up on 4 bases.
couple siege tanks really, really important to have out there.
Yeah,
Don't forget,
you can dive with these Hydras, which it looks like that's what Jaedong wants to do. You know, Lurker Ling is very different than Lurker Hydra. And this is going to be a Defiler coming up here, so he's just going to run up here and just gun down the tanks. Beautifully done.
Yeah.
One tank is going to have a hard time finishing this off. So he just scoots back, and we're just waiting for Consume. When Consume is done,
There it
he's
is.
going to Dark Swarm it, and yeah, here we go. It's showtime.
You simply have to retreat from this. No chance, really. And
Yeah.
targeting down the siege tanks, incredibly important. Jaedong gets another one there. Big, big kill. You know what I was saying about holding the bridges? Zerg does exist as Terran, too. If you get enough siege tanks and you just kind of line them up there, it's hard for Zerg to push over. But it looks like he's not producing siege tanks right now. Sharp instead is going for some drop ships. He's continuing his bio production, which is okay. Like, maybe he can get some drops off that can do some damage, but Jaedong is really in control of this game right now.
Yeah. If Jaedong wins, I mean, then
Yeah,
we just
Jaedong
go on
is
to
looking really good.
Sharp's
And,
out.
You know, we thought it was kind of going to be an island intense game. It's switched into full on ground. They both basically, like, all the Valkyries are killed, all the mutas are basically killed. So we're kind of in this game where it's just a ground and pound army. And with the classic 2 drop ship play to kind of dislodge the Zerg from this hunkered down position and force him to defend more than one location.
Grafting among the
He's gonna come
stars
in.
will be done.
Maybe the
Welcome,
Lings
welcome,
could
Sean.
have
How's it
had a
going?
better time, but they weren't pulled in over here.
Sean.
Oh, man. And he's actually pushing across the bridge now. Hold on.
Sean, check it out. Look what I did today. I did a little test. Got overheated, then took a nap, just woke up. Nice. Hell
There's
yeah.
only one lurker here, so this actually has some real potential.
Lego
Sharp
stop motion?
opening up
Yup.
some opportunities for Sharp. Stims past everything before those lurkers finish morphing.
We were talking about it
great play.
yesterday.
He just has to kind of run forward from this. Ooh, great plague, though,
Epic
comes
plague.
out from Jaedong.
Yeah, you know, it seems like Sharp tried to push through, and he ended up kind of going through a meat grinder there. You've got a lot more fire bats up here, but I don't know if Sharp has really made any progress at all so far. Okay, we're taking islands.
Well, it's quicker to animate than clay, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took me like about 30 minutes or so, 35
So,
minutes to do.
Sharp,
Like from beginning
Sharp
to
isn't
end,
really
editing,
much progress in there.
everything.
Okay, there's
It's
a
about
command
35
center.
minutes.
He has double eBays that are not blinking. I don't know if that's a mistake or he wants to transition. Oh man, losing another vessel there. His siege tank count is really small. He's trying to get some drops off. Jaedong just seems like he has enough of everything. I feel like Sharp's overall plan here isn't good enough. He's hoping that Jaedong falls somewhere that he's attacking. But you know what? Like, these fire bats are actually killing a fair amount of drones. Like, the drops are doing kind of okay.
Now he's got like a little bit of room.
Okay, we got a big attack in here. He's going to burrow this. These tanks are just trapped here. Now, the Hydras, remember, they can't do damage inside of Dark Swarm either. It's easy to forget, right? Because you almost always just see everything that's inside of their die. But it's going to be this one lurker that's actually doing damage. Again, Sharp has not taken a third base. Not that he necessarily has to right now, but the further this game goes, further along this game gets, the more important it's going to be for him to do that. Dude, these fire bats on top of these lurkers is massive. Hold on a second.
That's pretty damn good. Like, a surround of fire bats on lurkers absolutely can kill them under Dark Swarm. But that's a lot of Hydras coming up here as well, and I don't know that he actually has enough Marines to clear them. Because fire bats don't trade well against Hydras. They're not absolute garbage, but like against that many, yeah, they're not going to be useful really at all.
We should mention that Plague is 10 times more important when you're using Hydras, because you can Plague Marines and then all the Hydras one-shot everything. So like
Fucking
a lot of
destroy
times,
them.
I think normally when people see Marines and medics fighting Hydralisks,
So I'm guessing you didn't write a chapter today, Sean?
A Plague. So keep that in mind here. It's not entirely lurker dependent on whether or not the games are going to go your way.
Very good plays here from Jaedong, even morphing the radiated Hydras into Lurker eggs. The fact that he just keeps going bio and isn't adding in siege tanks against Hydra Lurker shows how desperate he is. Because, like, against Hydra Lurker Defiler, you do need siege tanks.
No, but after writing
game,
3 and
sometimes you have an
24
advantage
hours,
and
I'm
you
not
can
too
keep the
stressed.
tempo up
Hell
with
yeah.
green medic dropship, basically. But generally, that's not going to be the case. Like, you're going to need siege tanks to slow it down and to make sure the Hydras aren't trading too well and to zone out the Defilers a little bit better and all that and make it a lot slower for Zerg. But Jaedong has so much here. So much. Oh, actually picks off that Defiler pretty quickly. But, like, the Hydras are literally overwhelming. Plague or no Plague. He has so many more Hydras than Marines, it's insane.
Yeah. You know, the Hydra defense has been good enough. He can't really get anywhere. He's going to kind of beeline here. I don't know about this. This is definitely not a... Oh, God. This gets so destroyed here. Yeah, you know, I feel like Sharp is bleeding off way too much. Jaedong is pushing over 120 supply.
It's pretty crazy. Yeah, and now he's going to go push.
Okay, hold on a second. I think this is going to be the moment, you know. You never want the Zerg to be ahead of you in supply, by the way. Even though they're the swarmy race, you're really actually supposed to... They're supposed to be about 20 supply behind you.
Because their units don't
things are
cost
even,
anything.
And this is 20 supply ahead. So, I mean, I can see a very, very simple lurker push with Dark Swarm southbound.
He doesn't have
just
cracklings?
this. You know, and the further this game goes, I mean, Jaedong's got islands. I think he's taking the top left, if I'm seeing the minimap correctly. And the only place that Sharp can expand to is the closest place that Jaedong can attack into from ground.
Oh, I tell you, this is... It's a little depressing to see what's happening to Sharp in this series. Like,
so it's going to be Jaedong versus Mini.
Like 4 times. Was the 4th time supposed to be the one that got him? Like, what? You know? As soon as you drop somewhere, it kind of brings up the defense in the area. But, yeah, looks like Jaedong is pushing through. This is going to be a Jaedong victory very, very shortly here.
And Sharp is out of the ASL.
Just brutal here. You know, they can't fight.
GG.
They can't heal. They can't sustain. GG.
Sharp's like, fuck.
And that's Jaedong smashing Sharp. Smashing him. That's unfortunate from Sharp. I think game 1, Sharp had a good position, but the Mass Sling caught him off guard. This game 2, I liked the Valkyrie opener. It was a cool idea, and he did shred the mutas. And then he, like, tried to push over the bridge with, like, 2 tanks without siege mode, lost them both. He's playing against Hydra Lurker Defiler. He's refusing to make siege tanks. He already has an armory. He could easily go 3 factory siege tank. He already has +1 air attack. So, you know, there's a lot of things he can do there to make the game competitive once again. But he kept trying to go for a kill. It reminded me of watching Bjorn on 1 entrance maps in StarCraft 2 go 3 racks over and over. It's like, dude, he's only defending 1 location. Why are you doing this? We just saw that from Sharp. Sharp's one of the best Terrans in the world, and he's headbutting 1 entrance over and over. That is not how you win TVZ, ever. If you win TVZ like that, your opponent sucks. Simple as that. They suck. You're not even going to beat, like, anyone like that. I don't know what he was thinking. And he just kept dropping the exact same spot over and over. I'm disappointed. I love Sharp as a player. But that was some garbage play, if you ask me, Tasteless.
Yeah, didn't even really use the islands there either.
No.
Guys, short break. Jaedong versus Mini coming up next.
Final game of the night.
Jaedong versus Mini.
Ooh, this is going to be a good match. Jaedong versus Mini, game 1. I would say that Mini pretty much bopped him, but Jaedong was playing a pretty good game overall. Mini just, yeah, his zealots were really, really tough to stop. But this is going to be a best of 3. You know, they're gonna. It's not as preppable as the first map that Mini played on. He always does really well in those, where it's like he knows the entire series there is like, oh, I'm playing 1 PvC on knockout. Let me bring out my best build. So I think Jaedong's gonna have a better shot here. I wonder who you think is going to win, Tasteless, as a Protoss player.
I have a feeling that Jaedong is going to win.
I do too.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think Jaedong's going to win too.
And I feel like normally I would come into this and I'd say, actually, I think Mini should take this, but Jaedong's looking very strong. I think if Mini can get any
Mini's
kind
tilted.
macro game, I think Mini can win there. But I just worry Jaedong's very crafty. He's very good at punishes. Let's find out. We're going to go into game 1. Okay, our map's Dominator. Jaedong in the center right, Mini in the bottom left. Final plug of the show, guys. Consider signing up for the Patreon. We need your support. We would love for you to join us on there. A lot of people have been signing up lately. And, you know, it's an exciting, kind of joyous time to see StarCraft 1 doing so well. And it's not hinged on, like, is the publisher going to keep supporting this or any... You know what I mean? There's already this whole scene, this whole ecosystem that is supporting StarCraft 1. The game is perfect enough that it doesn't really need to be balanced or patched basically ever. Occasionally something breaks the game and, you know, Blizzard goes in there and fixes it. But it's very different than, you know, as an example, to say to StarCraft 2, which has to be patched constantly.
Yeah.
So point is, you know, if you want to join that kind of support, consider joining our Patreon because we want to keep doing this forever.
Yeah, and I think ASL can really last forever, basically. You know, Soup is a streaming platform, and this is the biggest game on that platform. People love this game. It feels like we got through the dark times of esports where everyone just jumped to every single new game, and it was just stupid publisher money coming at every esport. And it seems like we're in, like, this era where people are returning to games that are actually good instead of piles of shit. So thank you for signing up for the Patreon. If you haven't yet, check it out because this game is the
original esport, best game ever.
And
it's funny too because sorry, Artos. I was just gonna say this game. You know, I go to PC cafes a decent amount, like maybe once or twice a week. I always see people playing StarCraft 1. A lot of young people. You know, I was watching someone who actually looked pretty good, like laddering. That was pretty wild. But a lot of times you just see people playing fun UMS stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I guess it's just, you know, it's a good feeling when it comes to StarCraft 1.
It is.
In the state of this game.
Yeah, I mean, the UMSs are amazing as well. I like
that's use map
personally.
settings like
I still play one of those or two
basically
of those
trigger settings where it's like they're,
anyways,
you know,
some
usually they're like tower defense or like
so,
survival based or something
Dominator.
like that.
It is a gateway expansion from Mini. Jaedong, that looks so funny because the drone isn't moving.
Yeah, the drone is not. Something's bugged with it. It's not wiggling its tail. It's frozen. It's like a hovercraft right now.
Yeah.
But whoa, that's the second hatchery. What? That is crazy. Look at that.
What, the up in the top right?
Yeah,
that
that's
is
an insane spot to put that.
It's a funny spot. Yeah, why? Like it's so far away. It feels like it must just be to hide it from him, right?
Well, you know, a lot of times you try to figure out where the second and third hatch are because it gives you an idea of like how you can engage and scout later and all this. But yeah, seeing it up there is wild because I mean it's not going to help you with a rush, right? But I mean, first of all, let's see. I guess it's even an if, but let's say if Protoss tries to scout for the third hatch, they're probably not going to find it because I wouldn't look there. I don't think most people would.
Yeah.
Well, it is really, really far away. Now, these Lings coming in, and he's actually trying to take the engage here against Mini. I think he made more than Mini had expected this early. And Mini has good micro there, so as you see, he does kill a lot of the Lings, but enough coming to kill another Zealot, but not quite enough to kill two, I'd say.
Yeah,
well,
so
and he gets in.
Run into the main. And he's going to have this other Zealot out here to try to fight. Now, there aren't more Zerglings coming, but, you know, it's a scary moment for the Protoss here. Is that a battery? Yeah, he's making a battery over here. This is something, like, I always forget I'm allowed to do. When this happens to me, it's like, it just does. I'm just so busy trying to, like, you know, get by with the bare minimum. It's like, actually, I could just throw a battery down here and then kill it later if I needed to. But yeah, I mean, forcing that battery out is a big win for Jaedong because obviously that's 100 minerals down the toilet because there is not a Ling all in.
That's a whole Zealot.
Well, he did spend a lot on the Lings, I guess, and I don't think they got really that much damage, right? He's killed a couple Zealots. He killed like one probe so far. I guess he has some in the main base, so there's still some potential for damage here as well. Letting those heal up a little bit so that they won't die to a single Zealot hit. But yeah, from here, Tasteless, if you're Protoss, are you sitting here thinking, oh God, I hope it's not like a Hydra all-in? You know, we've seen a lot of people lose to Hydra all-ins because they have a shield battery. You have to remember to kill that thing.
Oh, sure. Yeah, well, it's in the way of the cannons. I mean, at this point in time, I'm just in a bad mood because there are Lings in my base, so I already know everything's going to be slowed down. They're getting information. Look at where those Lings are. It almost looked like it was on the high ground and it was below ground. So what Mini's doing is he's going to send out these 2 Zealots and kind of force scout. The problem is he's going to get him out here and he's not going to see the hatchery. Maybe he knows this is at the top right, but I'm kind of stunned that we're even seeing Zealots sent in this direction. He must have... I don't know how he knows this. Maybe this was scouted and I totally missed it.
Yeah,
I have no idea. But, like, that's crazy to me that he's just like, you know, I'll just send him up here.
Well, Jaedong has his speedlings come up here, but Mini gets into a very strong position. Jaedong probably wants to split these up and come from both sides, I'd imagine. Looks like he lost the Zerglings in the main base, so not keeping those alive as long as he sometimes does. Maybe just a little bit off there, but definitely needs to deal with these Zealots pretty quickly.
Yeah, so this is going to get cleaned up. We don't see any Hydra... I'm sorry, I should say Mini doesn't see any Hydralisks hatching, so he's going to be confident this isn't any kind of weird Hydra attack, which is all he really needed to see there. And so we've got the Stargate coming along. The Spire has started here for Jaedong. And Jaedong's going to play a pretty normal-looking PVZ from here on out. I mean, there was some kind of crazy pressure on both sides, but what Mini's doing now and what Jaedong's doing now, it looks like so many other PVZs you could see. By the way, it does look like he's going for air weapons, so probably a lot of speed lots coming out with Corsairs and +1.
This one Zealot just kind of appearing up here.
Damn.
He's so annoying to deal with. He already had to run a couple drones. Luckily, he didn't lose any, and will be able to clean that up. But great positioning there from Mini once again. Doing a great job keeping pressure on with those Zealots. Have to hand it to him.
Yeah, going to send 5 more out here. And just see if he can't, you know, kind of force scout this whole situation. He needs to get the Corsair across the map and see the second gas geyser. Or at least see that it hasn't already been, you know, taken and mined up. Because, you know, there's games where they go Spire and it's like you get a couple Scourge. And then there's games where you're going to get Mutalisks and a bunch of Scourge and try to play that style Oh, hold on a second. There's enough Lings here. Oh my God, he could have run in there and killed the cannon. That's so crazy to me. He turns around because he sees the Zealots on the map. But, you know, there's not a sunken colony here.
This is
I mean,
looking rough.
+1's got to be finishing any second now, right?
You'd imagine. He needs to bring a lot of Zerglings here to deal with this. Already 2 drones falling. So, oh man, Mini puts them on the ramp and then sends 3 into the main. This is so painful for Jaedong. It really looks like Mini's going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, the Lings are going to come down here.
Oh, he's going for the Spire.
You know, he can even send these Zealots down behind the minerals if he wants. He's going to go for the Spire. I guess
he's going to get it.
Appreciate how quick 3 Zealots can kill this Spire. This
Like,
thing
he's
cannot be
gonna get
saved no matter what Jaedong tries to do. Remember, these were +1 attack Corsairs coming out here. So if you don't have the defense against that, these Overlords can just start to be wiped out.
Dude, these Zealots have been absolutely insane. 2 more drone kills from this one up to the north. Today, his PVZs just in general have been
3. He got another drone.
They are just appearing everywhere.
You know, it looks
everywhere.
like Bisu. Yeah, it looks like it's, you know, Bisu where he's able to fork off these Zealots here, and he knows exactly where to send them and how many to find that weak spot. Because, you know, you see that attack in the main, and obviously that was great for Protoss, but also having the 1 Zealot at the 3rd base, or the 2nd base, I guess, as far as expansion ordering goes, that's massive. Now, let's see if Jaedong does any damage. And by the way, if Jaedong overextends and these Corsairs don't do anything, there's huge counterplay here with the Corsairs.
Well, the Scourge trying to chase them out while he dives on this cannon. Don't forget that Spire is dead, so what you see is what you get as far as Mutas and Scourge right now. I like that he's trying to utilize them. Parks to where the next Corsair will pop out. Oh, and just barely misses that as well, unfortunately.
And he loses
By the way,
everything.
Zealots inbound here. These are going to be.
You know what? I
pretty
think
much
Mini might just win this.
kind of a conga line here of
This is
Zealots,
fucking
but
crazy.
now I think this could be the moment where Mini could break Jadong. Because these Zealots are going to win this fight. And now the Corsairs can come in and start to kill the Overlords.
Ooh.
And now it kind of... Yeah, I mean, was Aspire remade? I didn't actually see. Yeah,
Nope,
that's
GG.
it. That was just... The
Damn. All right, Mini might actually get out. He might
It's a
kick
fun
Jadong
thing,
out. Fuck.
But
This
the
is
combination of the
scary.
Zealots on the ground, which can kill the Hydras, and the Corsairs killing the Overlords, suddenly means Zerg's going to be locked out of production immediately, and everything dies.
Mini's
That was-
locked the
that was a
fuck
bit of a
in.
smashing. I felt like Jadong was playing pretty well at the beginning, but Mini just had his Zealots everywhere. His defense was fantastic, splitting the Zealots up, hitting the faraway base. You know, that's part of the reason why having a faraway base can be bad for Zerg. A Zealot shows up there and you have nothing there to fight. It's like, well, your mining is really disrupted at that point. Look at Mini here. Dude, he is
I
the
respect
most
it.
emotional
He's
player
an emotional
by
guy.
miles. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, by far the most emotional. I mean, whether he wins or loses.
He's like, I just need
think
to win
today
one more
has been a
game, and then I'm in the
difficult
round
day. Some of the
8.
losses versus Snow
Let's do it.
especially, probably quite frustrating. You know, he knows he can take Jadong on. I think there's that fear of Jadong in that early game. You know, when those Lings got into the base, like that's a very Jadong moment. You know,
Yeah.
he's kind of able to force. I'm even a little bit surprised he's doing Gateway expands versus Jadong. I almost feel like you'd want to go for Forge openings just to simplify the early game.
Well, I think Mini's so
Yeah,
good with
I don't
that
know.
Zealot pressure that it kind of makes sense. We're going to go to
yeah.
Metropolis for the next map. Hopefully Jadong can kind of bring something together here and pick up a win. Let's get him set to.
Season 20.
Okay, Jadong in the top left, Mini in the top right. If Jadong wins this, we will go to the very, very last game of the day. And Jadong is trying to 2-0 here. Mini just needs one more game. I don't know if this will happen. You know, this map is a kind of modified version of Retro. But we did see Mini go for his weird 2-gate build on this map. 2-gate into Reaver all in. He's the only guy that does it.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we've seen him do it twice in ASLs in different seasons. So I don't know if he's going to do it this time. It looks like with the probe being sent out at this time, it is going to be a fast expand, though.
Not too surprised to see that, of
Yeah.
course. That is kind of the standard that you want to live and die by most of the time. So, yeah, looking at Jadong, like, I don't feel like he's playing poorly today. Just Mini's so on top of it with the Zealots. Is there, like, a certain way that Jadong might want to alter his play to try to deal with... Like, the thing is, this heavy Zealot
Yeah,
kind of
I
everywhere
mean,
type of thing
Mini's been
has
going
kinda
like
gone away.
Mini's
Like, we don't
been
see
playing
that
so
often,
fucking
you know?
Mini-esque.
It's going to be a variation
With
of
like
Forge
just
expand.
risk
But-
after risk after
okay, so,
risk.
I don't know, man. This game keeps
So
changing.
I think
So
he
normally
might
with Forge
play
expand, you scout with the
standard
first
now,
pylon, make
and
a
that'll
probe,
throw Jadong off,
and then
and he
as
just
that scouts
macros
the
up
first
and
starting
just
location,
crushes
send a
him.
probe down and make the
I
forge,
think that's what's gonna
Then you
happen.
have one probe scout each other location.
Unfortunately.
This one, he did it differently. Yeah, I
And
don't
then
know.
the
I
Zerg,
find this novel.
Zerg race
Jadong went for, I
all
think, 9
stands
speed.
on
Yeah.
effort and
Which,
Soma.
by the way, we really don't cast this almost ever in
No.
ASL. This is, but it's on ladder. It's like, you know, 1 out of every 4 games feels like it's this build. But, you know, it's super volatile. It's very scary. But, you know, if you're like a S rank player, usually you can kind of hold off no matter what. It does
Yeah,
require
he's doing a
different
fucking-
series of maneuvers as far as the build order.
I think
goes. You
Jadong
need to
loses.
basically, I love that he's hiding this probe. This is actually something I do. Whenever I see a pro do something I do, I'm like, yes, because you need to scout him with that second worker to figure out if is this like one hatch Muta or something completely stupid. But yeah, you can't get your Nexus right away. You got to be ready to defend. You got to be there with your cannons in a high enough number that they can't be overwhelmed, and you also can't let Lings do the run by either.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I remember you talking about like Bisu putting a cannon in his main base, or maybe it wasn't Bisu, maybe it was someone else. But like
it was Bisu.
Was
I
it
saw him do
against
that.
this specifically? Because I remember you talking about this about how it's like, yeah, you can run by, but there's a cannon in there, so you're not going to get any probes or something like that. Is that something reasonable for this?
So, well, I think you'd want to make a cannon in your main if you thought you couldn't stop him. Okay, so that's big. So Jaedong really deliberately saved his larva to make 6 more Lings as the probe scouting. So this way you don't know what it's going to be. Now, I think the cannon. Now, if I saw those Lings hatch, I would make a cannon in the main. But Mini sort of detects that maybe this is Jaedong kind of pulling a Jaedong here and going for something super aggro. So, by the way, when the probe at the bottom attacks the forge, because otherwise the Lings will push it away. He does make the cannon. Here we go. Okay. We are actually going to see it. So he probably wants to at least let that cannon finish and then have these probes come down here in mine.
This looks like a hold to me. I don't think Mini should be afraid at all at this point. Okay.
Look, he's going for it.
Ooh, the probe micro is unreal. Oh my god, Jaedong really should have targeted that more quickly. But he goes after the cannons. Hold on here. The probes are doing such a good job blocking, but more speedlings coming in. If you lose your natural, that's generally the game. But right now, Mini is doing such a good job.
Yeah, Mini's gonna hold.
Oh my god, gets it
He
right
held.
into that.
Because he has a cannon in the main too.
At your entrance,
so the cannon in the main is gonna save him.
The Lings from overpowering you. Mini cut corners. Unsurprisingly, it's Mini. And so Jaedong did not end up running up into the main. He didn't end up going for the bait. Now, I mean, the second Zealot's out, man. This cannon is going to finish. I don't know that the Lings can get up the ramp either. I guess even if they do get up the ramp, then that's when that cannon comes into play, right? He's going for probes. Oh, more Lings are going to get in.
Jaedong has 3 hatches here. Does he continue on Ling production? Does he try to drone while slowing
This is
down?
crazy. I have no
really
idea.
Don't know. Like, I'm not sure how you're supposed to play this position. Like, can this be recovered from into a macro game or no?
I don't know. I didn't even realize the gas wasn't covered. Like, that's another problem here.
Yeah.
Because you do need gas. You can't just be on no tech here. So he's going to send one probe up here. Really, there is an art form to making sure all the cannons are placed correctly here. Like, the cannon in the main is actually a great bait, because if they do try to do the run-by, then you just kill all their stuff. But the cannon has to protect the gas.
He should have made drones.
That's a lot of Zealots.
He should have made drones.
That is a lot of Zealots in that wall, Tasteless. I'm having a hard time believing Jaedong has any chance to break through there. And he starts mining gas and makes a few more drones. So I guess the rush is over, but isn't Mini pretty far ahead, even though he lost all those probes? Like, isn't he pretty far ahead here?
Yeah, I think he's okay because it's a 9 pool. Because you don't have a lot of drones off this. Protoss is making probes. I mean, we saw it right before the rush basically ended. Jaedong tried to target down a few more probes to balance things out. But it's also uncomfortable for Protoss because you can't scout, right? You don't know what's going on. It's going to be a follow-up Hydra bust here. Now, the Hydra bust kind of amplifies the all-in-ness of the position here. Because you have 2 races doing 2 very different things, right? The Protoss is just trying to tech. The tech will set the Protoss free. Corsairs can stop mutas. Again, we don't have mutas coming, but you don't know that. The Corsair can scout the Hydras. Eventually, you're going to get Storm. Storm can kind of beat everything that is a real problem in the mid-game. The Zerg is trying to basically take all the air out of the balloon. He's trying to deflate the Protoss and kill him off before he gets too big. And so the idea is that, the Protoss trying to tech up quickly will maybe not be fully defended at the entrance. Maybe he'll come out with some of his Zealots and they'll be surrounded by Lings. So the Lings are, kind of doing this little orbit through the vacant area of the main, just kind of see what's going on. Mini is being pretty smart. He's kind of treating this as if Jaedong is probably not going to do so. I mean, like Jaedong is going to try to either end this game either A with Mutas or B with Hydras. And that's why you see the very, very early cannon. He doesn't know if this is 2-hatch or 3, by the way. That's how ambiguous this position is for him. He's going to send the Zealots out. He knows he could lose them, but he needs to try to see if Hydras are coming.
Well, there are certainly a lot of Hydras. These 5 Zealots will run into the speed Hydras here. The Zerglings coming from behind to flank, but no +1 yet. So Jaedong trading really, really well there with those Lings. Now, does he go for a bust immediately? Because there's already quite a few cannons. I don't think a bust is going to work.
I feel like it will, man. I mean, we're going to see in a sec because we've got to see either drones or Hydras hatching. But, you know, this position that Mini's expanded into, there's a lot of room for cannons back here.
Man. I'm actually like, I'm really trying to find ways for Jaedong to end up winning this. Because
I don't think he can, though.
I'm pretty sure it seems like Mini has crossed all his T's, dotted all of his I's. It's just, he looks fully impenetrable, and he's getting such great scouting intel right now. He can tell if you're droning, he can tell if you're, you know, whatever it is that you're doing at the moment, and just counter it. And like,
he's got that one Hydra not doing anything.
Plenty of cannons.
Yeah, remember that this Forge is placed in a way that it's very, very hard to kill off. It looks like he's going to have that position just barely, but he's bleeding off a couple of Hydras back here. It would be huge if +1 attack could finish here, by the way. And you can see there's not quite the surface area to really get the Hydras over here. It's getting lower. Is he going to send them out?
Gets it.
Okay, no +1 attack. That's big. That's really good here for Jaedong.
Well, he's going to have to make some more forges probably in his main base. We'll see if he goes for 1 or 2 there. Layer coming up for Jaedong. Jaedong actually added a lot of hatches
This is
here.
fucking crazy.
Pretty quick robo.
No, he's going into a
up too.
macro game here. Yeah, he's not all in. He did push through and kill off the Forge, so a Forge is being remade in the main. You can see all the Overlords, like, in the whole game are actually kind of in between the second base and the third base. And Mini's gone for a robo. This feels like a DT drop, I think.
Yeah.
So when you deal with Hydra busts in these positions where basically your main and their main, there's nothing in between, you can go for DT drops. And, you know, a lot of times the Zerg is keeping basically all their Overlords in one spot, like we're seeing over here. He can't afford to have them spread out everywhere because the Corsairs are high enough in number. You could kill off an Overlord here or there. So this is going to be DTs in the main, I think. I might be being too deterministic, but it really looks like that. I mean, a robo that early.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. And there comes the DT. We'll see how many he actually loads into that shuttle as it comes out. But Jaedong's economy has recovered really well.
If it's 3.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it is 3. Oh my god.
Oh my god, and it's
Good
super
call.
crazy fast expansion. So, yeah, one thing about Mini is when he makes DTs in this matchup, he'll actually just make a ton. Like, a lot of people make 1. Like, if you watch Rain, he might make 1, or Snow might make 1, but, you know, he'll go up to, like, 3 or 4 or even more. So, I think the shuttle just popped. Yeah. And so he's going to expand into the vacant area here as well. Now, he's going to have 1 DT out here on the map like this. This is very deliberate because he knows that you're going to need to have this all defended at your entrances, because that's normally what happens when a DT comes out is you basically do a skill check and see, like, is your third base defended? But it's going to be this attack in the main that's the most important, and he's going to unload that far away from where it can be seen.
Uh-oh.
And I mean, this is a really crazy. Yeah, this is a crazy attack here. Now, does Jaedong notice?
Jaedong's
Mini
dead.
basically set up a really big distraction.
What a fucking
by
series.
having these zealots over here that are being chased. Oh my god.
Man.
Now, what does he go for? Does he go for? Okay, Overlord speed's done. Might be worth it to try to run out. So he's going to send 1 onto the Spire, and he's going to try to hide the other one.
Oh.
No, never mind. He's going to go for the Spire on both sides.
Yeah, just diving pretty hard on that. Might end up getting it.
Oh, he's gonna get it.
Yep.
Man, 2 games in a row, Jaedong's Spire's been
Jaedong,
killed.
Like, it felt like he recovered pretty well. He actually still has good supply overall.
But Storm.
Look at this. Psystorm already in position at this very fast third base. Another nice side storm goes down. And Mini is bringing up the rest of his Zealots that were out on the map. So I think he ends up holding this without too much problem. But it looks like Jaedong micros down. Ooh, picking off some high Templars down here. Not bad.
Yeah, the problem is that this is already Protoss on 3 bases. Oh my God, the DT's back. Woo. Oh.
Oh, that's so painful.
This is so brutal. And I don't know that Jaedong's going to see that. I mean, he's microing on 2 fronts right now. He might even rage quit when he sees that.
Yeah.
Oh my God, and the DT got the main in the bottom left.
He's about
Jaedong's
to
lost on several fronts, and I think this attack of his is going to be held. In fact, these Hydras can't even leave. They're just trapped in here, getting executed.
GG.
I tell you, this is
Damn,
turning into a
that's
Protoss-dominated
insane.
tournament pretty quickly. Mini is definitely going to be finishing off Jaedong here. Jaedong's got no drones in his main. He's losing the drones in his natural. He's losing his entire army right now. Mini has basically done it tasteless.
Yeah. Yeah, Jaedong.
Look at Jaedong, he's like, fuck.
He lost the bottom left half.
Another
He's
year.
got 20 kills.
Whew.
GG. Jaedong's out. Mini goes on to the round of 8.
Mini's like, fuck
All right,
yeah.
big victory there for Mini. It's been a little bit since he's been in that round of 8, but brought some absolutely great Protoss for Zerg here tonight. Beating Jaedong 3-0 overall and advancing to the round of 8. And that gives us, Tasteless, that is 4 Protoss in the round of 8. We have 1 Zerg, 1 Terran,
about,
4 Protoss.
And there were 6 Protoss in the round of 24.
Here we go.
Yeah, here's to 2 more. We won't have that. But
Well, there's no Protoss playing tomorrow,
I mean,
thank God.
Exactly. Yeah, look, I mean, we had a very Protoss light season 20 here, but the good Protosses didn't die, did they? So this is going to be just a delightful round of 8 here. And then we've got one more day here for the round of 16.
I tell you, it's this group of 4 too. Like Best, Bisu, Snow, and Mini. They've been the top 4 Protoss in the world for quite some time now, and they really are a level above everyone else. Awesome to see them all competing at such a good level, and definitely could be a Protoss champion this season.
That would be crazy. Snow, man, Snow needs an ASL
So we're
victory.
gonna do a recap here. So yeah, I think, you know, a lot of times it's the 3rd cannons at the front, and then you get a 4. Oh, did he scout this?
Did he
Oh no, hold on a second.
lose an Overlord to a cannon, possibly?
Yeah, hold
That
on
would have
a
been
second.
something we missed
Did we-
completely. Oh,
that's insane.
I had no
my
idea.
God.
That changes the
Oh my
entire
God.
game.
That.
Oh, that. Okay, because I was
That's
wondering. I thought actually
insane.
he was going to take this at this point. Oh,
Yeah.
that's so painful, man.
That's crazy.
That
So the
literally
idea was
lost
he wanted
him
to
the
have an Overlord
game.
over that for when he runs into the main. Then he saw he can take this fight. Oh my God! Well,
He
this
went
is like
to
the
clean
greatest
it up.
recap ever.
Oh my God, he even
Yeah.
sent Overlord with Hydras there to find that DT, and he couldn't find it. And his drone count was really solid. Like, he might have been fine if he had caught that.
That's crazy. Because look, I mean, there were like 4 or 5 very specific moments that Jaedong failed here, from the Overlord at the start to this DT not getting detected, to the bottom left base not being canceled in time, to the overcommitment, I think, here, to him still not realizing that the DT was still doing damage, and the DT actually, it looks like it got chased away for a second. I know we're kind of watching this fight, but if you look at the minimap, the DT sort of ran away. Hydras then stopped, you know, trying to find them, and then he just sort of ran into the natural.
Well,
and this is like, you know, half
yeah.
of all of his all of his drones are here.
Look, just the kill count on that DT was unreal.
All right, interview time, guys. Let's see how Mini's feeling.
And that does it for Group C of the round of 16 of ASL Season 20, as we have our 2nd player with a ticket to the round of 8. It's Mini. Congratulations. Thank you. You are back in the round of 8 for the first time since Season 17. You are the 2nd place finisher of Group C. How do you feel? Recently, I've been losing all the time in online tournaments. I was very worried going into today. I'm glad I managed to advance. It was back and forth, but in the end you managed to advance. In the first game against Jaedong on Knockout, you went for a gate first. Is gate first good? I personally don't think it's that good, but Bisu, whatever map he plays, he always wins with gate first, so I thought I gotta do it too. I used to be confident going for this build, but I have been losing a lot recently. I learned a lot watching Bisu play, but I realized I can't replicate that, so I just ended up using Zealots. Doesn't think it's that good, and yet he won the first set. And then the winner's match against Snow that followed, you unfortunately once again suffered a loss, but you did take the second set. Why did you choose to go for a double proxy gate? Let's go with this 50-50, I thought. I didn't think he would scout there, that he would instead go center, but he scouted center first and then that location. I was a bit flustered and couldn't micro properly. It's a bit regrettable. But then you did claim victory in the decider match, meeting Jaedong once more. You were on the back foot in the opening of that first set, but with good judgment and a Zealot run by, you ended up winning. Did that game go as you planned? I wanted to play like Bisu does, but I rely on Zealots a lot in PvZ. It's my last chance, so I thought I just gotta go for it. I'm glad it ended up working. I see. And in the second set, your opponent went for an all-in. With a great deal of composure, you defended his attack. How did you decide to deal with it? I knew he would follow up with a Ling Flood. My probes survived for a long time in his main, and I felt it would be Lings. But then they never showed up. I thought to myself, did I misread this? I built a cannon in the main because a lot of people go straight into the main. I wanted to bait him with it. Things nearly went awry.
Well, I mean, he killed the Overlord. That was... If he hadn't killed that Overlord, if he didn't have that cannon, he would have been dead. 100% he would have been dead. We'd be in game 3.
Bisu and Group D's first place finisher. Who would you like to meet? Honestly, with my current skill set, whoever I meet, I'm going to lose. I keep losing in online cups. Why? I keep losing all the time. Normally, I would probably go with Barracks. But in practice, it's like I didn't win at all against Terran. I'm just worried now.
That's
you were
unfortunate.
worried today too, but look, you advanced in second place.
Yeah, but
I
it
just
wasn't
played
first
against Zerg.
place.
I don't know about Terran. I keep losing against Protoss too. I don't think I'd like to play Bisu. I think Barracks would be better for me than Bisu. Barracks would be a little better for him than Bisu, Minnie says. I'm sure many colleagues helped you prepare for today, and the fans showed you their support. Please address them. First, for helping me practice, Queen, Effort, Hero, Rush, and Mong, as well as Bisu, they helped me. I kept thinking about what build to use in the first game, but I realized it would be no use, so I threw it out. I talked to Calm on Kakao because I couldn't come up with a build to use. He said, I'll think of something and call you, and then he came back with a build I had originally practiced. I told him, no, that doesn't work, it's a trash build. He said, no, I'll prove it to you. I was Zerg, and I was sure it wouldn't work. But yeah, he helped me practice too, so I wanted to thank him. People were quite worried. I would like to go far this season. First, I have the round of 4 as my goal. Got it. Hearing all this, I can't wait but see what Mini brings to the table in the round of 8. Congratulations on advancing to the round... It's the round of 16, right? Congratulations on advancing to the round of 8. Thank you. And that does it for our interview with Mini.
Another day, guys. Another amazing day of StarCraft.
Crazy,
Mini
crazy,
and Snow
crazy.
survived. Two more
I
Protoss
cannot
moving
believe
on
Snow
here.
and Mini made it out.
Round of 8.
I was really
Two
thinking
spots
Jaedong would make it
remaining.
out. I was really
We'll be
hoping
concluding
Jaedong
that
would make
group
it out.
tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be another great group coming up. Very impressive to see Snow and Minnie perform
So
this
the
well here today.
Group
Snow
D
really looked
isn't
pretty
out
dominant.
yet.
Game against
It'll
Sharp,
probably be
and
out in
Minnie
a couple
looked overall
hours,
very,
so we'll
very
watch
dominant,
it when it's
today,
out.
I think
In the
all of his
meantime,
games.
Sean, are
Well,
you
Snow
here
kudos,
still?
but obviously, you got second place. But yeah, his games against Jaedong, I mean, were really, really strong. But here's our round of 8 so far. And as you can see, it is a little weird looking. Like the top 4 Protoss players, you can never be surprised when one of those guys is top.
Guilty. All right. Well,
Barracks is a big surprise. I would say that Effort is not. Effort is God tier 2-time champion already. But yeah, 2 more guys here are going to join. I think it's going to be Light and Soma, but we'll see.
There's a real possibility we have another, kind of that weird KSL season of 4 Protosses in the Final 4. We'll see. We'll see who gets paired versus who, but it's a very Protoss dominant so far round of 8. No disrespect to the other players there, but all 4 of those guys are very scary. Lightspeed, Larva, and Soma. All 4 of these guys are going to be playing in Group D, which we'll be recording for you guys just 24 hours from when we recorded this. So if you're watching this, it'll be up 24 hours from whenever you've seen this.
yup.
Yeah. It's been a good group today. I actually really enjoyed it. I am sad about how Sharp played.
Yeah, that
The
was
first game
really
definitely
unfortunate.
entertaining, But he really fell apart there against Jaedong. So I'm hoping that Light and Speed can pick up the Terran torch. If Barracks is the only Terran in the round of 8, I got bad news, guys.
Yeah, Terran's
I
fucked.
think he's by far the weakest player in the round of 8 so far.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, oh, I don't know. This is going to be a very Terran-like tournament, perhaps.
Artos is like,
Guys,
no
thank you so much for
representation.
joining us today. Please consider signing up for the Patreon, and we will see you tomorrow. We love you. Bye-bye.
Egg salad. Okay, let's pull this up. This. That. Do here. That. This. Grab that. Okay, so we got Goblin Girl. And Gamer Girl. So we finally got another chapter of Gamer Girl. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a drink. And then we'll get into this. Why try they post so slowly on Gamer Girl where the chapters seem decently crafted at least? They probably had a thing where they'd have like multiple chapters. So they did like, you know, the first initial chapters within 1 week, and then every like 2 weeks they'll release like a chapter. Give them enough time to get a backlog just in case, you know, something goes wrong, they can't get an episode out. Doesn't hinder too much. Always good to have like 3 or 4 chapters in a backlog just because like that. That's why I'm gonna write the first 5 chapters of Stoner Girl Evolution before I post it. And then I want to do like chunks of 5 chapters. So I write 5 chapters, then I edit 5 chapters. As we climbed to the treehouse door, the family, aside from Marta, who had already been inside, marveled at the height. How is it possible for such a massive house to be raised into the trees? Asked Vera. It wasn't raised, it was built in the trees from the start. The tabs allow for massive weights to be built in the trees without restricting the tree's natural movement and growth. The walls were built on the ground in sections and raised whole to be attached to the platform. I'm just glad I planned for damages, so I have spare parts for the more technological features. I have extra wires for every application in the treehouse, as well as extra fuses. I have extra wires for every application in the treehouse, as well as extra fuses. I have a replacement well pump and extra pipes, both for the smaller sizes within the walls, as well as larger pipes that attach to the bottom of the tower directly. So if anything does break, I can probably fix it with enough time. We entered the house proper, and all the ladies marveled at the living area. I set about preparing some tea. As I expected, they all could use a warming cup. I presented the tea in coffee mugs because I didn't have anything fancier. Thank you, James. Sniff. Oh, what a lovely fragrance. This is much more aromatic than the teas we usually have access to. I have milk and sugar if anyone would like some. I offered the open box of sugar cubes to Vanessa first, and even her eyes bulged in surprise. How is it that white? Demanded Carrie. Not that she was, by any means, the only curious one. Marta knew I had good food, but this was surprising for her. I chuckled. It's heavily processed from a plant called sugarcane. It's a type of grass that grows thick stalks, and it's quite similar in appearance to bamboo, though bamboo doesn't have sugar inside it. Oftentimes, bamboo is used for cooking utensils or chopsticks, which are a type of eating utensil in a country where metal is rarer. So too expensive to make things like spoons, knives, or forks for commoners' tables. Basically just 2 sticks that you use to pick up food pieces so you can eat them. It takes some practice. While I was rambling, I grabbed a packet of natural sugar from the kitchen and opened it for the girls to see. Even the raw form seemed far more refined to the girls. Vera reached out to take a pinch of the sugar, only to pause as if she was overreaching. I think James doesn't consider sugar in any form as expensive. You may as well take advantage of his offer, sister. With Marta's encouragement, Vera did take some sugar to taste. It's so pure, and I didn't even know. Crisp, maybe. I don't even know. Crisp, maybe. I can't imagine how much better the cubes will taste. James, dear, how did you heat the tea? I don't see a fire anywhere. Vanessa's curiosity triggered the others to realize the fact that up till now they had ignored. I walked back to the kitchen, followed by a group of curious women, including Cora. It's this right here. It's an electric range. Electricity is like lightning, but contained. When you force it through these coils, they get red hot. And that heat transfers into the pot or pan that is sitting on top of it at the time. All I did was fill the teapot, turn the dial, and wait for the heat to make the water boil. I used a fruit tea packet in each of your cups, poured the hot water over them, and let the tea seep in the cup directly. This tea has the dried fruit of an apple tree inside it, as well as the tea leaves themselves. It's all ground to a powder and put inside thin paper packets that keep the tea confined while letting the water pass through. At that moment, a timer went off, letting me know the tarts I had heated were ready to eat. These went over exactly as you'd imagine for a sugar-deprived society. I've decided. Whatever this life bond is, I want it, Cora declared after her first bite of the tart. Don't go thinking I have unlimited sugar or the skills to make those tarts myself. Oh no! You know what this reminds me of, Sean? The anchovy episode of Futurama, and at the end when Fry puts the anchovies on the pizza and then Squidward eats them. Blasted ads? Oh shit, it's ads. I didn't even notice that. But you know what that reminded me of, Sean? Futurama episode with the anchovies. And when Fry puts the anchovies on the pizza at the end and then Squidward eats them and then freaks out. And he's like, more! More! Those are store-bought and I don't have access to the stores of my homeland anymore. So if you're if that's your typical weight, you might want to reconsider. I'm not concerned with running out of sugar. I don't exactly have any way to know any way I know to get more. Before she could respond, an alarm went off outside. What? Asked Vanessa. Water tower alarm. Something isn't working right. I went outside and ran around the deck till I reached the bridge leading to the water tower itself. I opened a cupboard door and grabbed the harness that was hidden inside, then opened a bright red box and lowered the power switch inside that. Then I ran across the bridge, and while everyone was looking on in confused concern, I entered the 5-digit code into the lock, blocking off the ladder up to the tower itself. This ladder was metal and built like a cage, intended to prevent children from climbing to the water tower. There was a flashing light on the exterior of the tower under the symbol of the lightning bolt. I began my ascent using the safety harness properly for fear of slipping and hitting my head on the cage surrounding the ladder. Soon after I reached the summit of the ladder, I stepped onto the water deck and was about to open the door of the tower when a smell of charred meat hit my nose. Should have known it would be something resembling a squirrel. Pried the charred corpse off the wire it had chewed into. The alarm was still chiming, indicating that the power from the main grid was still cut off. Tossing the corpse down to the deck, I then opened the tower door and accessed my wire stores and the tools and insulations I would need. Cut the damaged section of wire out of the cable, slid a piece of heat shrink and insulation into the remaining cable. I then spliced the new piece of wire into the cable, positioning the insulation, and used the heat gun to shrink the insulation into place. Marta, see that big switch that's currently down inside that red box? Lift that to the up position as far as it goes. Should be a little click when it's all the way up. Marta did as I asked, and the alarm went silent. I put away all the supplies and closed the tower door again. I then carefully descended the ladder, detached myself from the lowest rung I had used, and closed the cage door. Does that mean the problem is fixed? I nodded and picked up the creature once more. This little bugger decided chewing on the power cable was a good idea. Any idea what this thing is? Vanessa took a closer look and curled her lip slightly in disgust at the red stench. A Valnok, I think. Good riddance. These scaly tree climbers destroy a lot of forest lands. There's a bounty on them, in fact. Any idea what they'd think is a treat? I asked. Cora responded. Keishi fruit is their favorite. Why? You're not planning on making one a pet, are you? I shook my head. I was thinking more of trapping them. They're not much bigger than rats, and my rat traps will work just fine if I can bait them properly. We'll see just how many of these buggers we can cull with my traps. With a little checking of my supplies in the fridge and cupboards, we discovered that strawberry jelly was nearly a perfect match for the Keishi fruit that these critters loved so much. I set up 50 rat traps across the lower deck with the bait and the well prepared for the purpose. Tied the traps to the railing so the critters couldn't run off with them before dying. I still meant what I said, James. It's not the sugar, it's who you are. Seriously, I'd be more than honored to bear your cubs. She was quite flushed as she renewed her intent. Marta, I assume you don't have any objections. If you did, I doubt you'd have championed my difference from other men so heavily at my first meeting with Cora. She smiled. I really hope for this outcome. Cora and I are so close as sisters. I always have been. Having her be your second wife, well, it would just make me very happy. I grinned and shook my head. Very well. If you're both that certain, I have no complaints. Hell yeah, another wife acquired. Wait. Was there a Goblin Girl one, or was there not a Goblin Girl one? Yeah, they see me rolling. Okay, there's a Goblin Girl. It's a trap I use at home. It's a plastic base with a little well that has a hole in the trigger plate, so when the critter sniffs the bait, there's hardly any way to reach it without stepping on the trigger plate. Nice. The Honda clan's banner hung high, fluttering in the breeze as they marched forth from their grand castle to quash the rebellions and exterminate the goblin menace. 2,500 men, all told, from simple spearmen and archers to his noble and faithful samurai, all in the finest gear as people could make, and promised all the gold and women they could ever need when this conflict was over. Of course, Lord Honda mused, need and want were entirely different things, and if the former did not satisfy the latter, well, clearly the man was corrupted by greed and must die before the rot of such things spread. And their claims, holdings, and families, well, he would just have to steward the succession of such things himself. He smiled, thinking of one of his most trusted generals who might see an accident in this fight, so that his wife and daughter suddenly being pregnant might be a tragedy instead of a mystery when an arrow nearly struck him. Deflected at the last moment by the young woman the True Sun sect had sent to oversee this matter. Easy to set to, just pinch the other end and it clicks into the lock position, no fiddling with a stupid trigger pin, risking your own fingers like the wooden ones. Yeah, it's the last thing you want. He had drawn back his fist to backhand her when she opened the parchment that had been wrapped around the arrow, revealing its contents. In your base, killing your dudes. Back in 5, Yuki. Lord Honda nearly screamed in rage, holding his face in an apologetic expression as he controlled himself before pandemonium broke loose. It started when his sentry posts disintegrated, leaving those within vulnerable to improbably timed arrows that struck with disturbing aim. Barricades crumbled, letting hundreds of goblins run unhindered across the terrain they would have otherwise blocked. Officers were silent, and Lord Honda went from flushed to pale in moments as the trader Michiko walked out of one of their tents, a bloody dagger in her hands and a belly clearly swollen with bastard children. If she had only... Okay, sorry about the wait. Didn't take as long as I thought it might, though. You really burn your bridges, dude. He was suddenly on the floor, losing consciousness as the cultivator woman tried to interfere. Well, that was anticlimactic. The officers were mostly dead. The foot soldiers celebrating their freedom and a chance to go home at last. The camp followers headed back to put the castle to rights after the household staff had literally opened the gates to me and given me the grand welcome home treatment. Complete with lining up to bow. Seriously, this was too damned easy to be any fun. Well, at least there was still the after party. Michiko was talking things out with her dad and proving quite effective at making points with that little dagger of hers. The goblins were sorting out the loot, while the soldiers were sorting out their troubles and spreading news of their homes. If more than a few were a touch disturbed about goblins suddenly being very intimate with those of the women they knew. They were at least some touching reunions from our camp. Women to their fathers, brothers, and husbands. As for the cultivator girl, you'll never get away with this. I yawned and scratched my ass. Girl, I just did, and your little manhunt for me is more annoying than effective, so I'd appreciate if you'd stop. If our strongest weren't trapped in that war you started, She shut up, realizing she'd let something slip. I smiled. Looking straight into her eyes, I could see the fear in them as she tried not to focus in on. Well, that's news. But let me clarify a few things. First, I didn't start that war. From what I understand, you people reacted to a tiny accident caused during my initial breakthrough to the body tempering stage, where I drained the key of a region because I happened to be connected to it at the time. Moon Goddess owed me a favor for killing an apostate, so I was given some sweet gear and a power boost. Second, I know your best cultivators are probably tied up in issues they can't walk away from, but I've been working very hard to direct them away from where I actually live. Third, my key signature is pretty much dispersed throughout the region now, thanks to me working on doing just that. I intend to stay in my hole over winter while I work on some elemental cultivation. Start firming up some foundations before I really try to push toward actual key condensation. Which leads me to the final point. Did you know the first cultivator who found me up here was the Golden Core stage? In the Golden Core stage, the girl's eyes widened. Yeah, I didn't quite catch her name, but it didn't matter. She attacked me just when I finished breaking through last autumn, and I honestly caught us both by surprise with how easy the fight was. Her flames couldn't touch me. I was tempered so deeply in fire it just nullified what she sent at me before I could so much as feel the warmth. Then I fired a single bolt of entropic ki at her, and it was like she felt pain for the first time in her life. After that, I got a lot more information. Turned out that bird lady was something of a big deal. Some phoenix bloodline, something who buried everything that tried to harm her to ash. Burned everything that tried to harm her to ash before it met her. And could theoretically heal from any wound instantly. She wasn't just at the Golden Core stage, but near the peak of it. And had basically been considered invincible. When Michiko got done butchering her father, she turned to me with a bit of awe. My disbelief at your power grows by the day, Lady Yuki. I shook my head. I just put more work into my cultivation. One element, one trick, no embellishment. It's no wonder she stalled out. Even with such a powerful bloodline. I might have a pretty solid cultivation scripture, but I work to get every aspect of it right. Doubly so now that I'm approaching foundation establishment. If you don't build a foundation on solid ground, the whole structure falls apart. Now, I looked around and everyone fell quiet. War's done this year. Disband and head home unless you're border patrol. Michiko, clean up your dad's mess now that you've tossed him in the stew pot. Good on you for sticking to principle. I heard you mention being tempered to break that no cannibalism rule of yours for him. He didn't deserve the honor, and he'd have tasted horrible to you, too much regret and shame. Goblins, go where you want. As long as you stay where we've marched, I can keep you sane. Dig? Cheers shouted, and other general cacophony reverberated as I followed Michiko to the castle, my new cultivator pet in tow. I still had some things to wrap up before heading home, and Michiko was very keen to join in the debauchery when the urgent business was handled. And Gamer Girl. Salisa stared at the armored NPC blocking the entrance. The text box above the head glowed, the same as always. A party of 3 or more players is required to enter. She tilted her head, then let the smirk cross her lips. Most players would have shrugged, wandered back to town, and wasted time spamming world chat with looking for group. Wow, I thought I read the most recent A Goblin Girl already. Must have missed that one. That one literally just came out, Sean. Like 16 hours ago. Maybe less than that. Salisa wasn't most players. Her boots scraped stone as she paced around in a circle, her eyes flickering over the terrain. Patch of jagged wall, the scatter of loose rocks, the rickety fence half collapsed by the trail. She remembered it all vividly. She crouched, fingertips brushing moss. They fixed this on day 3, but here... Missed it for sure, because I was positive that I was current for the whole day. Huh. First, she gathered rocks. Not too many, not too few. She stacked them in a neat pile by the wall, arranging them like checkpoints in a TAS run. Next, the grass. She crouched by the edge of the path, pinching strands between her fingers and yanking them out one by one. Each pull came with the tiniest crunch, like tearing paper. She counted them silently, her mouth twitching rhythmically like a metronome. 1, 2, 3. Fence came last. Weathered wood creaked as she jammed the post against the cave wall, angling it at just the right vector. Each step had to be performed with precision, or else the result would be sloppy at best, and sloppy got you soft-locked. The collision box glitched, trembling like the world couldn't decide if the fence was invisible or outside the map. Salisa grinned. There it is. She backed up, rolled her shoulders, and sprinted forward. Her character model jolted, snagged on the corner of the fence, then jittered violently. The textures smeared like wet paint. For a half second, she saw the UI warp. Health bar and inventory icons stretching across her vision like rubber bands. Then, her reality cracked. The wall wasn't a wall anymore. Instead, it was a paper-thin veil her body had slipped through. The soundscape stuttered, wolves howling on loop. Then they suddenly cut off mid-tone like a broken record. Her stomach lurched as the camera clipped sideways, showing her an impossible space. Dungeon geometry rendered from angles the devs never wanted anyone to see. Salisa forced herself not to blink. The world spasmed once more, then snapped into place. Darkness pressed close, broken only by a system prompt. You've entered the first dungeon, Shadow Forest. To progress, you must first clear the first stage, the Wolf's Den. Smile sharpened. Still works, thank goodness for out-of-bounds clips. No party members required, not for Salisa. Guess the real run starts now. Tunnel was narrow at first. Walls slicked with condensation and moss dripping like melted honey across the stone. Every few steps, water dripped from above, echoing ominously. Then the cave widened. The Wolf's Den. A cavern with rigid stalagmites jutting up from like prison bars. Tufts of fur littered the ground and meatless bones gleaming in the torchlight. First growl rolled out of the dark before she even stepped inside. Eyes, dozens, all red. Wolves padded into view. Their levels flickered above their heads in neat blue text. Black-haired wolf, level 13, level 13. Silver-haired wolf, level 14. These are the typical beginner mobs. They'd lunge, she'd roll, they'd bite, she'd parry, but then the first pair didn't lunge. They fanned out, circling left and right, teeth bared. Selisa stopped dead, blade low. Wait, that's not vanilla AI. The pack didn't charge as one mindless mass. They flanked in tandem, each step mirrored by another. She swore under her breath. Did they really change their attack patterns? This isn't supposed to be happening until later floors. Her heart skipped a beat, but it wasn't fear. No, instead it was a spark of excitement. The devs hadn't been lazy. Something deeper was going on, and perhaps it was something a little too deep. She didn't give them time to complete their pincer. Her body flicked sideways as her character model slid between the wolves like she'd greased the floor. Their jaws slapped the air at air. Their jaws snapped at air. Steel flashed. Her thrust registered first frame. She canceled instantly, slamming the slash input a breath later. The game hesitated. Normally, slash's cooldown should have frozen her out. Instead, the double register trick overrode it, layering both attacks in a single heartbeat. Her blade cut twice in the span of one frame. Numbers burst red over the wolves, and by the time the third strike landed, their bodies burst into particle dust, dissolving into faint trails of loot. Selisa's MP bar barely shifted. Level 20 meant she could spam level 10 common skills all day. More wolves snarled, rushing towards her. She cut them down, each kill a blur. Even when the higher-leveled, silver-haired appeared, it couldn't get within snapping range. She deleted it with a single combo, its howls silenced before it left its throat. The den stilled, and then the real howl came. It shook the cavern, reverberating through the stone. Dust fell from the ceiling as the ground trembled under padded paws. The mini-boss towered into view, silver fur gleaming like moonlight in the torch shadow, eyes glowing crimson, mouth dripping molten saliva. Fenrir, level 15. Selisa stretched, a smile tugging at her lips. So the warm-up is finally done, huh? Fenrir lowered his head, muscles coiled with tense anticipation. Then he lunged. Selisa's body was already moving, sliding sideways. His claws tore stone where she'd stood, missing barely. She grinned. Pattern still clean. Easy read. His jaws opened wide as shadows lit his teeth like a black lightning. Fenrir bit down, sparks showering the floor as he did. Selisa froze for half a second, eyes narrowing. Magic? Bosses can't use magic. At least they shouldn't be able to yet, Fenrir roared, buffing his non-existent allies. The cavern echoed hollow. No wolves left to respond. Bad game design. You should have buffed them earlier. Guess I probably killed them too fast. She surged forward, her thrust connecting as she did. Cancel slash, cancel thrust. Each animation overrides stacked DPS higher, blade blurring as her avatar blurred. The boss's health bar plummeted in great chunks. Fenrir snarled, swiping again, too slow. She was already dealing the finishing blow. The final thrush carved through his chest. He froze. His body was mid-lunge before he shattered into luminous shards. Reward 10 silver coins. Reward Wolf King's Necklace accessory. Effect: wolves in the vicinity recognize you as dominant. Money was useless. She already had the richest. She was already richest on the server, and that was even true if you pulled everyone else's money together. The XP also went into the abyss. She was already max level after all. This necklace, Selisa tilted her head, lips twitching. With this, future wolf tribes would respect her, making it much easier to unlock dog-related races. She chuckled to herself slyly as she slid into her inventory. This is definitely worth keeping. The cavern grew quiet again, only the sound of her own breathing and the flicker of torchlights remained. She spun her blade once, let it rest against her shoulder, and started toward the next tunnel. One down. The next tunnel sloped downward, narrowing until it spat her into the chamber that felt less like a cavern and more like a forgotten ruin. Vines hung thick from the ceiling, dangling over broken stone statues worn faceless by time. Strange banana-like fruit dangled from above, swaying as though stirred by wind. But no breeze reached down here. Sounds bounced from wall to wall, high-pitched and mocking. Laughter. Cute, Selisa muttered. A rock whistled down from above. She ducked. The stone shattered against the floor where her head had been. Several shapes leapt among the vines and ledges overhead. You have entered the second stage. Monkey ruins. Cheeky monkey 15, wise monkey 16. They chattered, hooted, and immediately began pelting her with rocks. From above, their angles made them a nightmare from a normal party, at least for one who didn't know how to deal with strange hazards yet. Selisa pressed her body against the far wall and jogged along it, sword angled casually at her side. The rocks still fell, but each one clipped the wall's edge instead of her hitbox. A laugh slipped from her lips. Good old pathing trick. She moved deeper, and the monkey's laughter growing louder, more boisterous, until the chamber widened into a central arena where he was waiting. He dropped from the vines in a whirl of motion, staff twirling so fast it hummed. His fur was darker than the others, streaked with silver. A circlet of crude gold gleamed on his brow. Level tag flashed. Monkey King, level 17. Selisa raised her blade, ready to delete him just as she deleted Fenrir. She lunged, canceling into her slash mid-thrust. Clang. The staff blocked cleanly. Sparks sprayed as the monkey crowd from above cheered carelessly. Her eyes narrowed as she raised her eyebrows. Huh? A parry? That wasn't in the script. Enemies weren't supposed to react like players, not in the first dungeon. But the Monkey King just did. And it was a heavy swing that packed a punch, no less. Selisa ducked low, rolling past as her eyes shone. Fine, let's see what else you can do. She baited his staff forward, feigning a sloppy thrust. As expected, he parried. She slid left, canceling the animation before impact, blade whipping into her full DPS combo instead. Thrust cancel, slash, cancel, double register, a frame perfect combo. The Monkey King staggered, HP bar chunking down. Is that all you got? Selisa said, her genuine disappointment evident. He didn't flinch. Instead, he laughed, a shrill, mocking cackle which merged with the noise of the monkey crowd who'd long put down their rocks, watching intently as if it was the most entertaining thing they'd seen since their ancestor Donkey Kong escaped the ruins. His staff blurred again, striking from odd angles, forcing her to dodge between swings. Selisa sidestepped, her blade never stopping. She locked the king in her rhythm. Bait the parry, cancel out, punish with layered strikes. His HP bar melted frame by frame, chunks of red vanishing under relentless DPS. Finally, her blade punched through his chest, his body shuddered, and then exploded into golden light. But surprisingly, the loot window didn't show up. Instead, a synchronous shout echoed from above as all the monkeys dropped down at once. Angry Cheeky Monkey, 15. Enraged Wise Monkey, 16. Angry Cheeky Monkey, 15. A dozen furry creatures surrounded her, eyes glowing, teeth bared. One even held out a banana like a sword. Selisa sighed. You all should really just stick to throwing rocks. Don't you see what I just did to your king? She moved at breakneck speeds, her sword blurred in wide arcs, every strike cleaving an entire HP bar. The monkeys shrieked, lunged, and fell. Within minutes, the cavern floor was littered with their fading particle dust. Finally, the loot window popped up. Reward, the Monkey King's Cloud mount. Effect, mini vehicle faster than running. Small yellow puff of cloud spun lazily in her inventory preview. Bright and cartoonish. Her eyebrows formed an arch. She'd never seen this drop before, but from what she could tell, it wasn't a very fast mount, certainly slower than her glitchy vectoring movement, but more convenient for appearances. Guess I'll keep the toy, she muttered, flickering it into her storage, disappointed that even though it was a cloud, she couldn't use it to fly. She surveyed the chamber once more, vines torn, statues shattered, and the echoes of rocks and laughter gone. The tunnel ahead yawned dark, gloomy, and waiting. Selisa rolled her shoulders before walking straight into the mist. The tunnel twisted constantly until the walls themselves seemed to change. Hairy green moss gave way to purple roots that pulsed faintly, like veins under skin. The stone floor softened into soil, dark and damp. The cavern was quickly being consumed by an umbral forest that shouldn't exist underground. Twisted trees stretched tall, their bark white as snow. A pale gray mist crawled across the ground, curling around her boots. Fireflies hung in the air. The system prompt blinked into view. Shadow Forced, final stage. Objective, defeat the Ghost Guardian. I don't think there's any of the other ones. There's no Fox Girl evolution. Alright then. I guess then we shall move on to I think it is now the prologue that we are on. Prologue of Book 1, Eye of the World of the Wheel of Time. Prologue. Dragon Mount. Palace still shook occasionally as the earth rumbled in memory, groaned as if it would deny what had happened. Bars of sunlight cast through rents in the walls made motes of dust glitter where they had yet hung in the air. Scorch marks marred the walls, the floors, the ceilings. Broad black smears crossed the blistered paints and gilt of once bright murals. Soot overlaying crumbling friezes of men and animals, which seemed to have attempted to walk before the madness grew quiet. The dead lay everywhere, men and women and children, struck down in attempted flight by the lightnings that had flashed down every corridor, or seized by the fires that had stalked them, or sunken into stone of the palace, the stones that had flowed and sought almost alive before stillness came again. In odd counterpoint, colorful tapestries and paintings, masterworks all, hung undisturbed except where bulging walls had pushed them awry. Finely carved furnishings, inlaid with ivory and gold, stood untouched except where rippling floors had toppled them. The mind twisting had struck at the core, ignoring peripheral things. Louis Theron Telamon wandered the palace, deftly keeping his balance when the earth heaved. "Alina, my love, where are you?" The edge of his pale gray cloak trailed through blood as he stepped across the body of a woman, her golden-haired beauty marred by the horror of her last moments, her still open eyes frozen in disbelief. "Where are you, my wife? Where is everyone hiding?" His eyes caught his own reflection in a mirror hanging askew from bubbled marble. His clothes had been regal once, in gray and scarlet and gold. Now the finely woven cloth brought by merchants from across the world's sea was torn and dirty, thick with the same dust that covered his hair and skin. For a moment he fingered the symbol on his cloak, a circle half white and half black, colors separated by a sinuous line. It meant something, that symbol, but the embroidered circle could not hold his attention long. He gazed at his own image with as much wonder. A tall man just into his middle years, handsome once, but now with hair already more white than brown and a face lined by strain and worry, dark eyes that had seen too much. Luz Thurin began to chuckle, then threw back his head as laughter echoed down the lifeless halls. "Ilyina, my love, come to me, my wife. You must see this." Behind him the air rippled, shimmered, solidified into a man who looked around, his mouth twisted briefly with distaste. Not so tall as Luz Theron. He was clothed all in black, save for the snow-white lace at his throat and the silver work on the turning down tops of his thigh-high boots. He stepped carefully, handling his cloak fastidiously to avoid brushing the dead. The floor trembled with aftershocks, but his attention was fixed on the man staring into the mirror and laughing. "Lord of the morning," he said, "I have come for you." The laughter cut off as if it had never been, and Luz Thurin turned, seeming unsurprised. "Ah, a guest. Have you the voice? Stranger, it will soon be time for the singing, and here all are welcome to take part. Ilyina, my love, we have a guest. Ilyina, where are you?" The black-clad man's eyes widened, darted to the body of the golden-haired woman, then back to Luz Thurin. "Shaitan take you. Does the taint already have you so far in its grip?" "That name, Shai." Luz Thurin shuddered and raised a hand as though to ward off something. "You mustn't say that name. It is dangerous." "So you remember that much, at least." Dangerous for you, fool, not for me. What else do you remember? Remember, you light-blinded idiot. I will not let it end with you swaddled in unawareness. Remember! For a moment, Luz Theron stared at his raised hand, fascinated by the patterns of grime. Then he wiped his hand on his even dirtier coat and turned his attention back to the other man. Who are you? What do you want? Black-clad man drew himself up arrogantly. Once I was called Ellen Morin Tedronai, but now, betrayer of hope. It was a whisper from Luz Theron. Memory stirred, but he turned his head, shying away from it. So you do remember some things. Yes, betrayer of hope. So have men named me, just as they named you Dragon. But unlike you, I embrace the name. They gave me the name to revile me, but I will yet make them kneel and worship it. What will you do with your name after this day? Men will call you Kinslayer. What will you do with that? Luz Theron frowned down the ruined hall. Yelena should be here to offer a guest welcome, he murmured absently, then raised his voice. Yelena, where are you? The floor shook. The golden-haired woman's body shifted as if in answer to his call. His eyes did not see her. Ellen Morin grimaced. Look at you, he said scornfully. Once you stood first among the servants. Once you wore the ring of Tamerlane, and sat in the high seat. Once you summoned the 9 rods of dominion. Now look at you, a pitiful, shattered wretch. But it is not enough. You humbled me in the hall of servants. You defeated me at the gates of Paran Desen. But I am greater now. I will not let you die without knowing that. When you die, your last thought will be the full knowledge of your defeat, of how complete and utter it is. If I let you die at all, I cannot imagine what is keeping Ilyena. She will give me the rough side of her tongue if she thinks I have been hiding a guest from her. I hope you enjoy the conversation, for she surely does. Be forewarned, Ilyena will ask you so many questions. You may end up telling her everything you know. Tossing back his black cloak, Ellen Morin flexed his hands. A pity for you, he mused, that one of your sisters is not here. I was never very skilled at healing, and I follow a different power now. But even one of them could only give you a few lucid minutes if you did not destroy her first. What I can do will serve as well for my purposes. His sudden smile was cruel, but I fear Shaitan's healing is different from the sort you know. Be healed, Luz Theron. He extended his hands, and the light dimmed as if a shadow had been laid across the sun. Pain blazed in Luz Theron, and he screamed, a scream that came from his depths, a scream he could not stop. Fire seared his marrow, acid rushed along his veins. He toppled backwards, crashing to the marble floor. His head struck the stone and rebounded. His heart pounded, trying to beat its way out of his chest, and every pulse gushed new flame through him. Helplessly he convulsed, thrashing, his skull and sphere of purest agony on the point of bursting. His hoarse screams reverberated through the palace. Slowly, ever so slowly, the pain receded. The outflowing seemed to take 1,000 years and left him twitching weakly, sucking breath through a raw throat. Another 1,000 years seemed to pass before he could manage to heave himself over, muscles like jellyfish, and shakily push himself up on hands and knees. His eyes fell to the golden-haired woman, and the scream that was ripped out of him dwarfed every sound he had made before. Tottering, almost falling, he scrambled brokenly across the floor to her. It took every bit of his strength to pull her up into his arms. His hands shook as he smoothed her hair back from her staring face. Ilyena! Light, help me! Ilyena! body curved around her protectively, his sobs the full-throated cries of a man who had nothing left to live for. Ilgina, no! No! You can have her back, Kinslayer, the great lord of the dark, and make her alive, make her live again if you will serve him. Will you serve me? Luz Theron raised his head, and the black-clad man took an involuntary step back from that gaze. 10 years, betrayer, Luz Theron said softly, the soft sound of steel being bared. 10 years of foul master have racked the world. Your foul master has racked the world, and now this I will. 10 years, you pitiful fool! This war has not lasted 10 years, but since the beginning of time. You and I have fought 1,000 battles with the turning of the wheel. 1,000 times 1,000. And we will fight until time dies. And the shadow is triumphant, he finished in a shout, with a raised fist, and it was Luz Theron's turn to pull back, breath catching as a glow in the betrayer's eyes. Carefully, Luz Theron laid Ilyina down, fingers gently brushing her hair. Tears blurred his vision as he stood, but his voice was iced iron. For what else you have done, there can be no forgiveness, betrayer. But for Ilyina's death, I will destroy you beyond anything your master can repair. Prepare to remember, you fool. Remember your futile attack on the great Lord of the Dark. Remember his counterstroke. Remember, even now, the 100 companions are tearing the world apart. And every day 100 men more join them. What hand slew Ilyina Sunhair Kinslayer? Not mine. Not mine. What hand struck down every life that bore a drop of your blood? Everyone who loved you, everyone you loved? Not mine, Kinslayer, not mine. Remember, you know the price of opposing Shaitan. Sudden sweat made tracks down Luz Theron's face. Through the dust and dirt he remembered a cloudy memory like a dream of a dream, but he knew it true. His howl beat at the walls. The howl of a man who had discovered his soul damned by his own hand, and he clawed at his face as if to tear away the sight of what he had done. Everywhere he looked, his eyes found the dead. Torn they were, or broken or burned, or half consumed by stone. Everywhere lay lifeless faces he knew, faces he loved, old servants and friends of his childhood, faithful companions through the long years of battle, and his children. His own sons and daughters sprawled like broken dolls, play stilled forever, all slain by his hand. His children's faces accused him, blank eyes asking why, and his tears were no answer. The betrayer's laughter flogged him, drowning his howls. He could not bear the facts, the pain. He could not bear to remain any longer. Desperately, he reached out to the true source, to tainted Satan, and he traveled. The land around him was flat and empty. A river flowed nearby, straight and broad, but he could sense there were no people within 100 leagues. He was alone as a man could be while still alive, yet he could not escape memory. The eyes pursued him through the endless caverns of his mind. He could not hide from them. His children's eyes, Ilyina's eyes, tears glistening on his cheeks as he turned his face to the sky. Light, forgive me. He did not believe it could come forgiveness. Not for what he had done, but he shouted to the sky anyway, begged for what he could not believe he could receive. Light, forgive me. He was still touching Satan, the male half of the power that drove the universe, that turned the wheel of time, and he could feel the oily taint fouling its surface, the taint of the shadow's counterstroke, the taint that doomed the world because of him, because in his pride he had believed that men could match the Creator, could mend what the Creator had made and they had broken. In his pride, he had believed. He drew on the true source deeply and still more deeply, like a man dying of thirst. Quickly he had drawn more of the one power that he could channel unaided. His skin felt as if it were aflame. Strained, he forced himself to draw more, tried to draw it all. Light, forgive me, Ilyina! The air turned to fire, the fire to light liquefied. The bolt that struck from the heavens would have seared and blinded any eye that glimpsed it, even for an instant. For the heavens it came, from the heavens it came, blazed through Luz Theron Telamon, bored into the bowels of the earth. Stone turned to vapor at its touch. The earth thrashed and quivered like a living thing in agony. Only a heartbeat did the shining bar exist, connecting ground and sky. But even after it vanished, the earth yet heaved like the sea in a storm. Molten rock fountained 500 feet into the air, and the groaning ground rose, thrusting the burning spray ever upward, ever higher. From north and south, from east and west, the wind howled in, snapping trees like twigs, shrieking and blowing as if to aid the growing mountain ever skyward, ever skyward. At last the wind died. The earth stilled to trembling mutters. Of Luz Theron Telamor no sign remained. Where he had stood, a mountain now rose miles into the sky, molten lava still gushing from its broken peak. The broad, straight river had been pushed into the curve away from the mountain, and there it split to form a long island in its midst. The shadow of the mountain almost reached the island. It lay dark across the land.
Lambat is now following. Thank you for following Lambat. I hope you are enjoying the stream less than 3 plus 1.
Hi, sweetie.
Across the land like the ominous hand of prophecy. For a time, the dull, protesting rumbles of the earth were the only sound.
Smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What? Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish?
So
On the island, the air shimmered and coalesced. The black-clad man stood staring at the fiery mountain rising out of the plain, his face twisted in rage and contempt. You cannot escape so easily, dragon. It is not done between us. It will not be done until the end of time. Then he was gone, and the mountain and the island stood alone, waiting. Is this the chapter 1, or is this like another part of the prologue? Okay, so there's like another part here. And the shadow fell upon the land, and the world was riven stone from stone. The oceans fled, and the mountains were swallowed up, and the nations were scattered to the 8 corners of the world. The moon was as blood, and the sun was as ashes. The seas boiled, and the living envied the dead. All was shattered, and all but memory lost, and one memory above all others of him who brought the shadow and the breaking of the world, and him they named Dragon. From Aelith Nin Terran Alta Camora, the breaking of the world, author unknown, the 4th age. And it came to pass in those days, as it came before and would come again, that the dark lay heavy on the land and weighed down on the hearts of men, and the green things failed and hope died. And men cried out to the Creator, saying, O light of the heavens, light of the world, let the promised one be born of the mountain, according to the prophecies, as he was in ages past, and will be in ages to come. Let the Prince of the Morning sing to the land that green things will grow, and the valleys give forth lambs. Let the arm of the Lord of the dawn shelter us from the dark, and the great sword of justice defend us. Let the dragon ride again on the winds of time. From Carol Dranonen te Culman, the cycle of the dragon, Author, unknown. Fourth age. And we have like a really cool looking map of the world. And then tomorrow will be officially chapter 1. All right. I don't think we have anything else. Nailed it. Fucking nailed it. "12 minutes ago. Is this quiet? Holy shit, super quiet. Maybe it's just Wives 3 and 4 are a package deal. Should be fun. Ooh, interesting. I don't know if they just turned down the game volume or the volume for it, but if it is this quiet, I'll just turn the volume up. We can probably skip this. We've already gone through the thing. We can just go straight to
Story and mini.
okay. So it is just they turned the volume down, so somebody was slacking during post edit. No, I think they just turned the volume of the VOD down because they they turned this volume down because they have the overlay.
Hello and welcome to Group D, the final
So
round of
all the
16
sounds
of
should
ASL
be
Season 20,
should be
done in
good.
partnership with Google Play and Gravity.
As long as we can hear Tasteosis, that's all that matters.
Saw 2 Protoss players, Snow and Mini, advancing through to the round of
Alright,
8.
I'm calling
The
Soma
quarterfinals tickets will be
and
decided
Light.
today between 2 Terrans
Soma
and
and
2 Zergs.
Light.
What stories can we expect to unfold today? Let's have a word with our 4 players ahead of Group D.
There's no way Larva's gonna get through.
First up, it's Group D's seeded
And
player
BTS is so new, there's no way. So it's like this is like 100%. It's gonna be between Soma and Light.
Straight. Have you prepared well? I prepared as diligently as time permitted. I hope to go back home with a good result today. If we take a look at your overall performance in the ASL, many people take it as a given that you should advance in first place.
100%.
But
But Soma's back from the military, and Soma's in good shape apparently. So I'm excited to see what Soma's all about. And you never know with Larva. Larva's a wild card, man. He is an ASL champion, so
I'd
you
very
know.
much like to advance with ease today. It's exhausting to have such a hard time advancing. I want to move on through with ease. Light is determined to move on through with ease. The next player we'll talk to is Speed. After seasons 18 and 19, this is your 3rd time preparing to play in the round of 16. How did preparation go this season? It wasn't bad. I think I'll get some good results. The issue, however, is that you have not yet scored a win against Zerg in the tournament proper.
And he's gonna go up against Soma and Larva. Soma's tough as fuck, and Larva's tricky as fuck.
What are your thoughts?
You ever heard of the video game Pinball
I'm known for having
Dreams?
Paul versus
It's an
Zerg.
older
This matchup
Win
is not
95
going well,
era
to be
PC
honest.
game. It had some killer background music though. Now people are doing remixes of those tracks. Nightmare is probably my favorite
Up next
remix.
we have Lava, who upon his return
The only
makes it
pinball game I
straight
remember
to round
playing when
16.
I was a kid was like this Nightmare pinball game that was like Frankenstein's castle kind of idea.
Are you as confident now ahead of the games? Yeah, I was confident, wasn't I? But then I went home, I watched Speed play. Man, he was good. I thought, oh man, I'm in trouble. But then it struck me that perhaps out of all the players here, I practiced the most. At least I have that going for me when it comes to confidence. Speed is nobody to be scoffed at, so Lava says he had to practice a lot. But with the nigh-perfect performance he had in the round of 24, many people will likewise have high expectations for him in the round of 16. Lava, can this confidence bear results? I am expecting to advance. Up until this point, whenever I practiced, I would confer with Soma.
Nightmare on
sitting next to
Pinball
me.
Dreams looked more like Dracula.
straightened
Was
out
a
my
fun
playstyle.
table to play. Instant Remedy did my favorite
time around,
background
having to prepare
remix for the
all
background.
alone, it was so
Nightmare
difficult.
background music.
I genuinely hope that next time we don't end up in the same group. Got it. Let's turn to Soma in that case. Soma was originally in Group A before being swapped to Group D, at which point he said Solki will live to regret this. What is your overall take on Group D? This personally feels like a tough group for me. What should I say? I think all the players are really good. They are very diligent in practice. It should be a difficult group. While Soma faced off against and defeated Sak in a ZVT in the round of 24, there are still lots of things he needs to overcome, as he said himself. The first game will be a ZVZ, but from the winners match,
I'll be right
onwards,
back.
It's all best of 3. Will you be able to show a different side of yourself today? I've been stopped in my tracks by Light quite a lot. I would like to get my revenge today. Soma says he wants to get revenge. Let's get into the nitty-gritty of Group D. During the group selection ceremony, Speed addressed Light, saying, "I have learned a lot from you. I will now try to beat you." We could see how motivated Speed is to surpass his teacher. The two of you will be playing in the first match. How do you guys rate each other? Should I go first? Yes, please talk first. Light is a very stalwart player. He's sort of an idol amongst Terrans because he also teaches well about the game. My provocation was tongue-in-cheek. I hope we can have an entertaining game today. A sly smile from Light sitting next to you. What are your thoughts, Light? I think Speed is one of the best performing Terrans nowadays. It wasn't easy to prepare either. I am a little worried. My win rate in TVT when it comes to these leagues isn't that good. It is something for me to be anxious about. Heartwarming comments mixed with a little teasing from both players there. Now when it comes to Lava and Soma, Lava has already touched upon this, but they both consider each other one another's disciple. Lava does have a championship under his belt, which puts him ahead of Soma in terms of achievements. And I know it was you who made him start streaming in the first place. Soma could be seen teaching Lava in online games yesterday evening on stream, which makes many people ever so excited to see this match. Today a pecking order will be established. Let's hear from Lava. If Soma wants to be above me in hierarchy, I feel he needs to win a championship too. I'll have to step it up in today's games. This is not the most pleasing situation, but after all is settled, we will still be good old friends. And let's play an entertaining game. That's how it goes in competition. I would like to hear from Soma as well. Friends? Don't make me laugh. That's what I like to hear. In that case, let's hear our 4 players' final resolutions before we start the games. Starting with Light, please. I practiced a lot. I will show good games and close it out with a good result. Many people are cheering for me today. I'll show you what I've got. Now is the time to show everything I have practiced so far. I'll play entertaining matches. We've just heard from our players ahead of Group D of the round of 16. Thanks for the interview. This is Group D of the round of 16 of ASL Season 20, done in partnership with Google Play and Gravity. Who will claim the last 2 tickets to the round of 8? It's time to start the games.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the final day here in the round of 16 ASL Season 20 Group D. 2 Terrans and 2 Zergs to fight for that final, the final 2 spots here in the round of 8.
That's right. Fun group coming up, and very luckily we don't have any more Protoss players because already half of the round of 8 is going to be Protoss. I'm really hoping a Terran and a Zerg make it out, because wouldn't that be really weird after Sulky wins 4 seasons in a row? Like, if Effort is the only Zerg in the round of 8, that would be so bizarre. So I'm really kind of crossing my fingers. I think it's going to be Light and Soma. I put Soma as one of the more likely players to win, and Light just always gets deep, so that's kind of what I'm feeling. But Larva would be a lot of fun moving forward as well.
It does feel like the game has a way of correcting itself when one race gets too strong. Yeah, it's a total possibility, right?
Yeah, the closer you get down to the end of the tournament, the more equalized the races
we don't know
are.
how far he'll get from there in the round of 8, but I mean, we've got 2 good Zergs here with Soma and Larva. Obviously, Light and Speed are both very viable. I think most people would agree this is a group where actually 2 sets of players seem to be the most likely to get out based off previous match history, but Larva could surprise us here.
Yeah, Larva's the wild card.
I really underestimate Larva. This guy is a former
I don't know about Speed, though.
It's hard to say exactly how active he is at any given time. He has been really active lately. I would say that during the qualifiers, I wasn't super impressed with his level overall, but I think he has improved since then as well. Like, he's one of these guys that can improve very, very quickly and get back up to good shape. We'll see if he's able to do that to a level that Rain can, where Rain will sometimes come back from playing League of Legends for a few months and then get to a finals. I don't know if Larva's going to have that in him, but we'll see.
Yeah, it should be a fun group regardless. So this is it for the round of 16, and we're going to be
last day.
Round of 8. We'll also have the group draw here at the end of the show. I know
see who's going in for.
Games finish, you close it out. I get it. I mean, there's a lot of StarCraft to keep up with, but if you're anticipating what the round of 8 is going to look like, we'll actually know at the end of the show today.
Yeah, I actually completely forgot about that. I'm glad that you said that, because I would have just closed it. I'm like, all right, see you guys later. But
I would have ended the broadcast,
right.
left you alone, tasteless.
Yeah, that's actually always one of the most exciting things as well, to see where this lines up, because we do have the possibility, since all the Protoss came out of the same 2 groups, we could have an all Protoss top 4 again, like we had in that KSL season. That was just so insane.
That would be crazy.
I don't think something like that will happen, but there is a real possibility. So far, the round of 8 is looking very good. Like, I love that these 4 Protoss have made it. They are so strong, man. I feel like they need almost a name for their little group. You know how we used to have the 6 dragons back in peak Kespa days?
Sure.
These 4 Protoss have been the 4 best Protoss in the world for quite some time now, and they continue to deliver.
It's funny because we had such a small number of Protosses when the group started. Or, sorry, when the round of 24 started, but it was the best of the best. It was the cream of the crop, and so, you know, we do have so far a majority Protoss round of 8. I guess no matter how you cut it, a majority Protoss round of 8, which is pretty interesting. I think that KSL Final 4 of Protosses, we've talked about that more in Final 4s in StarCraft 1 than maybe anything ever.
Well, that was
I think because it was
bizarre.
just so memorable, it was so exceptional, and it was like, oh, this is crazy, man.
Yeah.
We never have anything like this. So, yeah, I mean, keep that open as a possibility. It's also possible the Protosses end up cannibalizing each other in the round of 8 here, depending on who's paired versus who. But for now, we're going to start this off with our first best of 1 and start to size up exactly where everybody's at and what the makeup of this group is going to be.
Now listen to this song from Light, man. This is the true Terran theme right here, the Rocky theme for Light. this is how we all feel, Tasteless, except you can't get good at Terran from a training montage. You have to play for 20 years at least.
No, the only way to get good with Terran is to get punched in the head over and over and
over. Right. I love this song for Light. You know, Light is, well, I would say Sharp is my favorite Terran, but Light is the Terran whom I truly respect and learn the most from. And then, of course, we got Speed, who's really been coming up. You can see his Terran versus Terran win rate is absolutely outstanding in ASL so far, but it's not that big. Like, he hasn't played that many games yet.
I'm like, he just put those, he took those out of his ears, he put them to his lips, and then put them back in his fucking ears.
I feel like in the group
I think that's a bit much.
Terran players choose other Terran players very oftentimes.
Better have some clean ass ears, bro.
TVT that feels safe, you know what I mean?
Well, TVT is a matchup where it's not
You gotta
easy to
taste
kill
it.
each other off. Like ZVZ is an example.
Yeah.
ZVZ, I mean, I feel like when you're a really good player, you kind of want to have. It's one of the reasons why we don't see really weird maps picked when one player feels like he's better than the other. It's like, no, give me the map I always play on. TVT, you know, in some ways it has the disadvantage of being super long. Some people find it less interesting. Part of that's just being a mirror matchup, but it's also historically
wait.
been at a pretty slow pace. But it's possible that, you know, in a game with that
These
much
were
time,
backwards.
a better player can create that many more opportunities to get ahead. So if you feel like you're definitively better than somebody, you want to go for a matchup like that just because you can win, you know, with a dozen blows versus one razor edge decision like a ZVZ as an example.
Definitely. It's super, super hard to finish people in TVT. So here we go. It's going to be knockout light versus speed for game number 1.
Okay, cross spawns light in the top right and speed in the bottom left.
I am, yeah.
You know,
Go ahead.
I'm expecting Light to be able to take this, but Speed has been one of the most exciting players in the ASL lately. You know, he got murdered pretty badly by Snow several seasons ago, and then came back 10 times as strong, you know, twice as motivated. And I just want to see what he can do here. You know, I think he's got a real shot at pushing ahead.
Yeah, I love Speed. Like, he is a really fun Terran. He's really similar to Sharp in a lot of ways. They have really, really kind of similar styles, very Vulture oriented. But Sharp's is a little bit more stylistic in a lot of ways. Speed is pretty creative. But he's more of a ladder Terran by far. You know, Sharp like always plays with other pros. Speed, for a while there, before last season at least, he was by far the most active player on the ladder. He had like 6 accounts in the top 15 or so. In fact, in the top 10 overall, there was 5 or 6 Speed accounts in there, including number 1. Like, he is just a super, super grinder, which means his TVT is really sharp. Because this is something I've talked about both on Artosis cast and sometimes in here about how, like, ladder Terrans, there's a certain truth of the Vulture that they bring with them to these matches that players that are only playing in, like, pro leagues and practicing with other pros don't have. Where, like, there's, like, it's very different builds that are used in both locations. And the Vulture builds are, in theory, stronger, but the players in ASL are stronger players, so they can get around them a lot, if that makes sense.
Well, also, there's a lot of these big, they call them spawn bong matches, but, you know, people basically put up a prize pool, and the players come together. Excuse me, I think I'm still a little bit hoarse from yesterday's cast. The players come together and will play. And a lot of times there's certain matchups that the audience would prefer to see. And the reality is mirror matchups, especially TVT, tend to get less attention.
Yeah.
And so the people that are playing in these, you know, very public streamed matches on Soup, they tend to be playing less TVT. I mean, I think we can all agree, like, you know, there's something about a TVZ or a TVP that has a lot more allure than maybe a TVT. And I think it's true for ZVZ and PvP as well. But, you know, the fact that Speed is really from the ladder ecosystem versus the streaming ecosystem and therefore community-funded match ecosystem does probably bode well for him here, especially in a best of one where he just has to take one game off of Light. You know, the flip side of the coin is that
Oh, what are we watching? This is the
very clean Terran player. Like, he doesn't seem to
ASL
have
for
any kind of
StarCraft.
glaring,
So this is the
Achilles
World
heel,
Championship
flaws play or anything
in
like that. And,
Korea.
he plays some of the strongest games ever. I guess.
No, I'm
who
just
thought he
fucking
would have blocked
tired.
the SCV
'Cause I'm just
with his own
always
SCV
tired.
Before making that command center, that's kind of crazy to me.
Must
but
be very
the
interesting.
SCV is going to scout everything now.
Yeah. The thing is, like, you're going to unoptimize your own
It's
build.
of all the matches, as they were just saying, Terran versus Terran is the most boring match because it's like you basically have siege tanks and you'll set up one line of siege tanks and another line of siege tanks, and the first person to attack loses. So no one ever attacks.
In the Korean pro scene. Flash is the
No, I
best
blame
by
the
far,
content.
Light is the second best by far, and Sharp is the third best by far.
I mean, I'm a Zerg
It's
player, so
hilarious
I'm not
how
really
strong
too
those
interested in
rankings
this
always
matchup.
hold.
You're always energetic.
Now,
Come
Speed
on.
is
I mean,
really,
it's
really
true.
good. He's super good at, like,
I
the
try to be
various
Hellcat.
vulture
I
plays
try to
and
be.
rotating vultures around and everything.
I try to maintain,
But Light is just
but
fundamentally
you know,
the
it is
best
what it is. So
player.
you can't always be
As far as just
on the
standard
fully
player
up and
play
up,
goes, I
right?
can't
And
stress
that way
enough
you
if
get
you're a
burnt
Terran
out.
player,
You gotta
learn
have
from
your
Light
little
no
bit
less.
of
He is the god.
downtime,
He will show you how you
right?
should play, and
Especially
you
when
will
you're
get
streaming like
stronger.
9
That
hours
is
a
all there
fucking
is to
day.
it. But you know,
I
Speed
mean,
has like these kind of
let's
sharp,
do it.
Like, oh, I'm gonna have a lot of speed vultures and take control here, and I'm gonna do this and that, and
I'm trying to
like,
make sure I
he's
keep
super,
kind of an
super
eye
good at
on the
matchup.
time because I got
But
food
there's
in the
something
oven.
about this map
But
in
the
particular,
oven automatically turns off.
which is
It just
knockout.
beeps.
Knockout gets split up quicker than almost any other map. In fact, maybe even quicker than Eclipse, which is a thinner map. Like, oftentimes, two-player maps just
Yeah,
get
of
split
course.
almost instantly in TVT.
I'm not always in the mood
And you can
too.
have people occasionally start battle cruisers by 160 supply on a map like that. This gets split so fast. The middle is really, really thin, and then you have some weird ramps.
And
on
I
the
know who's
sides.
gonna win.
So
the
map happens here very,
the
very
red guy
quickly,
is gonna win.
which is going
Light.
to inhibit some of the vulture-based play that Speed normally is very good.
At least it's like a 90% chance that Light's gonna win.
Yeah. And this divot
Light
outside
is
the national
an
makes it pretty tough
ASL
to
champion.
force
He's won the
fights with
championships
vultures. A lot of
before.
times
This is
when
the
you see
first
an
time
open area,
ever Speed
and an
has been in the
entrance
round
between
of
the one this
16.
size, there can be moments where you'll overpower them with your vultures if they get
But
too
you guys
greedy,
are
but
there
because of that
regardless.
high
Much
ground,
love.
briefly into low ground, back
Hell
into high
yeah,
ground
that's what it's all
position.
about, right? I mean, I
You
got
can
nothing
actually
better to
cut a lot
do.
more
I'm
corners,
super lucky in that fact.
in a position like
So,
this. We see the second
might as
tank
well,
already
you
out.
know,
Speed's gonna be on the map with his
share that
vultures.
with other
Let's see how
people.
this engage
Give
does
other
over here.
people
And you
a,
can see he's not
you know,
quite comfortable trying to
a
go
place
through
to
there. A
come
couple vulture
together
shots missed.
to
The fight's gonna snowball. He's
enjoy
gonna
each
lose that
other's
pretty
company,
easily.
you know?
By the way, Light,
Something that
this
you
is
can
what we were
count
talking about
on
where
that's
race can
always
be
going to
controlled
kind
by
of be
viewers.
there. Like,
You don't see
I
it that
literally
often, but you
streamed
can basically
every
do that
single
giant
day
mechanic over and
since
over.
February.
Light
Have
actually
not
has some of
missed
the
a
best,
single
play
day.
control here as well. Now he's going to be maybe a little bit surprised that Goliaths are already out.
Because I fucking enjoy streaming.
There you go.
What
He's
else
gotta
am
get
I
the
going to
kill.
do?
That's
Sit here and be
huge.
fucking
To get the
bored?
first Wraith is huge. You feel
And it's
so
like,
good in Speed's
I don't know.
position. So
Streaming
this
is
was
probably
Speed
starting
adjusting
streaming is like
to
the
the
best
map,
decision
not
I ever
overly
made.
relying on vultures. It wasn't
I
just
should have
putting
done
back
it a
the vulture opener.
long time
But
ago.
he did make vultures with speed quickly. He went into
But,
Goliaths
like,
right away. This build in particular
I just
gives you a
never
really
thought
great
of
economy.
streaming
Like, you don't have to
and
skip any
writing
SCVs
together.
with this, whereas
I always
with
just thought of
three-factor vultures,
streaming and
sometimes you
video
do.
games, and I was like,
Love
I don't
see
want to
this
turn
happen.
my
this is exactly the type of adjustment
hobby
that you want to see
into
from
a
play
job.
like Speed on a map like this. And this gives me a lot of hope.
But writing
In fact, he's
is a
already gone up to
job.
4
So
factories.
I do want to
Right as
turn
well,
my
like,
hobby
normally
of
with these
writing
starport
into
openers,
a
you'll end
job.
up going up to 5,
So it
might
just
go up
made
to 4.
like
It's
perfect
kinda up to
sense.
him how he wants to
And then I
play
just
in
spent
that.
the first 6
Yeah,
months of
like,
streaming
overall with the
playing
openers,
video
Speed
games,
had a better
fucking
one,
around,
but
getting
Light's
used to
position
being
isn't
live, being
bad or
on
anything,
camera,
you know?
and
I
just
think
being
that
in the
he got
general
hammered a little bit
headspace
with, that
of,
Wraith, but
you know,
the Wraiths are still
talking
somewhat
consistently. Because I'm always talking to myself anyway,
We've got
so
the
I'm like, why
tanks
not
and the,
talk and see if maybe
the
someone else
vultures
shows
over
up?
here,
It was a good,
right
it was a
outside
dream
the
since
entrance.
childhood.
There's a
Hell
couple
yeah.
mines, gotta be very careful,
Mine
but
has
you
always
have this many
been
units. Oh, hold on, actually,
just
yeah,
sharing
the
my
mine does connect
creativity.
on one of those tanks.
So
Speed is
it's
just,
just
on the outside.
the
building placement,
means
by
and
way,
the
with
vessel by
cabins
which
and
I do
depot,
it never
very
really
intentional.
mattered to me. It was just
He
the
wants to have somewhat
getting
of a
people
wall in
together
case
to
the
have
vultures
like
do try to run
a
by.
fucking
But for now, the map
brainstorm
control
think
is really going to
tank
Speed. Light's
kind
gonna
of
have to hack and
community.
saw his way through all
Kept
of these
grinding
mines on
so
the map.
much
And
as
Speed looks to be setting up a counterattack attack, as he's
as
also
well as
taking
earn
his
shit
third
out of
base.
it. Yeah.
Well, he's going to jump up
Yeah.
here and actually snipe a tank pretty quickly. I'm a little bit surprised.
It's
he
nice
didn't
to
dive
feel
on the tank and get
rewarded
hit
for
by the mine.
something
He might
that
not have recognized the mine
like,
hit.
you know,
It's sometimes hard to tell.
the effort that you put
But
into
yeah, Wraith
something.
coming in for
And it's
a
like to
scout here,
see
already
and
has
watch
Goliath
the
in
progression
position.
of like
And
you
he
getting
might even
better
have
and
one
having like an
match.
actual
Oh, no, he left it at the third base. Okay, so the Wraith will be able to get out of there. Sometimes you
physical
actually catch them when
evidence
they
to
do
go
that
back
move, but,
look on and say this
looks
is
like
what it was
Light
before,
right
this is
now
what it
getting
is
ready to
now.
take
Like
in,
look at the
gas-based
difference.
base, which is
it's pretty
very,
crazy.
very important in Terran vs. Terran. You know, you can take a mineral base as your
And it's
third,
like the same. It's like you just gotta.
but it gets a little tricky because
Just gotta stick with it. It's all about, doesn't matter when you start as long as you do start. It's never too late,
at your third base
but,
location.
you know.
So if you take the slight positional disadvantage of taking
Earlier
that gas
is better,
base,
but never
it's
late
going to
than,
allow
you
you to
know,
make much higher
better late than
quality
never.
units right away. So we'll see
You
if
enjoy
Speed
work
wants to
if it
deal with
turns
this with
into
either
your hobby, no?
pumping out extra vultures to try to gain an advantage.
Yes.
Or maybe he
Turning
just
your
goes
work
like
into a
third base
hobby is
right
a
away to
good
get that
thing.
additional
Turning your
points.
hobby into work is not a good
A lot of
thing.
these mines are being cleared out here, and so it's going to be a lot more
Unless,
ambiguous,
like,
especially in
turning your
cross runs,
hobby into
where
work
each side
has a
of our
monetary
community, if you
value
move out
that's
in mines
like
this, because
worth
it
it.
can result
Like a
in
valid
stepping
monetary
into,
value.
Let's say a big siege tank line. But nobody's
And it's
set
like
that
if
up
I
yet.
can get
So
my
as I'm saying
writing
that, I
up
guess
to
we might have
par
both
and
of these
actually
guys
get
put
my
out on
writing
map this
going,
moment.
that is
Speed might try
like
to cut
compared to the
off on
minimum
his
wage
path.
job working at Walmart.
Interesting that
That's
Light is
definitely
moving way
a
down there right now. So he's taking like a very forward position.
it's not a
He
very
might
high
actually
bar
want
to
set this
clear
up
that
so
amount of money.
It's divided right and left.
So
as
it's
opposed
not like I have to
north and
become
south.
the best seller ever. I just have to sell a
Now,
couple of
okay,
fucking books
this
every
is-
couple
yeah,
of
this
days.
Who's gonna move in?
Wow.
I just have to
Speed
put out
jumping on
enough
this quickly is
content that
really,
people
really strong.
latch
You see,
onto that
he
gives them
reduces
enough
that seat count a little
avenues
bit,
to
but
go
good
through,
counterplay there
right?
from
You've got the
Light
stream,
picking
you've got
them off as
YouTube,
well.
you've got Patreon, you've got TikTok, you've got the stories
And so
on
really
like
we've
Royal
got
Road
Speed
and all
more
the other
in the
things.
middle
You've
right
got
now,
the
and Light
books,
just
you've
outside
got
of that. As Speed, it looks like he's
like
thinking about
the
trying to wrap
Discord,
around
like all the
here.
notes and
Keep in
everything
mind that
like
where the
that,
third
the
base was
community
taken for Light,
itself,
it can't
right?
really be
It's
punished
like
in this
there's
position.
tons of places for people to come together
But Speed is
and
gonna be
like
taking that first forward
enjoy
base.
the
He's gonna
content and
try
expand
to
the view of the
install
content.
this command center over here at 9 o'clock. And Speed's just
And I'm
continuing
always trying to
rally
expand.
as
Like
many
today,
tanks out here
so
as
check out this.
possible.
This is what we did
Speed's
today
even
because we were
wrapped around the
talking
clock.
about it yesterday. So, because I did this all throughout high school. Like this was my jam in high school. It took me about 35 minutes to do. I was like, man, I still got it in me, man. You just use instantly, yeah, Lego stop motion. I used to do that as solo projects in between doing other stuff when I was in high school. I wish I had all of my old stuff, but that was all on the school computers, and I never had a computer, so I never had any means, and my friends had it, but they're not friends that I have anymore. So I'm like, need to get you a drop screen for the back. That's so cool. Miss Shadow, yes. Welcome, welcome. That's the plan. So I have like blue like cardboard stuff that I do like 'cause my mom does photo albuming and stuff like that. So like for backdrops, for posters and stuff like that. So I'm gonna make like, you know, kind of a diorama with it. And then I can have like a green screen with it, and then I can have different levels of terrain and stuff, do like little skits and stuff like that, and then eventually get to the point where I can like act out my stories with like the Lego animations and just like have it going, and then have like, you know, the narrator, and then have it people doing like the voiceovers for the different characters and stuff. I'm just like, my mind just explodes with like, you know what? That's actually probably, and it's like not really even that hard to do. I'm really good at it because I've done it for so long, and even just hopping back into it, I was like, I basically instantly know how to do it. Recommend velcroing the bottom to the table. Oh yeah, I need to have like a steady surface and like a steady way. And what I want to do, so I'm gonna have like 3 different camera angles. So I can have like a close up. And then I can have, like, you know, the back like forward facing and then like top down kind of. So what you read, okay, reading a story where the main character can buy anything military. In this scene, he asks the sorcerer to burn some skeleton minotaurs. My thought, what would happen if he summoned a flamethrower first, then had her use fire magic after? Could it turn the flames white or even blue as a result of both magic and superior fuel? See, I love the idea, Sean, of the combination of magic and technology to amplify and multiply the effects. But yeah, basically, I read anything, I write anything. From sci-fi to erotica to fantasy to historical fiction to mystery. I mainly write short stories. I try to write like my main stories revolve around some sort of life lesson or parable or some sort of something like that. Some universal truth about the world. Typically with some twist ending towards dark topics. Yeah, very dark, twisted, fucked up stuff like cannibalistic, self-cannibalism ritual of succession in an ancient tribe. Biting your tongue off at the dentist. Hunter Biden crashing Air Force One into the Burj Khalifa. Getting so obsessed with seeing the graphs grow on your investments that you literally cryo-sleep yourself to the end of humanity. And then reading, well, we're starting now, Stoner Girl Evolution, my first isekai. It's an isekai satire about, about weed. It's pretty, I don't know. I think the world building for it so far has come along really, really well. As well as my main book is a Final Fantasy inspired book. I just got done publishing my first book. Happy to take a break. Oh shit.
700 septillion.
Thank you for following Miss_Shadow69.
Thank you for the follow. We really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you want to, feel free to join the Discord. And we have the public stories if you want me to read anything that you've posted. And then self-promotions. If you want to drop the link to your book in here wherever you sell it. And maybe people will buy it. You never know. I might be interested in buying it. Depends on what genre it is and how expensive it is. I'm in too many Discords. Ah, I see. That's the way it is, right? Can whisper it to you. It on Amazon though. Well, you can drop the link in the chat if you want, and I can just drop it in there and then it'll just be sitting in there for people to find. I prompted him on this one. Since on the Royal Road site, over 20 stories with Girl Evolution in the title popped up almost at the same time. Someone else started Trash Girl Evolution, I think for the same reason. Oh, okay, thanks. No worries. Here we love to facilitate a community that is all about... Ooh, interesting. I love the cover. Facilitating a community that is all about promoting and helping and spreading support to other people. If you read it, let me know what you think. Hell yeah. Great title, though. Echoes of the Sacred Territory. Love it. Betrayal cuts deeper than the cold iron that binds my wrists. It's a brutal reminder of my harsh reality. What could be worse than being forced into a mating bond with an alpha, shackled by the responsibility to unite the packs? The alpha I'm promised to is a ruthless killer. I once believed I was safe, far enough away from this life. Now I find myself hanging above a pool of my own blood, feeling my heart beating beginning to slow. How could I have been so naive to think I was finally free? Freedom is an illusion. Is this truly my fate? Can I not escape this? Everything in me tells me to run and keep fighting. Yet deep down I know hiding will only prolong the inevitable. Sooner or later the hunter always finds its prey. Can I outrun a destiny that is bound by blood? Damn. That's pretty sick. Well, I mean, you sold me with that, so I'll definitely have to check it out. And it's only $9, so 100%. I bought their paperbacks. I mean, I could buy the paperback because I have Callie's, and I have them on display behind me, and I'd love to buy viewers' books, put them on display to promote them to other people. So, I may just do that. I may just do that. We'll have to see. Not gonna lie, I'm so happy how the paperback turned out. I love paperbacks. Paperbacks are great. And as far as from my experience, like I only have like a couple of short story compilations on here. But so far, and they're not in paper copy or anything. I was so worried about the formatting as I did it myself on Kindle. Yeah, I've had nothing but great experience with Kindle, and so has everyone else that I have bought stuff off of Kindle with. It's pretty good, you know. It's like some people are like traditional publishing only, but it's like, you know.
In the north middle of the
you
map.
Do
right
what you got to do.
He actually hasn't checked on the fourth base location.
It's better than not having a book published.
Great opportunity. There's nothing there to block it, so maybe a slightly missed opportunity. But Speed is wrapping around like you mentioned, and I think he's just going to try to do a big SCV raid. He's actually bringing a couple siege tanks as well. There is one siege tank here, which is going to greatly slow him. If that siege tank wasn't there, Light would be in a lot of trouble. But here he comes. He sieges up, kind of behind enemy lines here. And it seems like Light is gonna block this for the most part.
As far as the device goes, I prefer the Nook to the Kindle.
Yeah, we've got the tanks coming
but
down.
there's
I don't
more
know
available
that
on
this is
Kindle.
Do that much.
So in that aspect,
it feels like
Nick
Speed
loses.
was just barely cut out.
That's why I like PC, Sean.
Real ground there.
I don't
He's
want
not
this
able to hit the
specific
command center from
shit.
here.
You know,
it's sort of a low ground up on
I
a
want
high ground
everything to be
situation.
on every
Quite see up
platform
there.
for
We've got the
everyone
first
at
drop
all
ship being loaded up
times
here
for
by
everything
Speed's gonna
for
come through
free.
Here, drawing some of this tank fire away
Not the
with
content, but the
vultures,
app
while the two
itself.
tanks
You don't have to pay a
are taken out on the
subscription
side, but
to use
are
the
picked
app.
off. Then the rest
Or
of
you
the
can
Speed
pay a
guards come
subscription to
through
use
here,
the app
and
to
at this
not
point
have to buy the
actually force
books.
and unload. I wasn't
So you don't have to
trying
buy the book. You
not
can
be seeing this
read as many
correctly, but
pages
the
as you
drop
want,
ship
and it
appears to
charges
be
you per page.
no longer attempting
Or
to drop and hit
it-
anywhere right now. So maybe a little bit of a tempo advantage here for Speed.
Yeah, this was
Gives
a
them
great
money
move from
per
him.
page.
When he
Like
moved those
the
tanks
commission
behind,
is per
he didn't hit
page.
the damage on 3
Per page
o'clock,
read.
but he utilized that to break the position in the middle that Light had, and now Speed has real map control. He had slight map control that you were pointing out before, where he was past the halfway point of the map, and that's actually powerful in and of itself in TVT. But now he can rotate back and forth and decide, oh, do I want to hit 3 o'clock? Do I want to try to push in towards his bridges? Or do I just want to set up a contain? And it looks like he's going to hit 3. Nope. Okay. Sees the tanks and decides, no, never mind, never mind. It's very stressful to try to break something in a best-of-1 tournament.
Yeah, right. By the way, I mean, it's 5 bases inbound here.
All right, we are back from ads. Hearing scary stories about them, so I was worried. There is one thing that we found out, Miss Shadow. If you have a paper copy of anything, there are like hundreds of bought eBay accounts that drop ship like basically everything on Amazon for a marked up price. So there is a chance if you have your book in paper copy that someone else is trying to sell your book. So what they'll do is they'll put orders for it, and when they get an order, they'll buy the book from you and then sell it at a markup to someone else.
So
as like a
what he's gonna
third-party
try to do is
vendor.
pop out probably about 4 wraiths and then just fly over and screw up one of the positions.
But that's
and then
not like
retake
an
part of that.
Amazon
We'll see if
specific
that
thing.
ends up working
That's
out,
like
because Speed is doing a great
that's
job
just the
rotating
bit.
around,
That's
and if
just
he
the nature
keeps,
of the business,
like,
right?
3-ish Goliaths out in the map that he doesn't lose, this Wraith transition for Light might not end
So I
up
would say
working
if you are interested in that, and you do find ones
We see Speed
that are.
moving out again
Callie,
here.
what's
Funny to
up?
see
Do
the
you find
eBay
your one
finds
there?
being made,
I
by the
would
way,
suggest
for
whatever
Speed.
site it
13
is, put
minutes
your
and
book
50
up there
seconds,
for
and that's
cheaper
about to
on like
finish.
if it was
Just goes
eBay.
to
Because in
show
some
you
places
how
they don't
intense
have
the round
Amazon.
fight was
Like I
out
had a
here.
viewer from China,
Light is gonna end
and
up
he didn't have
hemorrhaging
Amazon,
ultras
so
and
he
maybe
wanted me to put
trying
it on
show off
eBay so he
a
could
couple
buy it from
SCVs,
eBay.
but not
I
gonna do
couldn't
that
figure
much.
out how to do it,
Definitely a bit of an
but
overextension here.
we found a bunch of other
And to
people's
what
books,
Artosis
like
said
Callie's
earlier,
book
we
and
are gonna be
Sinister's book.
watching
Were both on that eBay, and there were other eBay accounts that were also selling it, and those accounts were selling between like 2 to 7 million items. So they're just like
Well, if you
giant
just have a few
companies and
Goliaths,
stuff
you
like
should be
that,
alright.
like
He's already got
from
Goliath
third world
range.
countries,
But
just doing
like
drop
you see here, he has
shipping.
one Goliath.
Yeah,
So
prob,
if
but
Light
I
can
made
come
a
in-
merch
now, he
shop
deals
for
with
my
the
book
barracks
stuff,
first,
art-wise, where people can try to
but yeah,
support
he
me
might
that
be
way
able to break
too.
some additional
Oh, if
tanks,
you
and
want to
targeting
drop
down
that
any
link, I can
Goliaths
drop
he
that
can
one
with his siege
in
tanks can be very
the
strong
Discord
here
as well. Looks like Callie just murdered us, assuming those are crows or ravens.
Now. Looks like the vultures
That's
are
the
down
whole
to work into
point,
the main, try to get
'cause
some
it's
kills over there.
Callie
So that he gets
is
that one
all
straight
about
tank that was
that.
so low on HP, but his counterattack completely undefended. Speed caught completely off guard.
You like dragons? I fucking
And,
love
that's gonna force
dragons.
that CC to lift. Crazy.
That's amazing from
The
Light.
dragons
The fact that
in
he
my
was able to
book
defensively hold that
are
position at 3 o'clock,
like the
but at
great
same time
worms
break 9 o'clock,
are the first
like,
beings
he just way outplayed Speed in those moments.
basically in
that is,
creation.
like, super, super impressive. Because Speed...
and they're like the size of multiple cities, if not like half to the quarter size of continents. Like, they're like, oh my god. Why can I not think of his name? Why am I thinking Altanard? It's not King. And it's not, is it Elatrion? Tree Dragon. Yeah, this guy. So he's so big. These are 5 cities on top of him. That's how big he is. That's how big the dragons are. And then my book is based around a massive tree. Ooh. Cool. You know it's a really, really cool marketing thing, miss? Hey, Cubano, got you tabbed up to support Will Gaming. Have a great stream. Hell yeah, bro! Nice. The artistry on the dragon. Yeah, I love that. That's so sick. It's a journal I sell on it. Nice. That's dope. No worries, anytime. I know it's really, like, I'm terrible at promoting myself, but I'm great at promoting other people. I wish I was so good at promoting myself, but I feel cringe promoting myself. I love promoting other people because I'm like, I want everyone to, you know, everyone to experience the power of the creativity. You can read the crazy goal why I write. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things, right? You just slowly work up to it. Get as many things on the side as you can. Talks, the videos are freaking awesome. It's on the website. I'm rather working on a larger goal of mine. To read my other books, you can click this. For every book sold, I plan to set aside a portion of the profits into savings with the hope of purchasing land to gain the opportunity to open a tiny home village affordable housing for those in need. Once I get closer to that goal, I'll make an announcement and add it along with my bio at a later date. I'll have other ways to support me in my goal. Not a promise that I'll be able to succeed in said goal. Like 15 books planned at the moment. Nice. So, too many books. I know, I'm working on 2 short stories that are in the progress of being written. or sorry, one's in the progress of being written, one's in the progress of being edited, one's in the progress of being plotted. I have 5 that I have ideas for on top of that. Then I have my main book, which is 2 books, possibly 3 books, who knows. Then I have the Stoner Girl Evolution that I'm working on. And then now I'm like, I also want to do these like Lego stop motion animations on the side. Posted what I have on my stream. Check the legal aspect of that tiny home village for those in need. I love the idea, but you need to pick a location where you can actually do it legally. Maybe with sound?
If it means winning, I don't mind destroying my old self. I'll be reborn again, as many times as it takes.
Nice. Hell yeah, Callie. That's badass. You're like the Phoenix. Every time you go offline, you die. The one that's out now got like 4 books planned for that one, then 5 standalones in the same world, and then a whole bunch more. Yep, looked at a lot of stuff. Thankfully here, since it will be classified as affordable housing and not a shelter, there's a lot more room to work with. Nice. Hell yeah. I love having that kind of greater grand idea, right? My greater grand idea is to have a house. So I want to build a house. This would be, if that's your goal, Miss Shadow, this is my goal. My goal is to build a house that literally has like a Gothic style library that's open to the public, like adjacent, connected to my house. And it's like a fully functional public library. And we do like, you know, like book readings, like promotional stuff for like upcoming authors, like, you know, like kind of like, I'm thinking like a karaoke night for like a beta reading kind of thing. Like you can read your own stuff or you can submit stuff to be written, stuff like that. And have like a super interactive library. So the village, I want to have small shops and I want to have a bookshop in one of them. Hell yeah. That would be sick. Gotta dream big, right? You never know if it'll happen, but that's the whole point in dreaming. You know? Also a game studio. A game studio would be sick. I'd love to have like an animation studio, like a music studio. Like I used to, like I was in film in high school. I did fucking like everything. I did like stop motion with Lego. We did just like general short films and shit like that. We did music videos because we worked with bands. We recorded music. Like we did like live shows. Like conferences, like what you guess I'd say be like TED Talks in like 2005, 2004. Forest Games Studio, that would be neat. Only game studio in the tree canopy. I like that, Sean. I like that.
Was definitely ahead right before this set of 2 attacks. And now
with a skylight. Hell yeah.
Speed's
So
behind,
normally,
not so
Miss
behind,
Shadow,
but the
we're like
game's over.
we
He's still got
do
enough supply that, like,
writing
just needs to
tips
kill
and
him.
reacts
He's
for
already taken
improving
6
your
o'clock,
writing
and he's
skills.
taking bottom
We
right. So,
do
like, Speed
social
is doing a lot of
commentary,
things super
generally
well this game.
on
It's kind of
current
funny 'cause, like, he
events for the
opened
purpose
better.
of world building
He's
to
made a lot of moves that were
improve
slightly
your
better. He's expanding a little
the
bit better.
depth of your
But
world and
overall,
to
you
bring
can
it
see
more
Light's
alive by
because
using
Light is, like,
elements
moving
of
around,
real
he's
life and
out-positioning him,
real
he's
life
out-defending, he's
interactions on like a
out-attacking him. But it
generally
doesn't really
national
have as
or
much going on in the
global
map as
scale
Speed
to
has.
make your world feel way more
Yeah, I think
real,
Light, you know,
as
in a
well as
difficult position
my
made a
own
better
writing and
choice,
stuff,
and
as
Speed's
well
gonna
as playing a
try
little
to
bit
go
of video
from push
games.
to shove
Hope you
here.
don't find too many
He's
issues
gonna
with
try
mine.
to
My editor was
basically claim the mirrored
free,
base,
so
and
that's
it's
okay.
not
I
gonna
edit
work.
my own stuff,
And I
Miss
think we've
Shadow.
seen
It is what it is.
Speed
Remember, you can
fall
always
behind
go
by the
back and
explosion
edit
of
it.
command centers in the top
Think
left.
about how many, like, I always think
Bottom
about it this way.
right.
How many anime have been, like, rebooted after they got, like they were, like, rushed out, and then they never followed the manga? They got completely fucked up, and then, like, 5 years later, they were basically remade. I'm basically thinking Full Metal Alchemist.
So that definitely does.
But there's, like, 5 or 6 other ones I could probably name that did, like, the same kind of thing.
Not +1. So having that definitely
Where
helped on his
Bleach is
defense.
probably
His
one of
attack,
them.
There's nothing there to really stop him anyways. But really,
just the
I
old
love this
school
game.
ones,
This is one
you
of
know.
my favorite TVTs that I've seen, Tasteless,
But
in many, many years, honestly, because what I'm watching is like
it's
you can
more
see the
about
modern, awesome, strong approach here from Speed, and then you see Light with just his brute power and understanding, being able to fight
being
back
able to
against
go
him.
back and look, and so far my beta
Yeah,
readers
there's a
say
lot
it's
of,
like a drug,
raw
and they're going
strength and
they're
just
going through withdrawal.
quickness
So
here
yeah,
from
see, that's the
Speed,
best
but
part.
You can see that Light
I
can
hate
really
the
navigate
cliffhangers,
game
but you just
way
know
better.
that
He's
it's
in a
so
bad
good
spot.
because you're just
He
waiting
doesn't
there, waiting for the
overextend,
next
defends
one.
as well as he
That's
can,
why I hate.
and then he knows when
Like,
to
I'm a
throw his weight
binger,
around.
so I hate
Basically
starting
take
stuff that's not
a
finished.
small,
Want to know a
positional
funny thing that happened?
here,
Yes, I do,
you can
Miss Shadow.
tear
I
it
would love to
wide
hear a
open.
funny
Yes.
thing
Really
that happened.
impressive to see. And you can just see, if you look at the mini map and you know, the way that Light is just plowing through the middle of the map here, that he's now turned this small advantage into a huge glaring one. He's going to move through here. He's forcing Speed to basically turtle up just inside of his rally point.
I can't find the video I have
And, you
on
know,
my
from
stream.
there, it's probably going to be either drops or pushes to the bottom right. to
That's
deny
not
this
good,
base,
Callie.
because Light is going untouched to the top left.
Guys,
Talk
I
about
forgot that I had food in the oven.
starting location,
Thank God the oven
the
turns
natural
off.
Expansion below that. And down here in
I
the
was
bottom
supposed-
right,
you guys
can
were
see
supposed
Speed
to
doesn't
warn me.
quite have enough to really fight back and control this one command center that he has up here. In fact, I think the tanks are still down there. They're sieged up.
I think you're probably right about that. It's insane watching this, and as long as Light just continues to kind of lean on Speed, it's going to be really hard for Speed to get any sort of attack to the top left off. Now, Light drops some tanks and vultures over here. This is a new base in the bottom right that Speed has been trying to get, and it looks like he'll probably deny that as well. This is the greatest proof, I think, of Light's level that we've seen in a long time. This is ridiculous that he was able to do this when Speed was kind of controlling the whole flow of the game in the early game and the mid game. You know, he had the right build against what Light was doing. He took map control. He broke some tank lines. He was putting a lot of pressure on, and Light has just, like, continually outmaneuvered him. You give him a decent-sized army and an okay economy, and he makes magic happen.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it blows my mind. It is crazy how good Light is. He is just somebody who, like, sometimes I'll watch a game like this. You know, TVT, as someone who doesn't play Terran and, you know, isn't an expert in the matchup, I watch it and sometimes it's a mystery.
So
I
a
think, well, how
beta
did he
reader's
get ahead, right?
husband messaged me saying his wife was asking him if my main character was like, she forgot
and
it
it's just
wasn't
going to slowly, you know,
reality.
involve the player Light getting cornered and having less room, having less oxygen, and he'll be strangled out of the game. And instead, Light is so patient.
That's hilarious.
Just
I love it.
Waiting, and then you see he finds a slip up. He comes out and he punches so hard.
Yeah.
And we're basically seeing the moment where Speed has to make a move like that. By the way, he's moving out on the map.
What a title. I said no
going to
human
try
sacrifices,
to
damn it.
Probably put pressure here in the top left.
That's
Keep
good.
in mind, you know, Light has the bottom right. There are no bases there, but that's more than enough to keep Speed oppressed in this game, because Light has an absurd amount of expansions. And I don't know.
Good
if
old
Speed's gonna be able
TVT,
to
guys.
do
They're
it.
still
Doesn't seem
playing this
obvious.
fucking game.
Speed
Guess it's
is
well
running
enough
out
for
of
people to
time.
feel
If
it's
he does
real.
not break,
I mean, that's
like,
what it
top
takes,
left,
man. I
or
mean, you look
at least
the
push into, like,
the
natural
problem
area of
is,
Light,
Miss
he's not really gonna
Shadow,
have much of
there's
a
so
shot.
much
And you can see Light is
shit
just mirroring
out
where
there
his tanks are
that's
going.
like
He's sieging a little bit
popular
further back, making it hard to move
that
through.
people
The
don't
actual
understand.
attacking army
Like
from
the
Speed
bar is
better than
literally
defending
on the
army here
floor.
from
That
Light, but
most
Light is
people
buying
just
enough time
throw
to
like
get more units over there
$15,000 into
to just slow
marketing,
this down.
and
Now,
they just see
it
a
looks like
return
he's
of
gonna be
like
able to retake this
$50,000,
base that he had
but they've
early
literally
on, so
written
that's very
garbage,
nice.
like fucking 50
But,
Shades
like,
of Grey
I mean,
or
look at the
Haunted
economies.
Annabelle,
Like, that entire top part of the map, he's putting down
Annabelle
missiles
Haunting
everywhere,
or
he's
whatever the
got
fuck it
mines all over the
is.
place. Look, he's going into
You can
two
add me in
starport
Discord. I want to
dropship,
know what you think
which
when you
is
read
like,
it.
That's how you finish a lot
Sure.
of TVT games, is you just fly around with dropships and defend whatever they do. Light is in so much control at this point.
So
There, I
is
sent you a
there
friend's
anything
request.
Speed can do? It feels like now this game is too far gone. Having the top left main is giving him so much momentum.
Yeah, I've seen some
and there
crazy
really
typos
is
in
only
some
one place
books.
you can expand into now for both sides, and that's this.
I'm more of an
bottom right
idea
quadrant.
person. Like, I'm terrible at
The problem is
grammar.
that, you know,
I'm
whether
terrible
you're
at
pushing or
sentence
dropping,
structure.
you can
I'm
see the pockets
terrible
of
at
deeper from
everything.
Light.
I'm
And
terrible
we're
at
seeing Light
spelling.
trying
I'm
to push
fucking
out this
dyslexic.
position. This is
All I
literally
care
the
about
high
is the
ground,
idea.
which, you know, is always maybe the most.
So, like, I have a good
dangerous
chance,
thing
right?
because they
Pokes
fired-
his face cheek.
And
You have a,
you know,
you
it
have
hasn't
a, you have
really
a good
done
chance
anything.
of what,
And I think
Callie?
Light was ready to
Being
reinforce
awesome,
the
'cause you
position to
are.
drop it. Instead, he's gonna turn that into an offensive move, either dropping this.
One was
expansive
meant
move,
to
even
be
dropping it to the
kiss,
main.
but
We'll
they
see. He
put
doesn't really
kill.
Have to do much.
Yeah,
I'm going to. I go to kiss him. I go to kill him.
right now. Like I completely
Of
understand
making
why
it.
he's doing
But
it,
you've
but
already
feels like
made
you
it,
have to fill those
Callie.
spaces, and I think that was true a couple minutes ago. But I think at this point, like, Light just has a stranglehold on everything.
I mean,
except bottom
I've
right.
bought your
So
book.
in my opinion,
You're an
you start
affiliate
sieging
now.
up the middle a little
Like,
bit heavier, and you clear bottom right, and you. Make
I'm
missile
not
turrets
as
and
famous
siege
as
tanks,
Brandon Sanderson
and you
yet.
just
Okay,
try
Callie.
to
That's
buckle
fair.
in and get your
That's
economy
fair.
up to Light's level, because if you don't, Light is going to.
But I mean, you don't have to be Brandon Sanderson level to make it.
Oh, Light wins that so easily. From here, Speed. You know, he's down in supply.
I know we all
His
want
gas
to, and
is
we all
zero.
strive for
So you
that.
can make like one tank at
Right?
a time right now.
I want money, dang it.
Light really just has to.
But I
keep
mean, Callie, like, you don't have to
basically
be that level
keep
to
these
make
options
like
ready to go.
a couple
I don't know if you found a
$100,000
desirable
a
spot.
year from your writings. You don't need to
We
make
talked about it in
millions
other
of
TVT
dollars.
casts, but a lot of times
You only need
you know,
like a
all
couple
you have to do
$100,000.
in TVT when you're this far ahead is just
The
drop,
problem is consistency,
wherever
because you're
they
going to make
try to attack
90%
you,
of your
drop
sales
you,
in like the
but
first
I
year.
guess we're
Unless it's like a
such
multiple series
unstoppable
book,
position
right?
here From Light that he's just going to be dropping these locations.
Oh, Miss Shadow, since you're
Yeah, he
new,
knows
you
that
haven't
it
seen
just
the
applying
title
more
for a
pressure should be
story
what
I
end the
won't
game.
write
And,
yet.
you know, Speed
They
is
got
just,
what
he's
they
spread
asked
so
for.
thin at
A
this
hero
point, he has such a
summoning
little
gone
economy
horribly,
that he can trade
horribly
really
right.
efficiently
Concept is
and
they
end up
summon a
winning
lawful good
I
hero
think
from
it's
a
so funny
tabletop
he's making
RPG,
Valkyries,
just
too.
such as D&D. His rigid black and
Top
white
tier
thought
pros just love
process and
making
the
Valkyries
time
even when
frame
there's no raids.
at the time
It's
focuses
kind of
him
like
to
a
kill,
deterrent of, like, I don't even
forces
wanna
him to
deal with
kill
raids.
everyone
Here's some
involved in the
Valkyries.
summoning
You see
for
them?
abducting
You
him.
see these attacking your eBay? I don't
He
even
would
care.
become a
Just
real
don't make
person
raids.
over time, but he starts
But,
as a 2D
yeah,
pen
yeah,
and ink
Light
character.
has really secured the game at this point, and Speed definitely knows that. You hear mass scans going off. We're about to see a GG. Like,
We actually saw Speed muttering to himself and scratching the back of his head earlier.
yeah.
Yeah, look
And
at
probably a
Speed.
pretty
He's like,
frustrated
fuck,
moment.
I'm
I
so
think
dead.
Anybody who's been good at the game, who's played somebody better than them, and you're
Okay.
having what feels like the perfect game. And honestly, the early part of this, it felt pretty perfect for Speed. I didn't even really catch until Light made the move where the mistake was defensively. But man, once he found that, he just ripped him to shreds. And here we are watching Speed basically get suffocated out of this game.
Told you
He's got
guys
this
Light was
center
going to
left
win.
base, which is pretty mineral rich.
It's
and
funny
he's
because it's
barely
Light
hanging on to
Speed.
6 o'clock, and that's it. He
There are
doesn't have
so many
anything else but
crazy
resources to do.
combinations of names of players
So
that are
funny. Light literally has
hilarious.
hold position cloaked rates over his
That would
top
be
left
interesting.
base. And if
Sean has
just
some great
floating over,
ideas.
like,
He's the one who gave me the
damn it,
Stoner
there's
Girl
nowhere to
Evolution
go.
idea.
Yeah.
Like, and Light has choked up everything. Look at the mini map. Look at the red everywhere. This is truly Speed's last attack, and it is going to get
I think
absolutely you slammed.
He's even trying to flank, and it's just like a no.
I mean, there's just no way. And
No.
you can see Speed shaking his head. It's got to be a tough way to start this group.
Yeah.
You know? With
A lot of my
strong
books are
opening,
fantasy, but they
but
are
as the
off
game
of
gets
myths,
further
so
along
werewolves
and
and stuff like
elapsed
that.
time, it
Also,
also gets
hey
more and more
goobers,
complex and
hey
deep,
Muffin,
right?
how's it
And that's where
going? Welcome,
someone like
welcome,
Light is
buddy.
able to
How
go down
are
the
you?
rabbit hole
Did you stream
and
today,
find the answer to
Muffin?
what looked like a really, really tough game for him. And, you know, now we're seeing total domination. By the way, Light knows to not even make command
Some parts of my
centers at the
book,
bottom right. Like, he knows
the
exactly how much
ideas
he needs
were
to
all
just
dreams I
force the
had.
situation to
Well,
be
that's what a lot of
speed.
people do, Miss Shadow.
He doesn't need,
Like
you know,
Twilight
every
was
base right now. He just needs to stay,
inspired
I don't know,
by
40% ahead
like
of his opponent here.
apparently a wet
And make
dream
this
from the writer,
Yeah,
from
he's
the
like,
author.
block attack,
It's like
make
use
attack.
what you know,
Like,
right?
over and over,
Write
just
what
kinda
you know.
rotating through
Yeah,
that.
some crazy
Speed trying
dreams.
once again to push up through the left side.
I have some crazy dreams.
but
The last
there's
dream I
always dropships
remember,
coming up. He can just
Miss
drop on top of
Shadow,
these tanks, eliminate
somehow
that.
I was slurping
Nine
eggs
Speed is-
off of
Speed is really trying
like
to
sunny
make something
side up
happen 'cause
eggs
TVT
off
is a
of
matchup where
the
there's
ground.
Insane comebacks.
Don't
but
ask me how I got
definitely,
there.
GG.
All I know is
And I
eggs are
gotta tell
fucking
you what,
delicious.
Tasteless,
And
they're
I
both
wasn't
playing
letting that shit
very
go to
well. Like,
waste.
Speed played that very well. He beat
Slurp it
almost
right
every
up.
Terran in the
I was like,
entire
man, that's
world
fucking
with that level of
disgusting.
play.
I will
Light is just
dial
bad.
you
If the
up
flash
into
comes back,
roar. All right, let's see this. My dream last night, I was in a daze, but real life.
There's someone out there with half your talent doing twice the work and winning. While you're hesitating, they're grinding. While you're dreaming, they're building. Every excuse you make is fuel for someone else's fire. And every second you waste is one they use to get ahead. You say you want it. Then act like it. No more waiting. No more fear. You don't need perfect conditions. Just relentless drive. You weren't born to be average. You were built to break limits. So get up, lock in, and show the world what happens when nothing can stop you.
True, Callie. Absolutely fucking true.
He is the Terran god.
Like running from people
You
to
can
Daisy
feel
is in the
assault.
game.
With Speed, I mean, that's got to just
I
be
was in Daisy,
infuriating.
but real
He played
life.
so well.
His opening was so
This is a
beautiful,
game that would be
Tasteless.
worth.
That sounds like a
going
good
back
time.
And looking at this, because I don't know.
Now, did you have weapons or not?
Somehow
That's
it was
the
almost
question.
Like a judo flip mid-game.
And
where
can
Speed
you
hit the
can
right,
you
and shut down, and then suddenly the left side there was nothing there.
can you
It was
lucid
completely
dream?
exposed, and it was obliterated. And then we saw two command centers in the top left. Speed.
I
trying to
did, but
just
the
get
people
one
that
at the bottom
found
right,
me
which
had
was
more.
denied. And a
Yes,
lot
I
of that
can.
was where
Nice.
the course just changed into a trajectory.
Lucid
that
dreaming
could
is
not be
fucking
reversed.
the shit. I can't.
Wow.
I've tried. My dad and my brother can, and they tried to teach me, but I
love
can't.
A good TVT, man. Sometimes you get some boring TVTs where it's just siege lines and stuff.
Talks
but
my
this was
tummy,
action-packed.
calves,
This
and
was a lot of
arms hurt
fun.
like hell. I can also
Just
control
a
the dream and
complete
continue
pleasure
it
there.
later on.
Light going to that winner's match.
Nice.
Probably not to anyone's surprise, except for maybe Speed.
Yeah, my brother
but yeah,
can't like
next
control
up, we
it,
are
but
gonna
he
have
does
the
have like
Zerg
to be
versus
continued
Zerg,
dreams,
Larva versus Soma.
and then he'll like come
Best
back
of
to them.
one,
I've
man.
lucid
Anything
dream,
can
but I keep
happen,
getting
but
too
I
excited and I
generally
wake
like
up.
Soma and Z
It's hard
and
to
Z.
do sometime. Trick is think of it over
Yeah, I
and
tend
over
to
before you
agree.
pass
I
out.
think someone might be a little bit stronger here, but we will have the answer to that question in a little bit here.
My
Guys,
mind
more
is always
matchups to
wandering on
come.
my own
We'll be right back.
worlds when I fall asleep. But then again, it's like, you know, like they say, if you didn't dream, it's not you didn't dream, it's you didn't remember your dream. You dream every night, at least if you have REM sleep. Then if you enter REM sleep, you'll dream even if you don't remember it. I also have premonitions. Ooh, nice. Tapping into that extra sense. The third eye. I have had some fucked up premonitions, though, Miss Shadow. Like, okay, I'm gonna explain how mine work, and you tell me if it's the same for you. So, something fucked up happens, like a car crash. some sort of, like, you did something that you didn't want to do. Like, you accidentally... I have a temper. I have a fucking temper. I got pissed off and I punched someone I shouldn't have punched. You know? I threw a fucking tantrum when I shouldn't have thrown a tantrum. And the thought in my head is, oh, fuck, if only I could have done this again. And then I wake up. And I swear to fucking God, I have literally gone back in time just to relive the exact same event, knowing that it's gonna happen, and it still fucking happens. It's like reverse deja vu. And it's like, none of my dreams are like that vivid, that real, to the point that I can remember my own thoughts inside of the dream. And 3 of the main scars on my body are from those dreams. I flipped my car upside down and wound up in a ditch when I was a delivery driver. I worked in a mill when I was 21, and I crushed my foot in a hydraulic stacker. I tried to do a double backflip on my trampoline, and I almost lost my left arm.
We're back, everybody. ZBZ time. This should be a fun one.
Yeah, and all of those were like
kind of different styles overall.
Literally, it was like months earlier, but I had a dream about it fucking happening. And I had the exact same thoughts going through my head the entire fucking time.
His long career of,
and it's like I got this scar on my elbow from
like a hive guy,
trampoline, because we had it's like the way the bars go together are kind of like this. There's this prong sticking out, and it literally my knees touched my ears. I bounced backwards, and the reason I didn't fly off of the trampoline was because the thing caught in my arm and stopped me. And the doctor said if it was like a centimeter the other way and it hit this, it would have completely destroyed my fucking elbow, and I probably would have lost my arm. Same with like my foot, except the only person who was around was the forklift driver, and the number one thing you do in an emergency is you turn off the power. But when you turn off the power on a hydraulic lift, it drops. So if you had followed normal like emergency procedures, I would have lost my foot. But the forklift driver knew to lift up the hydraulic lift.
In between like an aggressive Zerg and a macro Zerg. So I generally tend to go with more aggressive Zergs in ZVC.
Yeah, those are my stories.
Have the advantage.
And then there's other ones that are kind of like smaller, more personal, on like a relationship, like interpersonal kind of stuff. Like conversations that I've had with people that have literally ended friendships, like decade-long friendships. Not my fault, though. It's the Galatians 4:16.
Okay.
I have told you the truth, and now I'm your enemy.
In the bottom, both sharing the right side of the map. Both of them with their
fucking sucks,
heading towards
but
each other.
I don't.
All right. So they're gonna scout each other right
away. I don't let people live in their delusions. I confront people over their shit and say, nah, if you want to be friends, you got to get over your shit. Because this is literally affecting me as your fucking friend. Because I care about you, and I don't want you to go down that road.
I'll tell you what.
So,
I
yeah.
kind of prefer, like, north-south or east-west,
So, in the dream, I was helping a town prepare to evacuate, like gathering food and survival stuff. When I woke up, I messaged a friend, but did not tell him the dream.
Is where the overlords would go in different directions to get to naturals, and this is, like, symmetric.
My delusion is that I'm actually a good writer. Oh my god, me too, Callie! Holy shit, we're twinning!
Snap out of it,
we're twinning!
Foot on the keyboard. You were there in person when it happened.
That's that was a fun event, man.
I showed you guys that when Larva put his foot on the keyboard and played with his foot. He then tells me he had a dream and he was also helping a town that was gathering the ammo and guns.
He's messaged me since then on Kakao occasionally.
Damn, that's intense, Miss Shadow.
But we got to hang out with him down there, and he played.
I had a friend who had a dream that she thought she was dreaming about her daughter.
The best of the West, and in fact, there was some.
And she'd have the same dream like every single night for like 7 years. And then she met this guy. And just out of nowhere, he, like, after, like, a year of, like, knowing him, they kind of, like, fallen in love kind of thing. And he was, like, told her that he for, like, last 10 years, he had this dream about this girl that he thought it was his daughter. And it was literally the exact same description. It was like, that is fucked up, dude. I don't know if they're still together, but, because I kind of fell out of being friends with them. But, crazy shit. But it talks has gotten lazy. It hasn't called me out yet. The next day was the first day of the Ukraine war.
Like, what does this mean?
Damn.
I'm like, ugh, get away from me.
Get away from me, you loser.
Yeah. Good lord. Yeah.
I don't like fun.
This is a computer game tournament. Be serious.
All right, I gotta go check on my food. I'll be right back.
So worried about me. Like, yeah, like that. Seriously, man. So, this is interesting. So, Soma's going to hide the hatchery. And, you know, whenever you see these Overlord scouting paths, and I was even saying earlier, well, they're both going to have the same information. That's true, but they only have the information in the generally very predictable, obviously very slow-paced trajectory the Overlords move it. So, you see a lot of this sort of hidden tech just out of eye shot that's used in a way that you just don't see in other matchups. Now, this time the Overlord's going to see it, which is a big deal. So that's actually like a pro scouting move right there, because you know there should be a second hatchery. You don't know where, which creates a situation that I always like casting this in ZVZ, is the 2-hatch in main versus 2-hatch expand build.
Yeah. Which
feels very much like the 2-hatch in main player is pressed to come up with a solution quicker, and the 2-hatch in main, 2-hatch one on a new base player needs to be ready to survive whatever comes or match the aggression. There's actually more than one ways to handle this, but I want to see how Soma tries to play this out.
Well, yeah. I think Soma needs, like you said, to do something. Larva's actually coming down with his lings. I don't think he should be attacking here at all. Like, he's already got the advantage because he will have a second geyser. So he can end up making more mutas, right? So it's kind of weird to me that that's how he wants to go about this, coming down here. It looks like Soma is going to open this up. And, you know, obviously he's got.
Are almost ready.
But yeah, if Larva.
When you look at everything that's happening in the world today, it's like everyone said. Asmon's gonna go on break, and the fucking World War III is gonna happen. Asmon goes on break, fucking Charlie Kirk gets assassinated. Like, what the fuck?
Realistically, in this situation,
the timeline we live in, guys, I don't even know what to say about it. Like, it's when Asmon comes back, it is gonna be like the biggest,
it does feel a little bit greedy,
holy shit
like
moment.
If all you have to do is survive this, and you have.
Fox, how should I do this? 3 clips from each of my favorite animes.
4 drones, and one of them mining's gas. Sorry, 4 drones on gas.
I'm not sure, Callie.
3 is what I'm trying to get at here.
I'm not sure what your goal is.
You know, that's all you need. And he's going to make a creep colony. Soma is, I think,
I want to hide in a tiny home away from everyone.
One thing that Larva could do that would thwart this.
Oh, wouldn't that be nice, right?
Birds are going to come in. They're parked right on top, and they just want to have one for each muta, and that's exactly what they get. Soma is so good.
Yeah.
Don't worry, guys. We learned that 3 is the number. We know how many it takes to snipe. I think that Soma might just win.
Yeah, it looks.
Yeah,
like
he has the advantage now.
Like, that was perfect with his skirt.
I could if I get like 10K.
They instantly kill the mutas, and that should be.
Yeah, see, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, very straightforward
but
game.
That's
just one guy knowing perfectly what to
hopeful,
do.
right?
One,
I mean,
you know, kind of maybe
just
keep
trucking. Best thing is to find as many. My dad got 40K acres in the middle of nowhere. Nice.
Yeah, I mean, look at this.
That's sick.
Well, what are you going to do? What are the Lings going to do now? Kill this
just need to build a cabin on it.
I think it's going to be GG.
It's funny because I
That's
was talking
huge.
about how he's a cognitive Zerg larva, but like, I don't know. Sometimes people, even smart people, miss the fundamentals, right? It's like, oh, you have more gas, so defend. And then he just doesn't, and he dies. And it's like, oh, okay, why though? Like, why didn't you just, you know, defend? You know, a lot of people when they're playing, when you're playing a fast layer, and you have an expansion.
You're right back. All right, sounds good. Probably shed conversion.
Normally we'll
True.
see a sunken go up, right?
Start small and then
If
work
he
your way
has
up
a
from there,
similar
right?
score, he probably wins the game.
It was strange, man. You know, Larva's still fighting right now, but the drone count is so painfully low. He's going to have the Mutalisks come up here. I think the drone count is now, what, under 5?
It's super low, yeah. Soma doesn't even care that the Scourge can kill his mutas at this point because he can trade them terribly. Because he's just killing the very last ones that exist.
You wouldn't understand my goal because I intend to blind the world with my drive. To run faster and faster and my feet scorch the ground. Until no one, no matter where they started, can catch up to me.
And he's going to be ready for these.
It's a great plan, Callie.
And I think with that,
start with one thing a day. 1% improvement every day.
You know, Soma just bringing a much more robust game. And you know, in some ways, that ZVZ
we knew it was going to be Soma Light in the Soma Light. Now this is the game I'm looking forward to. TVT, blah. ZVZ, blah. ZVT? Oh, fuck yeah. Let's go, guys. Is he going to do crazy Zerg? I have no idea. Soma, I don't know Soma's style. Is it the same? Has it changed? Is he going to go? I mean, he does really like his Mutamicro.
Killed the drones. Basically did so much damage that even when it felt like Larva might recover, he just doesn't have the same kind of workers. You know, ZVZ can slow down to a point where you are basically getting both, or you cannot get both attacking units and workers. You know, you just are too strained.
Yeah. Well, that was pretty one-sided, which means that we are going to have an absolutely great match coming up next. Light versus Soma for that first spot in the next round. You can't really ask for a better Terran versus Zerg than what we're about to see here. And I mean that in so many ways.
This literally this match, we've had 4 championship matches. Sulky versus Effort.
Yeah, I think Light might still be
Mini versus Snow.
Should be a close match.
This is going to be Soma versus Light. And the other one.
Yeah, it does feel like very much so. Larva's a little bit outclassed in ZVZ right now. Looked good, but you know maybe
best
have quite
versus
on that situation. We'll be right back.
Terran. Probably Royal. Either Royal or Barracks.
What's up,
I got my food.
One of these two players is about to get one of the 2 last spots here in the round of 8. This is going to be a Zerg versus Terran. This could be the best Zerg versus Terran in the ASL this season. I mean, these guys are so strong. Both have very, very interesting approaches. And I think it's tough to call who's better. I was saying before the break, maybe Light is a little bit stronger, but there's been seasons, and you know, it might have been a couple years ago too, but where Soma looked really good. There was a period where Soma was just nipping at the heels of the position of the best Zerg player in the world.
Absolutely.
And you know, of course, we had Sulky come in here and kind of steal the show. Sulky had literally 2 years of dominance, but Sulky's out now, and this could be Soma's moment to shine.
Well, the reason we haven't seen him because he was in the military, so it makes perfect sense. He's back now, and I think he's going to reclaim his spot as one of the best Zergs in the world, and I think we're going to see him put out a great series here against Light. I would tend to agree with you. I do think Light is a bit stronger than Soma, but Soma, like, shouldn't be underestimated. Like, if he plays a really solid game here, he can beat Light.
It's going to be fun. Map 1 will be Radion. We'll go to Metropolis and Dominator for Map 2, and if we get Map 3, in this best of 3. No more best of 1s. We're in the next phase here of Group D. with Light versus Soma. Guys, let's get into game one.
I don't like that I have to set these to 10 bits each.
Some in the bottom right and cross spawns.
For what, Callie?
We didn't mention the plug at the start of the show, but we are going to mention it here now, guys. Consider signing up for our Patreon, patreon.com/ASL English. Whatever you're willing to give, we really appreciate it. This is the best way to support us and what we're doing specifically and preserving the past, present, and future here of StarCraft 1. And so we would love to earn your support, whatever you're willing to give a month. And, you know, if you can't give anything a month, consider just following the account. You'll get notifications for when the games drop. You know, so, yeah, consider joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. And Soma here is really the proof that there's a bright future in StarCraft. People ask, like, oh, there's not enough rotation of, like, newer players. And to that, I just say, you know, it takes a really long time to get this good. Soma is not an ex-pro. Like, he is the first of the new generation that joined the top pros. And, you know, I've had a lot of people come to my stream and stuff and ask, like, oh, isn't it kind of unfair, though? Because, like, it takes a long time to, or, like, a lot of these new guys that are really good don't get to join into the pro leagues and play regularly with people like Light or Snow or whoever. But the thing is, it comes down to the skill. And Soma, like, he rose up so strongly, he gets to play with everybody. Because, like, you don't ignore someone that is this good. And, in fact, before he went to the military, when he said he was going, I remember a lot of people were saying, like, oh, Zerg's dead now. Because Soma is literally the strategic leader of the race.
Yep.
Kind of like what Light does.
And then Sulky came the fuck out of nowhere and just swept.
Military, where, like, he makes the
he was like it's like Soma tapped in Sulky, and then he tapped him back out. Soma's like, sorry, bro, my turn.
And we have other players that are rising up like that right now. I think Paralyzed for Protoss, Motive for Protoss. You know, over on the Terran side, we have a ton of up-and-coming Terran players. Scan, you know, definitely one of those.
Scan?
Barracks,
I swear
really
even Speed is.
Of those, although he was
BTS?
before.
Which is true.
Yeah, it's
from
it's
StarCraft
exciting,
2,
man, because like Soma is one of the new guard, and you know I think he is someone that there is not a doubt in my mind, just like with Snow, that he.
I did have a werewolf isekai idea. A female martial artist gets isekai'd, then before she ever finds a settlement, she's attacked by a werewolf. She wins, but not without getting bit. She is allowed into town, but only briefly, as she was bitten. Then, when the werewolves attack the town en masse, she shows up to defend them. Not even the alpha can control her, because she is an alpha herself.
And then, you know, we talk about, well, there, you know, like, I'm really glad you were bringing this up, Arto. So Soma is new generation StarCraft 1 Pro. But, you know, there was a lot of players that were world class from that Jaedong Flash, Bisu era, that I would have imagined would have been right here, right now, and they are obsolete.
Yeah.
The landscape is changing. There's players from, you know, 5 years ago, which really wasn't that long in the grand scheme of StarCraft. New players that have popped up and other players that have
my
fallen
peer
off,
gave
you know.
me the idea to become a meditation
very
exercise
scene.
writing streamer, dude.
And I would say
That's a
in
good
a lot
idea,
of ways,
Callie.
you know,
Meditation,
StarCraft
and you could do like
is
sprints and then
far as
exercise and
variety
then
of pros,
meditation.
the scene is healthier than, I think,
All of the
StarCraft
things,
2
because
and
you're like
StarCraft 3.
working out your body, you're working out your soul, and you're working out your mind.
Because I feel like, especially if I see
Callie,
something like
that's
that,
fucking
people are gonna
genius.
get upset, but like, there's a really nice rotation of fresh blood of old players, and then people kind of coming in and coming out, depending on where they are, you know, in their own ability, as well as where they are in their lives. Everybody's, you know, older and much busier now, but so it's an exciting thing. It's an exciting thing in StarCraft, and I think for people. By the way, if you're new to StarCraft 1, you're watching this, welcome. It's never too late to join, but like, yeah, I mean, don't think
You guys will learn. It only happens twice a year.
Or that there's any
But you guys will eventually learn the ways of StarCraft.
Dude, I didn't know Sulky was going to win 2 years in a row. That's insane to me. I thought we would never have anybody do that ever again. And, you know, almost immediately into the absence of Flash, which is crazy.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think a lot of times people in these gaming metas, in the state of their favorite esport, in all that, people are very locked in on what they think the future is going to be like and that it's going to look like what it is now, but you never know. And that's why these tournaments are so exciting is you know, you can come back to the same game and see the same, not the same
So
story,
my
I guess
thing
a
with
new story
meditation is that
evolved
people
in
might find
the same
meditation
game
difficult
within
because
the
they're
same
doing the
parameters,
wrong type of
and
meditation.
see, you know, what we learn about the game change and who's able to stay on top of it.
Totally. Totally, and I think that will continue to change. It's just, it's slow. It's slow to change because these players are so good. Everyone's been playing for so long, man. Like, Light never, he's like Bisu. He never went to StarCraft 2. Light has been one of the best
meditation is
players
clear
in the world
mind
for about 20 years. Like 2006, I want to see, is when Light first came on my radar. So, like, that's almost 20 years that he has been one of the top players. So, of course, you can't just come up and pass him right away. So, anyways, let me talk about these builds just for a second. Light has walled in. He's gone for the very normal +1 4-Rax build. So, he's going to have +1 attack quickly. Lots of Marines and Medics trying to pressure Soma. Soma has gone 2-hatch Muta with the 3rd hatch in main and making his 3rd base in the bottom left here. And Light's trying to figure out where that's at because his build is engineered to apply a lot of pressure against that. One thing two things I really need to know. First off, 3rd hatch in the main base tells us Soma is going to try an army crushing type of strategy like we see from Solki. He's going to try to destroy the Marine Medic Ball when it comes out. With Light, you see the respect for Soma's mutas. He has more turrets than he normally makes with this build order. At his natural, at his barracks, at his main base. A lot of times people go like 2-1-3, like 2 in the main, 1 at the barracks, 3 at the natural. He has like 4 or 5 at the natural already, 2 at the barracks already, and at least 2 at the main. So like he's really respecting Soma's mutas as he should. Soma has excellent mutas.
So he's going to let that stim chase those mutas, let that dissipate to where the Marines slow back down. And he's kind of found a funny little weak spot. The barracks in the bottom left pops Marines out in a position where they can be sniped. So that gives him an opportunity to constantly come in there and get 1 free kill on the Marines. Now this is 4-Rax Marine. Will eventually go up to 5. And he's just trying to make sure that he can keep Terran under control enough. I did not actually check the scans here.
Yeah.
But I'm curious, does he see the hatchery in the bottom left yet? Does he know where that is?
I think he's narrowed it down because a Marine hit top right, and Soma was super on top of stopping the SCV that went to the bottom left. So I think he's looking at this and saying, okay, bottom left is probably where it is. He did scan the main base just to double check on hive timings because, you know, there are some funny things that could happen there. And notice how he's not moving too far out. He's identified the amount of hatcheries that there are. I think he knows what Soma's plan is here. And you can see all these units coming out of the hatcheries. Look at the mini-map, right? You see a bunch of Lings coming up to the side over here. Soma, and look at this. Dude, they're both playing, like, perfectly right now. Like, Soma's going in. Yeah, he's getting his damage. He's actually going for a counterattack. So, okay, this is insane because he actually has enough to kill this base. But Light has enough to kill everything he has in bottom right. This is a true base trade that we're looking at. Both of the players
only 2 sunks inbound.
They're both super close to winning and losing right now.
Yeah, this is becoming very, very chaotic. I almost wonder if it would have been better to make the sunks on the high ground here versus the low ground, but I guess everything's always 20/20 in hindsight. So the Marines, I mean, this is such a strong amount of Marines. It's going to be very difficult to actually fight this. The Lings are basically killing everything that Light has. Light's going to try to move up the ramp, and it's important.
Oh, that was so bad.
As well as he possibly can, because if the number can be whittled down just enough, it's possible with a few more Lings hatching, you can make this work. But the ramp also acts as a bottleneck, which really punishes the melee units as the Lings.
Yeah, Light's in a better position here. He has a lot of missile turrets at his natural, and don't forget he has 1 barracks at his natural from the wall initially. Yep. So he still has some unit production. When stuff like this happens, a lot of times Zerg will still win in this position because Terran can't get a Marine out, and then Zerglings kill the turrets. But that's not the case here. Light is, see that? He's making a bunker. He's just going to pop a fire bat and some Marines in there. And, I mean, his Marines are going to clear up everything else. Someone's got one base in the bottom left. And that, I don't think it'll be quite enough to clear the amount of Marines that Light has on the map.
Sure, Callie.
Dude, this is crazy.
If you post it here, it might get,
dead,
disappear over time, though.
He's got one hydrant
before I'm done eating.
There's not going to be a layer to upgrade lurkers. And yeah, this one bunker should just be enough. Keep in mind, the Marines and the medics can always go back home and just defend. And, you know, we're talking about full infrastructure, damaged buildings, not a lot of SCVs, but compared to what? A Zerg coming from, you know, as if the game started right now. Basically, that's what the Zerg has. That plus a bunch of units that we're watching.
Now, he wants to stop Valkyries from being made.
He's trying to detect a Valkyrie.
Yeah. A single Valkyrie can just win the game here. And so he's trying really hard to stop this. Light is going to attack to bottom left, so the mutas are going to have to go down and deal with that. He needs to go right now. He has to go bottom left right now or he's going to lose. It's as simple as that. He has a... Unless he decides to just hide extractors.
Hey, Cal, how's it going?
Natural that I think Light's already seen. He does one domain I think Light's already seen.
Super appreciate the support.
Out and, like,
Thank you very much.
Else.
Just eating, watching some StarCraft.
Light is
so
just
crazy.
Yeah, I think Light's
best
just
base trade of all time.
Here. Yeah, see, he's trying to make some more extractors. He's got no money left. Should just cancel whatever's in those eggs.
Yeah, you can see the mutas are going to come back across the map, but that relieves a lot of pressure over here on the main, which should allow Light to recover in that regard too.
Now,
good targeting.
Yeah, the Lings come in, so he actually saves the hatchery.
But he has no money. Oh, he has 4 drones
and 3 minerals. He should not have let those Hydras finish. That was really weird to allow that. But
that was crazy to allow that.
I'm sorry.
But I mean,
yeah, he had 4 above. I remember that now. Yeah, they showed that. But now comes the meters are going to come back. He can eliminate the main. He has a few Lings, but there's at least a fire bat in the bunker. I bet you there's a Marine in the bunker too.
Well, also, I think this... oh my god, he's got to repair this. He needs to get this Valkyrie out. Hold on a second.
Wow. Is he going to get it?
No. Okay, he gets the one Valkyrie. He just needs to put that on hold position, basically. I always feel like we got to mention that, you know, there's been more Valkyrie miscontrol than any other unit in the game. It's definitely not the easiest unit to manage. The Lings are going to come up. Keep in mind, SCVs can't quite repair as easily just because of the way the landscape is laid out here with the buildings. Am I wrong about this? Don't you just want this on hold position? Why is he like trying to moving shot this?
Because you can't.
Oh my god.
So basically, like, the Valkyrie range is not that great. So you actually need it to slide backwards. He can't protect the starport and have it protected by the missile turrets. He needs to do the micro to slide it back over the missile turrets, and he wasn't able to do that. Oh my god,
he's going to send one fire bat.
Dude, that was the one fire bat he had in the bunker.
Yeah. And he's just stimming this over and over to try to get it down here as fast as possible. There are, you know, maybe 10 drones. Now, to keep in mind, you know, every time you stim the fire bat, it's going to lose HP. Drones can actually kill that. Decent. Oh, maybe not so decent control. Oh, God. Okay, he's going to stim. Oh, my God. I think this was a mistake to actually stim this that much.
Yeah, 100%.
He gets one.
He should have just walked it down.
He's waiting for the wear off.
I mean, even getting a couple kills and some lost mining time is helpful. And he's going to run this way. He's going to make the mutas actually chase him as much as possible. And now Light with 2 barracks. I do think Light ends up winning this. One base Zerg is like
so
the
crazy
weakest thing in the whole game.
Well, okay, so I think you're probably right, but you know, he's got enough mutas that he can really get a lot done here. If the Terran reclaims the main, the game probably is over. We don't have a situation where the Terran is low on minerals in any way, you know, for how long we expect to be here, where that could really be a factor. And we're going to go up to a 3rd, a 4th, maybe even a 5th Valkyrie. And, you know, the issue is eventually you can't have Valkyries that the Mutalisks melt. And the bigger question for the Zerg would be, can you tech into something in the meanwhile? Remember that, you know, we have Mutalisks on the map, but we don't have Mutalisk tech in the game, so you can't...
Yeah, he needs another layer, he needs another Spire.
Which means if you kill all of the Mutalisks, you could kill all of the Overlords, you could lock Zerg out of making anything. You know, one Fire Bat could then move across the map, or a Marine, or anything you want. and just kill the Zerg because they wouldn't be able to make anything. It would be an execution the moment that more Overlords popped out of the
This is so
only
crazy.
hatchery that's available right now. You know, so that appears to be an inevitability.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I guess, you know, that one fireback going across the map, man, you know, it's that forcing the Mutalisks back. I almost think it would have been better to use the drones to just try to kill that.
Yeah.
Because at least then you had the Mutalisks making it impossible to build in the main. The natural expansion doesn't have a lot of surface area, so you're basically only able to have like 1 to 2 barracks, maybe the starport, and all that. So Light's going to move out. This is probably the bare minimum to take that fight. Oh,
GG.
boy.
Yeah, that's game.
Okay, I think GG's here.
What a game, though. What a
Damn.
game.
That was sick.
It was
I really like that.
Yeah, it was a really interesting choice on Soma's side, I think, because he saw exactly what Light was doing. He had the right hatchery count, and he decided he was ultra decisive.
Today
which I
is
love to
workout
see. I think that's a
day.
really
Nice,
important,
Callie. Hell
trait he
yeah.
deserves. And he jumped on it, and he actually, I thought Light was going to roll, but Soma made it very close. You can see how strong his Mutalisks are. Like the fact that he just was killing everything, and he got like the first couple Valkyries, even with the mutas, with mass turrets around and everything. Really, really well done. Very impressive from both sides.
I love that game. I really like how you were saying earlier that they were both playing perfectly.
Yeah.
Like when we saw this shot of, I think it was 6 Marines and then the 2 turrets protecting the barracks, right when Light was going to push out. Like he knew exactly how many to have back at home. I'm like, oh my god.
All right,
he's so
Callie,
good.
let's
But
see
then
these.
so
So there's this one, and this one.
This comeback is more than personal. It's an apology to myself.
The way you cry like a baby all day long. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Good for nothing. Any effort spent on you is an absolute waste of time.
I hate even looking at you, so get out!
Why are you even here?
Why do you insist on clinging on like a patch of mold?
If you mess up or cry, or run away even once, everyone says, oh, this guy's no good, and walk away.
It's all right to cry, or go off by yourself. Just don't ever give up. Believe in yourself.
It's been a while, hasn't it? Zenitsu.
No matter what stands before me. No matter what it may take.
This is the actual. See, this is just gonna take me back here. Well, that one didn't quite work, Callie.
Knock on the door to someone's heart. No matter how much you knock on the door to someone's heart, in the end, you can't change them. Which is why you have to be the one to change yourself. When the world around you isn't following your plan, the only way to fix it is to fix you. If I can't see the light that leads to the goal, then I need to become the light.
Shit is so fucking annoying. Why does it make me do this shit every fucking time?
The ninth wielder of what is the ninth wielder? Izuku Midori. Izuku Midori.
Why does it not let you go back to the beginning and just like pause the fucking video? God, it's so annoying.
Is the ninth wielder of One for All, a crystallization of powers. It's no surprise he's the most important asset in this battle.
How do you ride like you're running out of time? Right day and night like you're running out of time. Every day you fight like you're running out of time. Like you're running out of time. Are you running out of time? How do you ride like tomorrow won't arrive? How do you ride like you needed to survive? How do you ride every second you're alive? Every second you're alive. Every second you're alive.
Nice.
Soma just committed down, and so Light just went for the dive and powered through. That was a great
awesome.
Until Soma decided the counterattack, I think
true. That's why I love anime, Callie.
And maybe even that was the best choice.
I wish I could add these without them being bits.
Okay, we're gonna go to Metropolis now for game 2 here.
I'm sure you can,
With
Callie.
a 1-0 lead, but man, was it close. Man, oh man, was it close. And like we were saying, a game that it looked like both sides basically played
Use
perfectly.
them as channel
And
redeem
they both saw an
points.
opportunity, went for each other's jugulars.
Like mine.
And it became a
Or can you not upload
down
it to
the-
Twitch because it's
the last
copyright?
pair game back there. I mean, that was just insane. So let's go into game 2, see if someone can pull it back or if Light is going to just ease right out of this group. Both players sharing the left side of the map. Light
Damn
in the top,
cheers.
Soma in the bottom.
I was actually just like thinking of how much fun I had watching that game and how close that was, and I've actually seen other Light Soma matches like that looked similar, and just how strong they are against each other. And then the thought popped in my head, Tasteless, that was so funny that I had to laugh. I'm like, Light's wife is so lucky. She's so lucky to be married to such a beast of a Terran player. God, he's good. I hope she appreciates what she has, okay? My
so
poor
funny.
wife over here watching me every night get upset, losing half my ladder games, man. And then, Light's wife just watching these tournament games where he's like just killing the best Zergs in the world. It's crazy.
So funny.
You know you're Terran-brained when.
I mean, these guys have been crazy good games here so far. I'm really enjoying our matches. I guess we got to see if this game is going to be as perfect to the T as the last one was. Nobody was making any mistakes. And then they both saw an opportunity to maybe attack the other side. Someone did a great job hiding his lings for long enough that Light thought, okay, well, I'm going to try to push out more. You haven't tried to kill my army yet. I've got enough. The counterattack, it was beautiful by Soma. At the same time, I guess it would have been nice maybe for him to make this. I mean, this is, of course, I'm not trying to be too critical here, but maybe make the sunken colonies on the high ground versus the low ground there.
Sure, yeah.
But I mean, that's so hard to know to do.
You don't hit that many positions that look like that, because like Soma beats most Terrans like that, and Light crushes most Zergs like that. But we're literally watching, like, my opinion, number 2 Zerg to Sulky, and better in those positions than Sulky. Sulky would have gone for an army crush 100% of the time there. He like that's not really in Sulky's toolbox as much, that counterattack in that position. That was like super brave of Soma, and you have to actually appreciate bravery in this game as well, where it's like you might look at a position and be like, yeah, this is maybe, you look at it between like just 2 players of similar skill. I would give Zerg a very low percentage to win that, but he actually made it very, very close from just great execution and sharp decision making. I can't say enough
StarCraft
about
1
that.
doesn't have.
Yeah.
StarCraft 1 doesn't have the same level of base trades as like StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
That's neither good nor bad. In fact, I don't think either of us had used the term base trade until StarCraft 2 came out, because it was a very rare thing to have 2 guys eliminating each other's bases, to the point where, base, I guess there's base race, and then there's also base trade where, you're killing each other's bases off, and you have workers scrambling to a side that you're attacking to try to build your own infrastructure where you're destroying their base. So I guess they are 2 different terms, but that was one of those moments where we actually had a base race over there that was pretty insane. And I think part of the reason why StarCraft 1's not as prone to games like that is because it's harder to traffic everything around the map. I mean, one of the things that you can do in a counterattack like that is force them to run back and defend, right? Okay, hold on a second. We've
Wait,
got
these
more
can
Marines
be
coming up here,
copyrighted.
and, you know, with
Yes,
Lights
Callie, that's the
Control,
problem. Twitch won't let you
I
upload
think
copyright
can actually
content.
Come out here. No, never mind. I should have known better. Zergling's always going to win.
One of his Marines, actually, he clicked it to the side, and it did not move, and it did not shoot, or he actually would have won that. There was just like a slight error in micro there from Light. Good thing for Soma, though. I was actually nervous while you were talking. I was watching. I'm like, those better be Zerglings in there, or you might lose this game to these 4 Marines. that happens sometimes where, like, that's like one of the freest Terran victories right now is your opponent just over drones and doesn't check, and you just walk out with your first 4 Marines. It's like a pretty common tactic because Zergs are so greedy, but doesn't quite work there for Light, and Soma blocks it well.
We've got a drone moving here to the bottom right. By the way, Soma going with very mainline third bases.
I was
Basically
so excited.
At least in the last game. We'll see if he does that here.
I know, that's the biggest problem, Callie. Copyright is such bullshit.
This is, you know, this...
It fucks with everything.
Interesting option Zerg have is, you know, do they make the Zerg... Sorry, do they make the third base in an easy-to-defend location that's predictable, in a hard-to-find location that's pushable, in a completely obscure location that is impossible to defend entirely, but if it's not scouted, they will have it for a longer time. And in this case, you know, he's instead going for a more attackable third base that's going to be harder to find. Now, when I say that, if you get this base up and get a bunch of defenses, then yes, you will get the main that it's connected to for free.
You know that that saying, it's like hard decisions, easy life, easy decisions, hard life? Have you heard this before, where it's like about working hard when you're young or something like that? Well, that's what this base is. Hard third, easy fourth. Easy third, hard fourth. So that's kind of like the theory behind this position, where it's like, yeah, that'll be harder to hold against this build. But if you do, man, that fourth base comes up real quick, and you're in good position.
Yeah, you're going to have a very smooth late game, you know, as long as you can stop double drop ship, which is, by the way, insanely strong on this map. Double or quad drop ship, because the mains are so big.
Incredibly important move that we'll probably see if this game goes on. I think we're going to see pretty quick Hydralisk Den. In fact, I think he might have already started it here. Because if you're going to play like this with that base and there's no extra macro in the main or anything, like
I saw someone else do it.
The +1 4-ax from Light will just bowl through what you're making really, really quickly.
Then you should ask them, Callie. I have no idea. I'm not good at that kind of stuff.
18 to 20
I'm actually
Marines,
fucking terrible at that kind of stuff.
Okay, we see a lot of Sunkens going down. Oh, this actually wasn't a 4X. My bad. This is actually just a normal Academy build.
Yeah. The mutas just tear right through here, not respecting the two turrets, and
fucking
instead
mutas.
just occupy this area. We got another counterattack, Artosis. This time there are 3 sunken colonies that are going to finish before the infantry can get there, and Soma is now just going to tear apart the defenses over the barracks.
I'm out. All right, Sean, have a good night. Take care. Thanks for coming by and helping out. Giving some ideas. He's attacking his own.
But I think he's too late. And a Light makes the extremely painful call to just abandon this.
The walk
after
of shame.
So damage. Yes, the walk of shame.
As the Marines go back. He actually very smartly got a bunker at his barracks. It's a very rare move, but going to be the quickest, strongest defense he can get because he knows the mutas will come back. Light's screwed already. Soma has already completely outdone him. Like, he is, I mean, Light is super dead, man. He has lost so many SCVs. His economy is complete garbage. Wow.
Yeah, like, I don't know that you're going to be able to recover. By the way, when the Marines get this low, this is when you can take advantage of, like, a depot hanging out here and just attack that and let the glaives hit the Marines. It's so funny. I think Light's probably going to die out. I think that the SCVs can be killed so quickly over time. You can see the turrets. There's no way to defend them now. The mutas are nearly able to wipe them out immediately. The overlords being pulled back are going to see the attack out again. But of course, oh boy. When you see Marines moving out like this, all you have to do is make more sunken colonies.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You can see Light is barely mining at this point, and Soma's making more sunks. Look at this. His extra mutas are picking off some of the straggling Marines. This game is super over. Really, really one-sided game here from Soma.
I love this creep colony in the front.
Yeah.
This is because Marines in the back are going to attack that instead of being pulled forward. this is a bit of a pathing punishment, but it's one of the things that makes StarCraft 1 so beautiful. He kills that, and he forces, now he's got the Marines attacking up here. There's going to be more sunken colonies than Marines in a second. GG, Light goes down. We're tied up 1-1.
So this was actually
the big one. Who's coming out? Who's coming out?
Rare from him. The one thing you'll notice, if like Light has a lot of coaching videos out where he coaches other Terrans in Terran vs. Zerg and the fundamentals that everyone screws up. And what he messed up here is, like, you're supposed to be scanning the natural more than anywhere else against Zerg. And one of the most important things, if you see them start putting down a lot of Sunkens, you need to make more missile turrets. Because the only reason they put down more Sunkens is to defend your Marines so their mutas can dive harder. And that's exactly what happened there. And Light just, like, I don't know, he either didn't scan it or he underestimated what Soma was capable of doing here. But that was a fundamental error, really. Like, I mean, that's how people should play. If they make a bunch of defensive structures, you should make some more as well. There's a to and fro that exists in StarCraft. There's a reason why everyone's doing everything, unless you're playing on ladder at C rank or something, you know.
Yeah, then it's absolutely doesn't
then it's completely random and nothing makes any sense.
It's trying to communicate with a schizophrenic brain. Don't even try.
Don't even try.
So we've got one more game. It is crazy that you can have two of the best players in the whole world and they have a game like that. You know, basically you just get him to tap out. I love the no respect to the two turrets, go right up into the main. You know, I think Soma was doubly more careful to have sunken colonies ready for the counterattack, because Light has shown today behaviorally he's very willing to try to go for a base race. All right, guys, we're going to go into game 3. Let's do this. One of these two players is moving on to the round of 8.
Dominator. 1 8 2 8 3 8 4 5 8 6 8 7 8 1 8 2 8 3 8 4 8 1 8 2 8 3 8 4 8 1 8 2 8 3 8 4 8 1 8 2 8 3 8 4 8.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, I have something I want to say about that still as we get into Dominator with Soma
Please,
top left
go ahead.
and Light at the bottom left. So I see more errors from pro gamers in positions like that than almost any other type of position. Here, let me try to explain that, right? So Light, macro-wise, there's no one better at Light at making Marine Medic. Like, he's the same level as Flash in that regard. Like, he can make, and we've said that since, like, ASL Season 2 or so. It's like, yeah, Light is as good at SK Terran as anyone, including Flash. He is just that good. But, like, I think what this does for a lot of people, and I think that this occurs a lot in Protoss vs. Terran, it happens in Terran vs. Zerg, and it happens in Zerg vs. Protoss, where you kind of have the attacker's advantage, and if you're really, really good at macro, you get a lot of false positives where you'll win the game through this move because you're so good at macro, and you'll just have a lot of units and just run over your opponent. But the actual theory behind what you're doing is wrong, right? So, like, Light gets a lot of attacks where he just goes across the map and kills you because you don't have enough, and he made as many Marines as anyone has at this time. And so I feel like we see that really a lot, where it's like, okay, you're not actually learning correctly here because you win too much from these positions. When actually, when you look at it the way that it should go against someone of your level, this shouldn't be something that actually works. You know what I mean?
I totally get what you mean. I like the way that you described that as a false positive. I think this can be seen in a lot of different ways, defending and attacking, where, you know, you can get into a situation where it feels like this always works, and it's actually because the other player's not taking advantage of something or doesn't understand how to hold something.
Yeah.
And I think that it's in a lot of ways that's kind of what happens with the meta, right? Is, you know, the meta begins to revolve around a certain set of ideas in each of the matchups, and then you know, we end up with some kind of a breakthrough. You know, where we go, oh, actually, you can do this now. You know, I one that I always go back to, which I think, you know, because I've been laddering when I can and streaming when I can, and you know, I finally got Nexus first down, but you know, Nexus first wasn't always there. In fact, that seemed like a completely alien concept that you couldn't do. And you know, when I go back to my pre-StarCraft 2 days, you know, I messed with it very briefly. I found it kind of hard to understand, and like maybe it's good, but you know, it seems like maybe it shouldn't work. And then eventually you find out, no, it does. It can work, but you have to have a lot of games to produce those kind of results against a lot of really good players that then know what you should or should not be doing. And we're going to see changes continue into the future with this game with that as well.
Yeah, totally. It's just, I mean, this is the most beautiful game, man. Yeah, we both, you know, dedicate our lives to this game for more than 20 years. So, I mean, you know, we're just trying to share that with you guys. It's amazing watching these games, though, with these top-end players.
Changes all the videos to 10 seconds. Risks
here,
it
was an
for the
overpull from
biscuit.
Soma. So he might have been expecting
There
like
you
an
go,
8 racks
Callie.
or something from Light, but Light just did a wall. He's completely safe, and in fact, without question, like his opener is better. But Soma, like Solkey started doing this, where he did lots of overpulls against Terran because he's like, I just don't want to die in the early game. I trust my longer game. That might be what Soma's up to here. He might just say, okay, look, I barely lost game 1. Game 2, I crushed. Let's not lose to a Marine Rush in game 3. Let's get into a longer game where my skills can show themselves. I think that's what he's doing here, which if you're doing that against Light, there's no stronger statement. There's no stronger statement.
By the way, this is 5 Marines coming up here. There's 4 Lings, and now there's going to be a little bit more. Okay, decent. Actually, the Zerg's got a really, really good angle here. This is once again going to be held.
Perfect.
And, you know, honestly, you're fine trading Lings for drones. I'm sorry, Lings for Marines, especially to kill an SCV as well. So that was perfectly handled by Soma. And Light almost seems like he's going to send out another Marine here. Is that an SCV on the map, or is that a Marine?
I believe that's an SCV. I think he knows that this one's going to go down or something, but no, I don't know. He turns around. So maybe it was a Marine. Maybe you're right. Maybe he had a rally on or something like that, but...
yeah, that's actually probably what it is he had a rally that he had to... It's hard to emphasize how much is happening in a game of Brood War.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think, by the way, this is it's misleading when people talk about APM, because APM can create the illusion that there's, you know, they have 300 APMs, so they did 300 things. It's like, well, you don't do 300 things, you know, in a minute necessarily, but these are inputs, right? But there are moments in a game of StarCraft where, like, you've got to do, in the next 10 seconds, you got to do, like, you know, 10 or 12 different things, and you can't miss a single beat, and you got to watch out for this and check for this, and also keep the mini-map, look at the mini-map for that. You know what I mean? And you've got to be absolutely prepared for it. Each of the matchups has different moments when it happens. And that's sometimes the moment where we see somebody mess up. A good example is like when the Protoss sees a Hydra rush coming, the number of things they have to change immediately in what they're doing. And if you mess up any of them, you're probably not going to hold, or you're not going to have the tech answer or anything like that.
Yeah.
But it always seemed to be reinterpreted as APM, which it kind of bothered me because, and I'm guilty of this, because I was one of the people that pushed this when I started casting, because I found out that normies just seemed to get really, really...
Yeah.
If they weren't interested in what I was saying then, if I said the guy has 300 actions per minute now, they would be like, they would be all wowzers.
Yeah.
They'd be like, oh, 300, well, that's crazy. But, like, it doesn't quite capture what's really going on.
It's really, really true. I have a lot of examples like that where we as casters have actually screwed things up a little bit. But I guess I'll talk about that in a minute here, because the mutas, this is a really important phase of the game right now, where Light is trying to kind of force the mutas to stay out of his base, and Soma is not having it. He's just going to dive, and Light has to turn around. You can't counterattack that small group he had. Really, this is the decisive stuff that makes me really feel like Soma is so destined for a championship. Look at how strong he is. To make that call and say, no, I'm not afraid of, like, your small group of Marine medic on the map. I'm going to get in here. I'm going to kill some turrets. I'm going to keep you on your back foot. He's playing magnificently here so far. He sees the factory timing. He's slowing the factory timing, and he's taking a third base on the right-hand side.
Yeah, going for these SCVs and just getting as much damage as he can. And here we go with the Lings again. Soma is just such a savage, man. I mean, he just is not afraid to come in there. And, you know, you got to remember, Light is trying to play as thin of a defense as possible. I think someone who's not that experienced with the game would be like, well, why don't you just make 8 turrets instead of the 4 over here? And you go, well, then Soma wins the other way because he doesn't attack you and you don't have anything to attack out with, because that really is, you know, the balancing act that both sides are playing, is trying to get exactly what you can done with as little as possible, and knowing when to stop exactly or when to hyper commit and close it out, you know, and go for the win there. But yeah, you were saying, Artosis.
Well, the muta's coming back in here actually and putting on every time I want to talk about something, Soma's like, I'm going to attack now, and he's actually getting really good damage. I feel like Soma's just kind of outplaying Light here. Light doesn't have the proper mutalistic defense. This move out isn't even scary. Soma already has 3 sunks. Like, Soma can continue to just deal some damage here for a little bit. He might have to fly these home at some point, but a lot more Sunkens on the way. Light is a bit all in right now. Like, it's not exactly all in, but like, if Soma keeps these down here, he has to break the Sunkens.
Oh my God, he's going to kill every SCV. Well, we're going to have to watch this attack, but I imagine
This
Soma
is
has
so
the magic number of
crazy.
sunks.
Those aren't placed super well. They really aren't. There's going to be like
He
Sunkens
needs
that are
to
not
go
always
back.
attacking here. So yeah, like he might just barely start to break this, but as Soma brings his mutas back, I think he'll end up cleaning these.
Yeah, he could have done with 1 or 2 more sunken colonies, it seems like. You know, it's all about having the right distribution of medics on the Marines, because Marines will get 2-shotted by sunks, but once the medics kind of find their way to that position, the problem is now I think there just is enough.
Yeah, that's GG. And I think Soma wins.
Victory here in the last moments of
That's
this fight.
crazy.
And, you know, keep in mind that there is plenty as far as economy goes back at home for Zerg, where Terran is basically back onto one base. The command center is actually being pulled away.
He's just looking to see how many drones he has.
And, you know, Soma can basically just sort of orbit around the edges of the base, throwing damage in where he can. Keep in mind that none of the barracks are even lighting up. In other words, they're not making.
Yeah, this is not a winnable position.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of similar to when we were watching like Royal versus Hero. I'm like, yeah, you'd have to really try to throw this one as Soma. Like, he is so far ahead right now. The Valkyries, I guess, give the best chance overall. I do like that Light is scouting with the medics that were kind of left over as the Lings came back across the map, so at least he gets some more intel. But when he sees this drone count, yeah, as soon as he saw the drone count, I looked down at his face and he did that little Korean head sideways. Yeah. GG.
Yeah,
he knows he's
very
dead.
Korean-esque mannerism.
Soma cuts out
And,
first.
Yeah, if you don't think that this guy's going to be a champion after watching him here today, you're crazy. You
can see Light is Light's really unhappy with that loss. You never see Light die like that, ever.
No.
Ever.
Oh,
Light
it's rare.
Soma is
Probably
the
the best Terran
killer, and without Sulky there, you'll never know who's
obvious
better,
weakness. The
Sulky
fact
or
that he was
Soma, because they
broken
never
like
really
that,
fought.
Like
It'll
it
be an
just seems
answer
like
for the
Soma
ages
knows
that we'll never
exactly how many
truly
Marines
know.
Light has and where they are.
Yeah.
And he knows exactly when they're going to move out, and he goes, okay, well, I only need 6 Lings and mutas to run in here and basically fracture the position around the barracks, and then I run out. And then while you're repairing or remaking turrets, I run in again with 6 more Lings and hit there. And, you know, he sees all the pressure points in a body that changes every game and knows exactly what he needs to do to basically stop the Terran in the process of starting.
He's so good that we didn't even see him utilize Hive, and he beat Light still. Almost all of Light's losses, because I watch like every Light game, man, and I cast a lot of his games. Almost all of his losses are to Defiler. And this was a great defense, by the way. I am kind of glad that they're showing this, because that 4 or 5 Marine move out can be so strong, but he had Lings exactly on time. He brought exactly the right amount of drones. His defense was just superb. But yeah, like I was saying, like, Soma is executing the best SK Terran player in the world while he's going Marine Medic against Mutaling. Like, he's killing him with it, which is, that's not the way it's supposed to go. You're supposed to slow him down, maybe deal some damage and get into Defilers, then grind him down. And that's normally how Light would lose these games. But to lose him here to just the Mutas and Lings is Soma's just a different level.
Soma does look like he's even better at the mid game than Sulky right now. Like, he just was so good. You know, Sulky's is a much more kind of withdrawn style and pouncing on the army and winning there, where Soma's is all counterattacks. We're going to go to an interview now.
You're watching Group D of the round of 16 of ASL Season 20 as we have today's first place finisher moving on to the round of 8. It's Soma. Congratulations. Thank you. It is settled. You are the first player through to the quarterfinals today. How do you feel? I am incredibly happy. I don't think I've ever had such an emotional tournament. This round of 16 for some reason filled me with emotions.
Insane.
This
Super well
happiness
done,
came
though.
out right at the moment of
Congratulations
victory
to
as
him.
well. The first thing I'd like to ask you is the opening game against Lava. I'm not sure if the viewers heard it online, but you let out a spirited yell. You shouted out, right? It wasn't a cough. It wasn't a war cry or anything. I won when I thought I had won. To be honest with you, that first game against Lava was such a burden. People won't let me live this down for a whole decade. I'll be in trouble if I lose. I will have a hard time streaming too, I thought. So it was just an expression solidifying your victory? Sure. Got it. And what followed was the winner's match. The first set you unfortunately lost as it went into a base race. Could you explain that situation a bit? I was very anxious in that first set. In a situation like this, I thought a lot about building sunkens on the high ground in my main, but in the heat of the moment, I had a momentary lapse of judgment. Once the game ended, I took a second to reflect. I knew how to react being put in that spot, but actually ending up in that situation, I did not react properly. I was angry with myself, but afterwards, my hands stopped shaking.
Still
going
here
into the
lurking,
second
by the
map.
way,
I was
watching
able to play
shows.
properly.
Nice. Hell yeah, Miss Shadows.
I see.
Thanks.
It seemed you
Always
regained
appreciate the
composure in the
lurk.
second set. You caught on to your opponent's build pretty quick in that game. How did you figure
Yeah,
it
when
out?
we're working and doing writing and
The
stuff
second
like that
set-
and reading, it's like
Oh, you mean the Marine Rush?
it's
Based
a
on
big
the
it's a
scout
big
timing,
it's
I
a big
figured it's
lurk
Rax
fest
Expo.
out there, right?
I was out of it
Everyone
in the
got
first
to
set,
listen
but
to me
recognized
read, working
things
on their
properly in
own
the second
stuff,
game.
you know, hopping into other chats,
Built
doing their
things
own
ahead
thing.
of time, and the fight went well.
We're all
And the
just
third set
trying
was
to
quite
get
similar
by
too.
in our own
Your opponent
little
pressed with
world,
Marines in the early
connecting
game,
all
but
our
you dealt
little
with it
worlds
perfectly.
together.
Were you satisfied with your micro from the second set onwards? Yeah, the second set, I think I was able to win because I gained momentum. That Muta versus Marine fight was all momentum based.
Yeah, I
I won
might
the
try to
second set,
take,
and I had a feeling the third game
take
would
a
go the
month's
same
break or
way, so I
something.
played exactly the same. And you're riding
Got
that momentum as you move on to the
carpal
round of 8 in
tunnel,
first
so
place.
it can be
In just a
sore.
moment, we
Ooh,
will
that's
be
brutal.
doing
Yeah, I
the
used to get that
bracket
from
draw.
playing
The players who
StarCraft.
can meet our effort,
So I
best,
stopped playing
and
like
mini.
League of Legends and
Who would you
StarCraft and
like to
stuff
play?
because it was just like fucking me up.
For starters, nowadays for Zerg players against effort, it might be a little different for others, but it's not a good match for me. I kind of want to avoid effort. Soma says he just wants to avoid effort. You are the first player through to the round of 8 today.
Okay, lurking.
Please address the colleagues who helped you prepare for today, as well as the fans cheering for you. I'm very thankful to our university team members who came down here. Thank you very much. It's very uplifting. Thank you, guys. And now Royal, Rush, thank you too. I also have Calm to thank because in that second set, when I came down here to practice, he gave me a build to use. He told me, play this. If you scout first with the Overlord, this is what you play. And I won. This is uncanny. Calm will be very happy hearing this. And that does it for our interview with our first player through to the round of 8 today, Soma. Congratulations once more. Thank you.
Man, I cannot do this.
Let's now take a look at the events we have prepared for you. We have a prediction event for our online viewers. We will host a raffle amongst those who correctly predict the first and second place finishes of today's group with 4 ASL travel umbrellas and 2 Razer Viper V3 Pro white mice up for grabs. Please go ahead and participate. And there is one more way to win a Razer mouse. Our commentators will select 5 of the best cheerfuls in the studio.
Cheerfuls are those things that they
Razer
hold
Viper
up the
V3
papers
Pro
that
white
they have
mouse.
the drawings on and stuff.
Please show your support for the players, and you might win a prize.
Smokey!
Only one round of 8
What's
ticket
up?
remains up for grabs.
How's it going,
Who
brother?
will be our last quarterfinals player this season?
How are you this fine
We
day?
will be back after a short
Fine
break.
morning. Larva versus Speed, the losers match. So how many divines do you have now, Smokey?
2 more best of 3s in this round of 16, and then we're going right on to the round of 8.
The hairdryer. There he is, Mr. Hairdryer.
Yeah.
Warming up
I
his
love
hands.
The hair dryer, man. He warms up his hands.
Never
with it.
change.
Yeah.
He's like me,
They
I
have
sweat
heat
really
packs that
bad,
really
so I
get
totally
super
understand.
heated. I
My
actually,
palm
I have
sweats
boxes
so
behind
bad.
me that I use during the wintertime as well. But yeah, keeping your
I
hands
literally
Is that just a
have
Korean thing, or is that everywhere? Because I felt like I didn't see that until I moved.
gaming
to
gloves
I think it
for when
was,
I'm using my
popular
controller,
there first,
because
but
my
you
hands will
definitely
get
can
so
them here. A lot of
fucking
times they make,
sweaty
like,
while I'm
work
playing.
gloves and work boots and stuff for people that have to work outside in the winter.
Yeah.
But I do buy them out here as well. But it's like really important. I remember like way back, like in the early 2000s, going to tournaments, and my hands would be cold, and I would literally go to the bathroom and run hot water on them, and then put them down my pants. Not for happy
Toast
fun
is
time.
So
but
horny, man. Oh, our toast
But-
is. People are at home watching with their families.
you got.
Oh my god.
You got to keep those hands warm, man. And Larva brings a damn hair dryer for it, so.
Well, I guess it probably keeps your hands dry too, right? Like if you get sweaty hands, that's another thing too.
Maybe. Yeah.
It's impossible to play with cold hands. You know, I think your joints get stiff. It's hard to kind of have everything warmed up. But yeah, I mean, it's funny. He's still doing it. He's the only one doing it too. It hasn't caught. Oh no, wait. I think I did see this at some other tournament. Oh, I'll try to remember this for the game. But yeah, I think someone else did bring a hairdryer in a different game, not a StarCraft game. Anyways, guys, Speed versus Larva. Let's go.
Larva Speed! He's baby Larva.
Okay, Larva in the top left.
The only gamer with a
Speed in the
beard.
bottom left. So cool to have Larva here. I know for some of the people that watch,
I really hope Larva
you
gets
just
out,
know
but
these
I know
guys
he's not
in
going
the
to.
world
Like,
of StarCraft, you don't watch
Slight
the
and
streamers
fucking
content
Soma.
creators, but Larva is a
Larva would be
massive
such a fucking
content
upset.
creator in Korea, who I believe was recently doing like MMA
Yeah, he did
training
like
content.
he did a boxing match at some point. Like
Yeah.
Yeah, he's huge
he's
into
always been
MMA. He
into
loves
MMA,
Conor
where he
McGregor.
got a haircut, and he tried to make his persona more like Conor McGregor many years ago.
Yep.
Yeah,
yeah.
I remember that.
But
He literally
yeah,
dyed his
seems
beard
like
and
he's
his
a fan of
hair
that stuff.
blonde. He like buffed the
So-
fuck up. He went from like fat
Yeah,
to like
when you see a
fucking
guy like him,
buff
it's a
as
little bit
fuck.
like Rain, where there's
And now
like,
he's
doing
just
a lot
a beast.
of other stuff.
Yeah.
And you have to ask yourself, does that get in the way?
Larva,
That
let's
is a great
go.
Larva drawing.
The
It
foot
really is.
gamer.
That's actually, it's uncanny how good that is.
That's-
Does that get in the way of the training? Does it not matter? One thing that I learned, this is funny, this is a StarCraft 2 story, but it totally relates to this now, was like, there's a period where there's, in the history of StarCraft 2, there's been a ton of different StarCraft 2 pros that have resided in Korea, right? And some of them lived together, some of them lived on their own. And I remember one prominent figure from StarCraft 2 complaining that this pro wasn't practicing enough as far as they were concerned. Like, they visited them and thought, well, they're not practicing enough, or they shouldn't be doing this, or I went there and they were playing other games. And I kind of wanted to say, like, well, isn't that their problem? Like, and by the way, this person was winning everything. So it's like, I don't know if you could just
DMCA sucks. Yeah, Callie, it's the reason I don't stream on YouTube anymore.
But that doesn't seem to be what they need to
It's
do.
too annoying to not be able to bring up videos.
I think a lot of this came from my
and I already have a warning on my account for
like
it.
11 hours a day or more.
But if I just upload the video, it tells me and says, "Oh, you're okay." I'm like, "Fuck off! That's so bullshit." But yeah, like Asmon says, I don't think they want people to be live streaming on YouTube. So they make the experience horrible so that people don't live stream because it costs them too much money.
How do you train? How do you practice? And what was
For the
interesting was
bandwidth.
Magnus, who, by the way, if you don't know, is the best chess player of all time, said, I just try to keep it fun. If I don't feel like playing chess for a while, I'll stop, because if it's not interesting to me, I'm not going to do it, And I think that's true for a lot of these really good StarCraft
That's
players.
why I do
Is
so many
people-
different
I think
things,
especially
because I get
because of the Korean
bored.
work culture and the kind of the
And
lore
then I find
behind
something new to
Korean
do.
pro teams and all that.
And then I go back to the old
Too
thing.
much of an emphasis on just like, raw training. all day,
I'ma
like
just
your
make my redeems
easy
more fun
story,
than anime.
where
Impossible.
honestly, some people need to practice way less than others.
I mean,
And some people can
AI,
take
Callie.
insane amounts of time and come back completely out of the meta, and they're
Beezus did it.
Good.
Yeah.
Beezus is
And
the
there are
example.
stories like that where like
700
notoriously
septillion.
badly trained compared to everyone else.
Funniest
Won
thing I've
championships
ever
more than
fucking
anyone but
seen.
Flash. But yeah, actually, that
I
that kinda
literally
reminds me as
cried on
we're watching,
stream
it's
because
just a
it was
very
so
quick player
funny.
build, from Larva.
And it wasn't like a build-up. It's like I
Speed is going for
instantly
fast
saw it
behind
and
as
just
well.
tears started pouring down my
So
eyes,
it
and
kind
I
of
was just
interesting what's
like,
going up against each other. But like exactly what you were saying,
hysterical fucking
the actual
laughter.
Korean
I didn't
method
even
for creating
see
great
I just saw
players
Smokey's face, and I
is
just saw
not
my face, and
actually
I
the
just
best method.
knew.
Playing a lot
I
is
just
important, and that's
knew
because
it
of
was the greatest
consistency
thing
of
that could have
everyone
ever
playing a
been,
ton.
ever.
That's why Korea has generally been the best esports
You're a
country.
fraud.
But there
Where's
are
my
better
toe?
ways. Like the way they do it is just
700
selects for people that can't
septillion.
withstand that much training. And
Right,
not
Smokey?
burn out. But I
Or did you
guarantee
fuck
there
off to
were
go play
champions
PoE,
that burned
bitch?
out that just could not do that much training. I remember I used to work with the Eastro team and help bring over pro gamers that were non-Korean, and they all had a hard time. And I remember Noni arguing with them. Noni, one of my favorite humans ever. Just absolute brilliant StarCraft 1 player. The best Protoss player outside of Korea for many years. And he moved to Korea, and he literally wasn't able to get 8 hours of sleep. And so I had to help him set up meetings to talk with him where it's like, no, my sleep is more important than playing 2 more hours. And eventually they let him do it. But it was like, wow, this is, this is not the way for everyone to just play endlessly. And the ones who burn out retire, and the ones that don't are the best players in the world.
Yeah, and in some ways, the whole system. By the way, this is Mech. We should point out this is going to be the Goliath build. Just really quickly, while we're kind of doing some history here, it is going to be 6 Mutas hatching here to attack in as the Goliaths are going to pop out. Yeah, you had a system that basically selected for people that were fine with the endurance training, and this is why I like the current system a little bit better. Is like they're all free agents; they kind of do whatever they want. I mean, I brought up this entire story because Larva is doing all this other YouTube content that's not related to StarCraft, but that doesn't mean that he can't win here.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at somebody like Rain, who's won ASL before and looks like the best Protoss, or one of them of all time, and he takes huge breaks.
Yeah.
Then you get somebody like Action, who's, as far as I can tell, never not played the game for a day.
Yeah.
So. Real quick,
I agree, Callie.
A second, but the Mutas are going to come in here, and they're actually hitting before the turrets are done.
Yeah.
In a perfect world, these turrets finish like as the Mutas are about to go over that ledge above this. But, seconds can pan out massively here. And now the Lings are going to run in and kill the Goliath. Artosis, this is actually getting really bad.
So the error here from Speed was his turret timing was for regular 2-hatch. This was
Damn, I love it, Smokey.
which
Hell
is like
yeah.
15 seconds faster than regular 2-hatch.
It's perfect.
And he still had the same turret timing. So like if he had those 3 turrets up when the Mutas got here, he's completely fine, and I would even say ahead. And now he's a little bit behind. It's not game over right now. But like he was trying to do a double armory mech build. And having your economy take any damage when doing a double armory mech build is very bad. You can see he's just canceled the upgrade in this one because he's got to just like afford some more. He's going to maybe lose this armory. And in fact, Larva might think that's the only armory, which is why he's diving on it so hard. The 2 armory mech build is not that popular. But yeah, this was an excellent opener from Larva, and Speed just making that bit of a mistake of having the turrets at the wrong time. Oh, the 98%.
You know, the problem
turret.
the problem now for Speed is that the Goliath count has been, suppressed for the rest of the game. When you go for the Goliath
Wake
build,
up.
you're kind of trying to accumulate
What do you
Goliaths
mean, wake
over
up?
time. So
You
have
wake
this
up,
wrecking ball
Smokey.
that can't be touched. And the fact that we're basically still on 2 factories. Lings are going to get in here, by the way. And the SCVs, okay, they're going to go
Thank
for
you
the
for
turrets.
redeeming
Dude,
chair dance.
it's pretty rare
The
you
dots will
see
now
a
dance for
player
you.
with the Goliath build.
Please fully enjoy this
fall
immersive
apart to
experience.
Ling Muta.
Yeah.
But apparently that's what's going on today. And Larva's
Grab a
playing
brush and put a little
really well,
makeup.
by the way. He's doing the perfect game of keep away.
Yeah.
Once these 2 turrets go down,
We could
I
do
think
some
this
blush.
expansion's going to have to be lifted.
It might.
Yeah.
It
Now
might.
that's the energy I am
Goliath
looking
count
for.
just hasn't been able to get high enough, and Speed is going to end up losing a lot of SCVs here. It's unfortunate
Keep
for Speed
dancing,
because,
bitch, it ain't over yet.
like, he is really good with these types of builds, but he didn't adjust for the pull time. Like, yeah, it just, you get a quicker layer with this build. That's all there is to it. That's why you, like, the overpool 2-hat layer build, like I said, it's like 15 seconds faster or so. So
GG!
And he was a little bit late on the turrets, and you can see how frustrated he is with himself. And honestly, you should be. Like, that's a basic thing. You have to pull your engineering bay timing forward. Like, in fact, it didn't make sense that he made 2 armories before he was even making Goliaths. Because when you see an aggressive build, you have
did
to
good,
adjust
you
what
can
you're
rest
doing.
now,
What he was
babe.
doing was against a regular 2-hatch build. Against this aggressive build, he could have built a bunker. He could have pulled up the eBay timing to get his turrets on time. There's a lot of different things he could have done to help prevent this from occurring, and he just didn't. That's too bad. That's a weak game out of him.
Yeah, you know, it's sad. I was kind of looking forward to actually having a mech game, but
Yeah.
Larva knew to get in there, and that's
Ah,
more on
such
Speed
is
and
the way
I'm not
that
gonna
it
finish
is,
Larva's
right?
play, but yeah, you get there and you go, okay, the SCVs haven't finished the turrets. This is the best thing that could happen. And what was supposed to be basically a skill check became a skill check. Right? Yeah, you don't plan on closing the game out. There you go. Oh, everybody's had a StarCraft game like that where you get to their base and you go, oh, you're not ready for this. Just kill them off. So we had one of those there. Larva going to dry up the mouse pad for game 2. Doesn't want any sweat there. Might end this with a little bit of blood on there.
Well, he's going to have to kill
It
Speed even harder than that for it to splatter that far.
talks on Arthur
we'll see, man. Game 1 was brutal. Game 1 was nearly a Mortal Kombat fatality. We're going to go into Game 2 now, guys. Remember, the loser of this series is out.
I think Larva will probably win, but then Larva's gonna lose to Light. Use the money they got from viewers to buy the viewers' book.
Okay. Into Game 2 we go. Cross spawns again. I have to say, Speed has been having a really bad day.
I like that, Callie.
Not all losses. Oh my God, it's a 4.
That the viewer wrote. Yeah, I like that. You know?
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't think this was premeditated. Let me just.
Oh no, Larva's doing a
Not
4
all losses
pool.
are created equally.
Larva's doing a 4
Game 1 loss, the
pool.
whole the TVT that we had
This
earlier,
we love
that was
Larva for
especially
this.
painful because it looked
Larva
like
literally does
just a
this
little bit
like
better than Light
fucking once,
until Light
twice a
played
tournament,
the
3
perfect
times a
game,
tournament.
and then
He don't
just
give no fucks. He just
overwhelmed
does
him,
it.
Dominated the map and made it look impossible. And then when I say Game 2, I mean the last game we saw from Speed for the day. You know, he just wasn't ready. It was like a build order loss because he didn't respect the capabilities of what Larva's build is. So we're going for a straight-up 4 pull. This is the fastest rush that they have in the game. This was, I think, everybody's experience. The first week the game came out and their parents had internet. They were able to play. A 4 pull is faster than a 5 pull, by the way, by, I think, 4 seconds.
Something like that.
So, yeah.
4 seconds
I'm
is
not sure
huge.
exactly.
And
this is a
I see you
and a
ending
Barrett
stream in the
Trumbo
next
grab. Go ahead,
30
Arthur.
minutes. Also,
So,
I'll
yeah,
catch you
one
next
thing about,
time.
the four pool.
I mean, you're right, but not 30 minutes, because we still have an hour and 10 minutes left on the video, Smokey.
Now, this is generally considered a hard counter against walls. But this is
I'm
the
definitely
best
not
possible
playing
position for
PoE.
speed
Fuck
is being
that.
cross map, and the only position on Polestar where your Marines pop out on the outside of the wall
Piss
is the
me
spot that
off.
Larva's in. So even when he did this,
Redo the entire build, and I still need to buy 8
from the
items.
Thor pool, but it might still occur.
I don't
now, he's
want
going across
to.
the map, and
Smokey,
he's going to be happy to find
shut the
that it
fuck
is a
up.
wall, and speed has
Do what you're goddamn told.
SCV's already coming down here, and that's what he needs. He needs to bring almost every single SCV immediately.
Or no bussy for you.
Okay, he's going to come down.
Stone, what's
really
up?
Scary right now.
He's
How's it going?
Oh my God! Oh, that was that was swift right there. That was really good from speed to pull that up and get a little bit extra damage.
How's it going, brother?
He has
How
got
are
to
you
stem the
today?
tide of these Zerglings.
This is the end of the round of 16, Group D.
I'm not 100% on board with that, but okay. It looks like the next Marine dies as well.
Oh.
This is so
Really,
brutal.
damage distribution is brutal.
I'm pretty
There's
sure
always
Larva
more
won.
lanes than there are
Yeah,
SCVs.
Larva won.
I think we've hit the tipping point, and a big gasp and a sigh emits from Speed, as I think he knows it's going to be it for him.
Even cross spawn.
Back next year.
Fucking Larva.
Oh,
Larva's like, fuck yeah.
Punch from Larva.
Oh man, now Larva just has to beat fucking Light. Oh my God, this is crazy.
Yeah, he takes down Speed with a 4-pull. Like, you know, he just threw a wrench into the gears. It is important for Zergs to 4-pull occasionally. It keeps Terran a bit more honest, you know. And I was saying this a couple seasons ago. Like, we had like in the pro scene, I believe it was in ASL. This stat is jumping in my head, but it was like more than 17 walled expansions in a row. And it's like, okay, when you're getting into those numbers where no one's ever making their barracks in their main base, a 4-pull needs to come out and straighten everybody out, you know? You got to like remind Terran players that like you can just die only from making this decision of walling in. So
no, you have to know
He's,
that
he's got the hair dryer on the fucking
it's the oldest
poster.
Build, literally, it is literally the oldest build.
It is.
Okay, people that don't play StarCraft or haven't played
Another one with that. Look, he's so famous with the fucking
high
hair dryer.
So you bring it out, and it does just annihilate somebody that's not playing safe. In pretty much every other build that's normal stops it.
Larva versus Light, the final match of the night. Oh, Stone, check this out. Look what I did today. Check this shit out. Need a little stop motion animation. Some little Lego time. It was fun.
This is it, guys.
Took me like 30 minutes to do. It was a good time. Take me back to my roots.
What a great match this is going to be. Larva versus Light. You know, Light has been a mainstay in StarCraft, in ASL, StarCraft Remastered era, basically the whole time, right? Like, you know, Artosis and I, we do have a blind spot in the history of StarCraft, and that's, you know, the hot spot of StarCraft 2 coming out. Basically, up to the launch of Legacy of the Void, and then I believe StarCraft Remastered came a little bit after that. ASL actually started before StarCraft Remastered even came out.
Yeah. Season 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 were all in. Actually, I think maybe even 5 and 6 were
again after returning. And Light was always here.
On
Larva was here
original
for a long
StarCraft
time
Rewar,
and
and
then win
then
an ASL, which was so exciting. Such a
kind of renewed
I
with
think maybe one of the most
Remastered.
memorable ASL wins ever.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with
Dude,
that.
if Larva beats Light here,
My God,
this is so fucking crazy.
One of my favorites,
so good.
Sure.
Told you guys he's the fucking wild card.
Yeah,
You
but
never know.
And, I mean, only one of these guys advances. Both former champions.
Yeah. All right, guys, let's get into it. Larva versus Light. Best of 3 to close out the round of 16 here in the ASL.
I want to see a 4-pool taste.
Yeah, me too. I just want to see instantly 4-pool. Sad face.
Kind of a, you know, when I see a 4-pool like that, I'm like, well, that's it for the whole year of 4-pools.
Yeah.
Like, we won't have more than one a year. But there could be something to just doing another one in a day, right? It's so crazy. As long as you're not 8:15, it's definitely gonna be a surprise.
Would be.
As a reminder, guys, we have the group selection at the end of the show. I know some of you guys, you put this on play. You hear us, you know, on the breaks, and basically you watch the show in the entirety. But I know some of you guys just click through to the games. If you care about knowing who's in the round of 8, keep the show running, because we are going to be getting that group draw.
Is Light going to open up with an 8-racks here? Pretty ballsy.
Yeah, he is.
A lot of mind games. A lot of mind games going on, right? Because he just saw a 4-pool that killed Speed. That's why I was kind of saying that you should open 4-pool again, because you'd never expect that, right? And like,
yeah, that'd be crazy. 8 racks versus a 4-pool.
Center 8 racks, but yeah, it is a center 8 racks, which means that Light will be following up with the gas and a factory and all that. Very technical opener here against Larva.
So I wonder if Light does this because he saw the 4-pool. Because you go, well, I mean, and there's something to this, like in tournaments, even if it's like against a different player, where like it does feel like there is just a rotation of play styles from pro players. And yeah, I mean, maybe it's not. Maybe we're reading way too much into this, but yeah, I'm curious if he just saw that and thought, well, you're probably not going to be that cheesy ever again this tournament, so maybe it's my turn to actually kind of turn it up. And guess what? It's Hatch first versus 8 racks.
Yeah, that's exactly what Light wants to be fighting against here. And we'll see what damage he can get done with that 8 racks. And we'll see which variant he goes with. Is he going to make 3 Marines? Is he going to make 4 Marines? It's a very tight build. Like, you have to decide between those two, because you can't really afford the depot on time, because you're trying to get a factory and you're trying to bunker rush all at once.
No way. He's going for 3 hatch.
Oh, is he going 3rd hatchery?
Yeah, he's 100%
okay, so he's dead. I'm pretty sure.
He's dead.
What?
Yeah.
So this is like
dead.
almost, this is one of these build orders you mention if you're trying to cover all build orders, but really when you say this one, you go, people don't really do this, but this is one of the possible.
Watch Larva's
like in a chess game. It's like it's like opening up with the rook pawn in a chess game, where I'm like, well, you could do that, but good players don't do that. And he sees this bunker go down, and this is basically, this is economic cheese now versus a super fast rush. But you know,
oh my god,
that's an excellent hold. Very impressive.
No way! Is fucking Larva gonna beat Light?
This rush.
This is insane.
Wow. I find that
he
rather.
Scouts and
yeah, he doesn't see the factory. Wow.
Yeah, I think there is an expand version of this, right, Artosis?
There is an expand version, but the barracks should be in front of the base.
Workers, man, they're so broken.
He needs to make a sunken, like, right now.
There it is. Okay.
And the 3rd base, by the way, he hid. So I think he actually kind of sensed what was going on when he sent the 3rd hatch up there, because that's the please don't find me vulture hatch placement.
So see the drone that's sitting outside the main, or it's sitting. Sorry, it's actually sitting inside the main. This drone that's over there on the right, that's to stop a factory from landing.
Oh,
so he knows if
right.
the factory finished on the outside, he could pick that up. So he basically just has that to run underneath. One of the oldest tricks, literally, in the book. We're doing old builds today. Because this was one of the, I remember, you know, I played a lot of all the races right when the game came out, before I basically was like, okay, I want to be competitive. I guess I'll commit to one, right?
Protoss, loser, tasteless.
People was to do some kind of an 8 racks rush and with a factory outside their base and land it in there. But yeah, he's ready. The Hydra Den is there to block a 2nd Vulture if it were to come up too, so that you'd have to wrap around. So the Blings are at the ramp.
I remember that now that you mention. when I first started playing games against you in 2003, you were just this cheesy random player. And then eventually you evolved into a cheesy Protoss player.
Cheesy Protoss player, yeah. And eventually I went from there into being a cheesy caster, and it's like, you know.
You just cheese every game with a GG, man.
Yeah,
it's
that's all I do.
All right, so...
But this was...
yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, that this is going to be a Vulture drop, but it's starting with a Wraith. So everything is kind of pushed back for Larva. So this has really good potential of being effective. But, yeah, Larva's making Hydras right now. So if his third base doesn't get scouted, and he just makes a good amount of Hydras and maybe puts a sunken colony in his main base, if he does all that, Light's going to be pretty damn far behind on 1 base against 3.
Okay, the Wraith is just going to get a little bit of hits in here. And a lot of this is just scouting. If you're going to play off of 1 base, you really have to have perfect intel. It's why 1 base stuff is rarely a thing. And if it is,
or you
it's
have
like
to be Zerg.
Optimized and ironed out.
Zerg 1 base
very,
is the
very
fucking
nuanced.
worst.
Because right now, this is a Zerg on 3 bases. So
unless you 4-pool.
I don't know if we talked about this, but, you know, did Light fully appreciate this is 3 hatcheries?
No, he doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
He
I guess he
100% doesn't know.
Who'd be winning? Right now, the underdog. Larva is the underdog.
It's like, okay, well, that sucks.
He's the purple guy. He's the Zerg guy on screen right now.
Happens, right?
Yeah.
And then the other guy, Light, is
so here comes that drop.
the favorite to win.
Oh, God. He really gets to unload everything there, which means the Vultures are not going to be stopped. They're going to lay mines. Now, there are Overlords here, but, you know, there's as many Hydras as there are Vultures, so this is not that easy. 2 more Vultures come into the front. And he's just going to try to target
that's a
these
comeback
drones. Really
potential right
main.
there.
Probably a little bit faster would have been better. And, you know, they're going to be thrown out.
But he still doesn't see the third base.
Those Vultures up and bring them back into the main.
Yeah, he might actually. That's a good point. He might try to do that and get a few more drones. Unfortunately for him, he still doesn't know.
Yeah, whoever wins this series, this best of 3, goes on to the round of 8.
So
this is it. This is the final one.
I'm completely fine. But with these
you
extra
got
drones,
3 games to figure it out, or 2 wins.
I love the hidden spire. Because Larva completely understands that he has no idea that there's a third base. Not a single unit has found its way up there. But, yeah, I think Larva has really good potential to win this game.
So we're already going to go up to a 4th base. I do feel like this is so comfortable for Larva. And by the way, remember, for what information Light has, he thinks that's the 3rd base.
Now,
basically, nobody 3 hatches ever.
Yeah, it's so rare.
Oh, and he found it.
It's to the point where we don't even really talk about it because it's like we're more likely to talk about, you know, other obscure builds just because the odds of this coming up are not that big. Well, hold on a second. We got the Hydras. They're going to run right through here, and they can actually...
It takes 12 Hydra hits to kill an SCV.
SCVs on Hydras do just fine. It takes 12 Hydra hits to kill an SCV.
It's insane.
Kind of weird. Kind of weird to see him run by there.
Yeah.
I don't know about the... That's not...
Hydra run-bys are no
we've
good.
We've seen so many Muta-Ling run-bys that we're like, oh, yeah, this is good, too. It's like, no, it's not.
No.
Actually, yeah, Hydras are...
Love an underdog story? Hell yeah. This entire tournament's been about underdog stories. Barracks is an underdog. The 4-time champion who was going for his 5th time got kicked out.
Like 1998, 1999.
So he's not in anymore. He got kicked out.
You were right.
But yeah, 3 hatches.
He lost.
Yeah, we've had... It's weird. Even
to his own race in his EVZ.
Now, I mean, at this point in time, we're in pretty advanced territory for how it's being played out. But
so we've got 3 underdogs. Larva.
You know,
no. Like he lost. Like he's out.
3 hatch.
Like
did have success, and
he lost his best of 3.
Eventually abandoned it.
He didn't make it through to the rest of the tournament. He got. It was a 4 Zerg.
It's kind of the reverse of the 4. It's just this super economic choice. By the way, especially versus Terran. 3 hatch
bracket. And his worst matchup was Zerg vs. Zerg.
If he had recognized this
and
earlier,
he lost against the best
really
Zerg vs. Zerg.
Now, if he gets both these,
so it was literally like the effort versus Sulky was supposed to be. I predicted that as the championship game, and then
Like that I think that's actually just what that was for.
effort
anyways.
would
He only
take
needed 2
the
units to just
game
tank
7
damage
in a
into
7-game
Scourge.
series.
Yep.
And now
We'll never
He's
know.
on 4 base. He's playing against a light that he's equal supply right now. He doesn't even have
Larva's
mutas.
one of
Like,
But Larva
he's
is
so
the
far
most
ahead.
like
He's
famous
so far ahead.
gamer in
Larva's one of the
StarCraft
best
for like
Hyper players in the whole
like
world. He might be the
doing
best,
things.
actually.
Like he beat someone, but
We've
with
seen
using
some people
his
like
feet
Action
to
mess with
play.
this, but like
He's like
and again,
super
what
personality.
we're talking
Like
about.
he has one of the
This
best
is, I guess,
streams
once
because
you get
he's
to
like
Hive and Darkstorm. This is what is it called? Sauron.
he's basically like
Is that 'cause of a guy
really
named
good
Sauron?
personality in hype.
Or is that-
Only time I hear about Asians and drama is
Sauron
Korean
Zerg
dramas
was the
and
idea
emotional
of
damage.
defending with only units
Sounds
and no
about right,
setting.
Callie.
And then if it's
Oh.
just Hydra Lurker with no Hive, that's Manzerg.
Right. Okay, but this is going to be the this is a very old comp again with his mass lurker, mass hydra, and then eventually you have dark swarm because that's going to come in here. There's no reason to stay off of that and go. Manzerg doesn't really make any sense in any kind of like modern play, but I mean, Larva's really good at this. And by the way, this is the strongest when you are way ahead. Because you're no longer playing with just a very small amount of units that you have to use efficiently. You're basically going to try to overwhelm them with lurkers and hydras.
Yeah, I think that's the best play right now. Like, he doesn't even have to worry about, like, or Larva, rather, doesn't have to really think about going super quick defiler here because he has enough units off of the 4 hatches and the 4 bases to hold everything off with, like, Lurker Ling, which is what he's doing right now, or Lurker Hydra. But he is going up. He already has the Hive. He has the Defiler Mound on the way. So, I mean, this is just going to go from bad to worse for Light. He's got a decent-sized army.
But it's 2 base versus
But when
4 base
Defilers
with
are done,
lurkers
Consumer's
out.
done,
Defilers are on
the
the
tanks
way.
lose huge
He
value.
doesn't have a
And you have
tank
to decide,
lineup,
like,
and
oh,
he's
am I gonna
going
mass
mech.
tank?
Like, this
Am I
is
gonna
just
switch into
so
pure
bad for
science
him.
vessel with Marine Medic? Am I going to do some sort of, like, combination of the two?
He's got like 3 tanks.
Because I don't think he's going to just end Larva here. Larva looks like really well defended.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see any way that you can push in here.
And it's like he's going to go for the
my
drop,
God,
but he's
the
got,
Scourge
yeah,
are
there.
ready.
He knows
Looks like
what's
the
coming.
Marines
He's
are
got
hiding
the
up and
sunken
over.
ready.
I forgot the sunk was actually there. That's funny. Can you get under here? Yes, you can.
Actually,
so
I didn't know. I thought the answer there was no.
I didn't know that either. I thought
My
that
grandmother
was
said
actually
was watching
sealed up in the
K-dramas
bottom,
on
so I guess
Facebook.
I know the creek doesn't
Nice,
go down that
Stone.
far.
Good old
Okay,
K-dramas.
3 tanks all together. And remember those vessels that were killed off earlier? That's going to be 2 less irradiates every time you see an irradiate, basically, from a vessel.
He's just going to go in.
And that means that there's really not a whole lot to do to curb the progress of the lurkers. Like, he's basically pushing tanks in siege mode with Marines.
He's going to lose that base,
Larva
though.
is suddenly getting slammed. Like, his lurkers were in completely the wrong position. Then he ran into the siege tanks while Marines were attacking a completely undefended base up here. And now he's lost his Spire as well. Are you kidding me? This went from Larva completely dominating to being out of position and Light just, like, pulling the trigger.
And that's why Light is a
looks
champion.
great
I mean,
for Light.
our Larva's also a champion, but
Yeah, it's
you could say Larva's a
it's
gimmick
bad.
champion.
I think
He
this
did
is
get a
still somewhat
championship, but he
Larva's
did win a
fight,
championship on a
but, like,
fucking
I
4
can't believe
pool.
that Terran just like ran in and killed the 4th base.
Yeah, no, I like the position for Light now. Like, it
just
was
takes
so
that one
bad,
little
too,
tiny
but,
little
yeah,
bit.
He lost a lot of lurkers there, and Light can just pull back from here. He's done enough damage. Now it's 3 base, 2 base. He's got some vessels. He's got some tanks, so he can still kind of poke the edges. You know, like I think he's
losing
fine.
that
It's
4th
like,
base
he's up
was
20
like
supply right now,
that,
and
that
Larva
shouldn't
doesn't
have
really have
happened.
a foothold on the map. We're gonna start getting some dark swarms, but he really needs to get up to Plague for the next stage here.
That's when everything
Well,
goes
Plague is
crazy.
gonna
When you get
be-
Plague.
Yeah, by far.
Take everyone down
I mean,
to
it's
1
always
health. Get
essential,
rid of
I
all
guess,
the
this
energy
matchup,
on the
but, you know,
medics.
You really need that when you're going
and
Hydra
just
Lurker,
one-shot
that Plague
everything.
is massive for just getting the Marines damage and then the Hydras and everything else one-shot. I'm actually surprised he has that many Defilers. I think things are getting really shaky on Larva's side. Does feel like his early game was perfect, but once we let the game kind of pan out and develop into whatever game it's going to be, you are seeing Light's expertise, kind of like we saw in the best of 1 versus Speed.
Yeah.
Light's expertise really kick in. Like, he's just a really clean, sharp player.
That's a good way to put it. Like, he's just been moving around the map. It's kind of similar to the speed game, where it's like he gets completely out-opened, it looks better for his opponent, and then he just keeps moving around and he finds your weakness and he punishes you for it. Really very impressive stuff. Now, the Defilers are up, but this is a lot of vessels. Like, he actually did a great job getting his vessels
5 or
back
6
up after
vessels.
losing the initial 2. And with the tanks, like, the tanks are gaining some value as well. The fact that he already has siege mode bodes well for fighting against Hydra Lurker Defiler. We'll see if he goes extra factories or not. Some people like to go like 2 factory siege tank or 3 factory siege tank against this composition. But yeah, I feel like it's uphill right now for Larva. Light is very good at grinding down these positions.
I don't think that Larva's position was that flimsy, but somehow Light just ended up, like, you know, I was watching the Lurkers kind of move forward.
Run away!
The tanks, and then we got a shot of the 4th base, and there were Marines there. And I don't know if I missed when the Lurkers
Yeah,
were
they
broken,
they just went up and around, and
yeah,
the
I mean,
Lurkers were
suddenly
just so out of
Larva's in a
position.
tough
It was
spot.
like,
By the
what
way,
is going
when
on?
you get to even or behind, and in this case, Larva's behind in supply of Hydra Lurker, this is hard to manage. You know,
Do not drink water.
fundamentally,
Do not leave your seat.
Medic Marine
Do not
tank.
move your feet.
Oh
Do not
man, you're gonna
scratch.
make me
Do not
back
go
to
the bathroom.
back?
Stronger
Have another toke.
than Hydra Lurker.
Stone.
Like on an even count. This was up for debate, by the way, for a long time.
So
in the early part of the game.
mean.
Where it seemed like they both had their moments, but really, you know, you can
Why are you
micro
trying to
Marines a
get me
little bit better.
high?
Like there is technically a micro disadvantage for the Lurker player
That's
because it has to
abuse.
burrow animations. So you can kind of run back. The tank has longer range than the Lurker, and obviously everything else that it's going to fight. So, you know, eventually this was abandoned actually for Muta Ling Lurker.
Yeah.
And we kind of see, you know, that the structure of that composition now with Mutiling first and Lurker later, right? So,
Homie gave me dry
he's gonna
chicken.
snipe down that,
Fat.
go ahead.
I just want to say I'm a little surprised. I saw the Ultralisk Cavern. I'm surprised he's going to go Ultras at all here, because normally when you're playing Hydra Lurker Defiler, it turns into plague grinding, where you're just like plague. You just over and over and over. Anything that comes near you, you plague it, and the Hydras beat everything that's plagued. So you just kind of like play a grindy game like that. The Ultras are generally like a sharp transition to end the game. So I'm a little surprised to see those right now, because I don't think he has the opportunity to end the game with those. Whereas, like, what I actually want to see from him is just constant plague casting, zoning the vessels out with the Hydras and plagues, and, you know, using Dark Swarm so the tanks can't push, and then plaguing Marine Medic anytime they show up.
Well, it doesn't really make sense to get Ultras because this is the Hydra Lurker costs more gas. It's why it's one of the reasons why people decided that it was actually Lurker Ling that was better in some ways as a composition.
Not as much
that you
gas.
can get more Lurkers and then have all the minerals go into Lings. Again, we don't see Lurker Ling in fights on the map anymore. Anyway, I'm sorry, we're doing like a deep dive in the history of army compositions, because for whatever reason, out of all the ASLs we've casted, this one has all the oldest comps and the oldest,
Yeah.
which is fascinating.
A history of the metas across the seasons of
Lurkers. I mean, that's
ASL.
That's a lot of gas. Even though Hydras are only 25, you need a lot of Hydras to make this work. So the Ultras, they feel a little bit out of place in the spending distribution for the Zerg. So I don't know. I mean, let's see. You know, the problem now is that even though Larva hasn't been toppled and is kind of hanging on to his position,
ASL, indeed.
In the first game we had today,
Africa Star League.
Light is quietly getting bigger and bigger on the map. He's
Light,
on 4 bases.
Yeah, Light's got those 4 bases. The 5th base, of course, is going to be a bit harder. I think what he's doing with the Ultras is trying to be more mobile on the map, because Hydra Lurker Defiler is
all
like
the puns have been done with ASL
comp. Sometimes where you have to like incrementally move with the Defiler spells. So he is kind of like trying to, it seems like he's trying to zone top left out from Light's area a little bit with this. He should really pull those back.
I'm sure they have.
This is not the fight you want to take. Light's taking it from low ground to high ground, so he's making it as good as he can for Larva, but he's still going to win it. But yeah, oh my gosh, look at that, a couple Lurkers up here. But he's double expanding, so like he's trying to get up to 6 base right now. And he is making a lot of Lurkers.
Okay, I have a better video. No more anime because
Ultras.
Twitch
if you
sucks.
look at the supply, like Larva's onto something. Like, it looks like, supply-wise, I would say he's going to win.
Well, he's actually switching into just Ling Ultra is what it is.
Yeah.
So I think we kind of thought for whatever reason he like had to commit and stay. And he still has Hydras. He's not going to throw them away. But probably over time, all those Hydralisks are going to turn into Lurkers. And, you know, I mean, this is a beautiful Plague and a beautiful double Dark Swarm. I mean, this position may be lost. Dude, this game's insane.
It is an insane game. And, yeah, like the Ultra Ling is really starting to work out a little bit. You know, anytime you see supplies this close, Zerg is way ahead. Like, once Defilers are out, I'm not joking, you have to get them down to 70 supply for them to lose.
Yep.
Like, you can be at 200 and you won't be able to break them a lot of the time if they have like 100 supply. We actually see that with pro games pretty often. But the fact that he has supply this high, lots of siege tanks mixed in, so obviously that's going to do pretty well against the Ultras. Lots of vessels here, but a lot of his units are very red as far as health. This is a wild-looking game. And I do think Larva has the edge right now, but this push from Light might be very efficient.
Well, we got to remember he had that economic lead, even though he was in a bad spot. You know, he was able to kind of tech out of it.
That was a waste.
Lots of Scourge connecting on these vessels, but, you know, Light wins the fight. It's really important to know when you can attack in with the Ultras, because you're kind of committing, even though they're fast and they can run away, especially versus Mass Siege Tank, which, by the way, we never really left Mass Siege Tank because versus Hydra Lurker, which is what we had before, you can still damage Hydralisks in Dark Swarm with Siege Mode.
Mm-hmm. The splash damage, as long as there's multiple Hydras.
I think people will look at Dark Swarm and think nothing can kill a Lurker in there, and it's like, yeah, it's true, but Lings and Ultras and Hydras will take damage there, so you don't need to stop making tanks.
Dude, this, this is a unicorn of a game. I can't even believe what we're looking at right now. It is one of the strangest games. Very cool ideas from both players. Another nice Plague goes down. Larva has so many bases that even though this looks like Light's about to kill him, I don't think he actually is about to kill him. He's getting close to the natural. All the tech is in the natural and the main. But, like, Larva, look at how much Larva has around the map. This is an insane economy for Zerg versus Terran. An insane economy.
And, you know, a push is one thing, but he hasn't actually taken out any positions.
Yeah.
It's scary for the Zerg. I mean, you know, right now Light's breathing down Larva's neck, but he's not actually getting any hits in here. And, you know, it's just 2 exposed bases on the outside for Terran. I mean, this mineral-only base, I think there's Lings, or yeah, there's Hydras and, an Ultralisk down here.
Oh my God, he's gonna throw a couple Lurkers at this mineral base too. Like, he's actually dealing more damage to Light than Light's dealing to him in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and remember, I mean, Terran has not killed any important base yet. He's leapfrogging tanks, but like, and I think right now there's a problem that we're seeing from Larva where I think that all the units in the rally point are actually moving into the push. So he's like producing stuff and it gets vacuumed into the Marines and tanks.
I think you're right.
Like that, yeah. See these Lings that come out and just they get pulled in. Same with these Ultras. He's not sending 2 Ultras blindly down here, but he's like trying to do so many things at once that his, you know, army supply route is getting slowly. Well, I don't know, man. Hold on a second. These tanks are exposed.
Yeah, I think
this attack over here is looking crazy.
I think Larva's basically done it at this point. Yeah, it gets a monster Plague right there, but like Light isn't able to reinforce because there's Ultras.
GG! Oh my fucking God!
Crazy game. The fact that
holy shit, is Larva gonna get out and kick Light out? Oh my God, this is gonna be so amazing. Come on, Larva! I believe in you, man.
It would be a super grindy, super long game otherwise, but he had the right read there. And it really surprised me because actually the first person I ever saw.
Can't tell who won. Faces mean nothing. Yeah, I know, right, Callie? They literally show like no emotion when they win.
Making that a strong strategy. But damn, that switch into Ultras, like I was down it. I called out that Ultralisk Scabbard, but he nailed it with that. Really sharp play.
I can't believe that was 8 racks, which is a hard counter.
Yeah.
3 hatchery, which you just don't even see, by the way, in pro matches. And then the 3 hatchery counters that into fast tech from Terran.
Larva's on fucking fire.
Terran looked like it was unwinnable. Terran started to win. We went into Hydra Lurker, into Larva looking like he was on the verge of death, into eventually just fighting back hard. going to the ultra attack, and then just kind of counterattacking and slowing the Terran down. An extremely, extremely rare game.
Very much so.
Like, if that game was a collectible card,
GG, indeed, GG.
Okay,
that was an awesome game.
is a very, very unusual game. And we're gonna go to Metropolis. By the way, guys, Light might be knocked out. What?
Dude, that would screw up the next round, racially speaking. 4 Protoss right now, 2 Zerg, and 1 Terran. 1 more player going forward. Who is it going to be? Metropolis is map 2. Light needs to take this map down against Larva.
2 Zerg, 2 Terran, and 4 Protoss.
Metropolis here, and you know, expect
Terran's just not going to be represented, man.
Crazy round of 16. It's been a lot of upsets. Today could be another one here with Light possibly going down if he doesn't win this game and the next.
I'm waiting for
both
full
players
pool.
sharing the top. Yeah, let's go.
I was half expecting a 4 pool too.
It's excuse me, Larva in the right at the top, Light in the left at the top. Guys, it's going to be our final plug. Go to patreon.com/ASL English or download the Patreon app and look us up there. We hope to earn your support. If you want to support us and what we're doing here, that's the best way to do it. We love StarCraft 1. It's crazy.
I love
Artosis is
StarCraft
from
1.
New
Do you
Hampshire.
guys love
I'm from
StarCraft 1?
Kansas. We both. I'm still in Korea. Artosis here in Korea for how long are you here for? I mean,
over
insane amount of
14
time.
years.
Artosis is
Yeah,
Canadian
over
now
14
because his
years.
wife is Canadian.
He's now
And he
back
lives
with
in
his
Prince
family
Edward
in
Island.
Canada, but we
So
wanna
he's
keep
one of
doing
us.
this, and so we want to kind of keep
He
the
is a
sports
true...
alive. So many other esports.
He's
you
an
know,
American who went to
die
Korea,
out
who
or
found a
they shut the
Canadian
servers
wife,
down,
who moved
or, I
to
don't know,
Canada.
you know, the patch comes out that ruins the game when everybody leaves, but it's not going to happen with Brood War because this is basically the same game. You can go back and look at, you know, a game literally put on Korean TV in 1998, and you're looking at the same game that you're looking at now. I mean, there's been a graphical facelift, obviously, but yeah, it's a beautiful thing, and we don't want to stop. So we do hope to get you onto our Patreon. That's all.
Yeah, thank you guys very much. I mean, this is really the, I don't know, the chess of the video game generation. I don't think anyone disagrees.
Yeah.
It's just, this is the ultimate game, the ultimate strategy game that exists.
Doesn't need any tweaks, doesn't need any changes.
Today.
It's just the maps.
This is a good group. The Protoss and Zerg group I thought was fantastic, and I think this group is fantastic. Like, I didn't expect these two groups to deliver so hard, but I've really enjoyed them.
Mm-hmm. It's been fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been.
And this would be just this upset would be so crazy.
And it's kind of nice, you know. A lot of times we have different themes that come up in different days of ASL. Like I didn't have any idea we were going to be talking about some of the oldest play styles and oldest builds, but you know, here we are.
My favorite ever.
And this series has turned out to be, like Artosis said. I love the way you said it's just such a unicorn so far. That game 1 was just wild. I mean, there were so many things that never happened in a game ever there, and we had like 5 or 6 of them back to back.
Yeah. It was so different. I just love it to death. I love when I'm questioning something and then the pro shows why it was a good choice, like what Larva did with the ultra change. Because like really, I've seen positions where they don't go the ultra change so many times, and then he does it and it works out really, really well. I'm like, damn, that is awesome. That is really cool. I've never seen that, and I mean, StarCraft keeps delivering in that way. We've seen like a lot of different, like that Soma-like game today, man, on Radeon. Oh my God, what a game that was!
Fucking
you never see stuff
windy
quite
out
like
there,
that.
guys.
Yeah, Light
Fucking
here pressuring with a
windy.
single Marine. Ooh, he's just barely not getting a drone. Nice micro from Larva to get that away.
He might try to chase us down with the SCV.
Oh, it was so close.
Artosis' sounds back there. What you guys don't know is we
what's
have
up,
electrodes
Callie?
hooked up to Artosis' nipples, and if that drone
I have
gets
money
a
for
attacked, he
food.
gets shocked. It's crazy.
Yay!
I guess lucky for me or unlucky based on what I like. The SCV has the
That's what you're
shortest
into.
the shortest range in the game. So unable to get that kill.
Yeah, fun little interaction there. So, I mean, look, these guys are close to each other since they're both sharing the top. There's two ways Terran can push through here, by the way. This is true, obviously, for any matchup where you're both at the top, but this map, it's deceptive in that, like, if you right-click to their main from where you're at, a lot of times your army will go through the top expansion instead of the middle.
Yeah.
So
you got to make sure that you're walking
just something to
properly, or
watch
it'll
for there. We
split
see
your army
counterattacks
apart
happen
because of
through
the
there.
pathing
We see,
distance between the two areas.
You know,
Which is something they're
pushes
experimenting
where, you know, it's
with
harder to
this
defend. You can
map,
hit
with
really
the
hard.
idea of having
Wow,
split
and Larva's
lanes
gonna go
like
for
that.
cross spawn expand with Aspire at about 300 HP.
Oh man,
This, by the way,
Larva is being a real
and by the way,
trickster.
this is also something that hasn't been very common the last 4 years or so. That's not to say it's like the other old builds, but how funny is this? So this is very unsafe if it is scouted. It's just hard to get over there because Terran has a quicker travel distance than the Zerg. But people kind of stopped doing this.
Yeah.
And so this may be a lower priority on the scan list. I think usually what Terran will do, and I include Light in that because I've seen him do this, is they have like one Marine go down there or an SCV at some point in time just to clear that out as a possibility. But, you know, in these pro matches, sometimes that doesn't happen. And I kind of like Larva playing off-brand from the meta here.
Well, that's,
you know?
it suits him really well. Like we were talking about before, he is kind of like a cognitive player. Like a lot of his wins come through thinking out what he's going to do and bringing something a bit different. So it is very cool to see. Looking at Light's build, he actually doesn't have a build that could really threaten this base early on in the game. It is a Valkyrie rush, it looks like. Yeah, I mean, that has to be a Valkyrie rush. It can't be anything else. But he's getting an upgrade on the Vultures. So, yeah, I've seen this version of the Valkyrie rush. It's been a little bit trendy lately. But generally, you get Vulture speed with this and try to do some harassment out on the map. Maybe he'll be able to run by and get some kills. Yeah, it looks like Vulture speed just finished up. He's making plenty of missile turrets. Looks like he doesn't want to make that mistake again. But the two Vultures are the real potential for him to do something here.
Well, does he have a wall up? You know, there are lings under that Overlord. I don't know that they can run in there that easily.
Yeah, really good placements.
You know, Larva's going to see pretty quickly, like, okay, you're ready. This won't be like the game versus speed, that much is for sure. Oh, good job finding the 2 Marine kills, though. And if you can, always clip the Marines off. If they're, you know, exposed, because that's a perfectly acceptable kill. Just keep the Marine ball low.
I want to point out that the Overlord is floating over 1 or 2 Zerglings. That's such an efficient defense because the Sunken Colony has higher attack priority, so the Vultures won't auto-attack the Zergling, and it's very hard to actually get them to attack there, so he can't really run by. If the Overlord wasn't there, you could moving shot, shoot the Zergling, and go through all in one go. So it's a huge difference.
By the way, this hidden base has been found. Oh, nice creep colony. That was beautifully done. And so we're going to know a target here soon for the Terran. Yeah,
what's he doing?
I'm glad you pointed that out. It's like really subtle. Oh my God, he's got the Scourge to try to intercept this. We'll point it out if we see it again, because I think it was so subtle it can look like it was just random placement. But the Overlord, yeah, see where that Lurker Egg was? There was an Overlord and 1 to 2 lings there.
Yeah.
Denying that, like you were saying, Artosis, denying that, it's so good. I love the way Larva approaches the game. I always feel like I learn stuff when I see him do this.
Absolutely. It's just kind of the way he plays. I love watching it as well. So yeah, now we have this Valkyrie rush. He better not lose these Valkyries. He's not going to be going to the round of 8 if he suddenly loses 2 Valkyries while trying to hunt an Overlord. But Light, you know, you were talking a lot about how we've seen a lot of Valkyrie miss micro. Light has the best Valkyrie micro outside of Flash. I would say Flash is a little bit better than Light's, but Light is like top tier with this. It's very rare for him to lose Valkyries in situations like this, so I think he'll be all right. And he's just about ready now for the move out. He needs to get a couple medics. Hopefully like 3 medics are about to pop and he can just go. Even has a siege tank there. Some Lurker Eggs are morphing. You notice how we haven't heard a scan for a while? He's saving some scans.
He's saving them
he
for the
knows he doesn't have
Lurkers.
detection otherwise. This looks very well executed.
Pro
Like, there
tip.
is potential for
If you
a
have no
beam
energy on your comm stat,
Or
it is
a
faster to
critical
destroy the comm stat and rebuild it to get the 50 energy than it is to wait for the 50 energy. So if you have the 50 gas and the 50 minerals and you really need that scan, you can scan,
like this, there's no
destroy,
vessel.
rebuild.
So lurkers kind of pointed out can be dangerous.
For all you Terran
And Larva's
players
gonna try
out
to
there.
loop through. No,
I got
thought he
your
was gonna loop
back.
through the top here. Oh man,
Man,
you can just see the damage stack there. Now Muta armor is upgraded, but that's only going to give you a few extra hits before literally all your Mutalisks melt.
Another Valkyrie joins the
Ooh,
army. Siege
fucking
tank
card.
coming down. He should have 2 siege tanks.
Ah, fucking car.
He's really got to hit this push pretty
These games
soon
are
here.
long.
Over there. That would be very juicy. But yeah, now the Defiler Mound is coming up. So that kind of shows you the time that we're working with. Defiler Mound finishes, Consume finishes, and then the tank push stops. So he's got a limited amount of time to push here, but he has more than enough to kill bottom left. But it looks like Larva is going to do a counterattack. This is very strong. Light has a huge army out of position.
Okay, this is rough. I think the positioning for Terran was really good, but I mean, this is so much stuff. The tank is somehow still around here in the back, which is insane, by the way. He's still doing damage to those lurkers. That might be some of the best positioning I've ever seen. Like this tank is still here, man. That's crazy. He's going to scan. And look, the lurkers eventually get their damage in. But by now, you can see that Light's going to be able, Light's going to be able to run in here. Oh, please go up. I need to see how this ends. Did he get all the kills on the SCVs?
Okay, he clears the lurkers. I think he did get a good chunk of the SCVs. But what that did, more than anything, was delay Light's push. And now I don't think Light can go down and kill that base. Like, Light is committing so many units out onto the map trying to get a base, and then Larva just does these awesome counterattacks, made him go back. Like that, there was potential for a kill there even. This attack definitely not doing as well for Larva.
Yeah, you know, this base over... Well, hold on a second.
Dude.
Oh, God. You know, it's a lot of lurkers. I think someone might look at this and be like, well, 2 tanks can eventually push up here. Dude, it's ramps in StarCraft you can exploit so well. Like, you can just run the lurkers back, and then when they get close to the ramp, you run back up there. Remember that there's chance to miss firing from low ground to high ground in StarCraft 1, unlike StarCraft 2. And tanks shoot slowly. And thank God they do, or they would be even better than they already are.
So, I'm a game
that,
away.
Like, just the chance to miss means, like, a lot of lurkers
You're
up here.
bulking, Callie?
Very, very unlikely that he'll end up breaking that. And now a Defiler push is coming over to his natural. This is
this
really
is bad.
Well.
Light might be out, guys. Light might be out.
He's got vultures here, so you can see he was kind of preparing.
GG.
Tasteless.
For the next 2 to 3 days till lower fast.
Yeah.
Well,
dude, this looks bad.
Larva did it.
In all the
Here
days of ASL and GG, we've never really seen
GG, and Light has been kicked out. He is gone, and Larva is into the round of 8.
He's not always.
We now have the round of 8. All of our players! Yay! He's so happy. He's like, oh my fucking god.
This is a major upset, guys.
Yeah, no, insane upset.
In an ASL
insane upset.
That the round of 8 in 2025 is almost unrecognizable compared to what we've seen in the past
so
3 years before this.
It doesn't even make sense. 2 formerly retired Zergs that are both champions have come back into the round of 8 this season suddenly. Sulky's not in it.
Yeah, Sulky
Soma got in after being in military.
Yeah, Soma comes back from the military and just instantly wins the ASL or some shit.
Even Barracks in the top 8 surprising, but the only Terran player, the weakest Terran line that we've ever had in round of 8 in all 20 seasons of ASL.
Yeah.
And it was a season where we
so crazy. The season is amazing. That's the story of StarCraft. Foundation shaking. Yeah.
You know, it just shows.
Especially because there's not very many Terrans. Flash needs to come back. This is like, in my mind, this is like a superhero moment where Flash is standing there in the back, and he's like,
it being reinforced that Sulky is the best of the best now, and he kept doing
And
it.
it's like the Marvels like end credits, and Flash steps out from the shadows and says,
I tell you, it was
for Terran, I'm joining the next ASL.
That Light has gone out. I don't
Just like,
think Barracks is likely to be anyone he's going to be paired against. Maybe Larva. Like Larva,
I think he might be the weakest guy in the round of 8. But you know, keep in mind, you know, with all these upsets happening, it doesn't mean the surprises have to stop. But I mean, and we've said this before, and some like, wow, there's more upsets than normal in this ASL. This does not compare to anything else that we have had.
It's not even close.
You know, I mean, the fact that Light's not going to be in the round of 8 is crazy. The fact that Rush isn't going to be in the round of 8 is crazy. I mean, the fact that Hero's not going to be in the round of 8 is just
Soul
like,
Key.
what is going on? The Protosses are the only ones you might expect, and they somehow over-delivered here.
Yeah, we have 4
I
Protoss.
guess we can talk more about this in the group drop. By the way, guys,
Bisu
group
best.
Sit
Have you
back
ever
down.
played tourney stuff?
Change
No,
channel.
I'm not that good. I don't like to play competitive. I have a temper tantrum. I have a jealousy and like temper issue with competitiveness.
Second,
It's bad.
and I think that's happening.
It's bad.
Let's get into that now.
Yeah.
And that does it for Group D of the round of 16 of ASL Season 20, as we have today's second player with a ticket to the round of 8. It's Lava. Congratulations.
Larva, let's
Thank you.
go! So fucking good, man.
You succeed in
He is the
advancing out
biggest
to Group D in
character.
second
Like,
place.
people absolutely
You seem
love
so
his
pleased.
personality and
How do you
stuff.
feel?
So it's like, this is huge for everyone. They're like,
I am very pleased, but there is just a 1%, a hint of regret. In that game against Soma, I genuinely could have won it, but losing just made me upset with myself. I don't know if it's cause of the nerves I haven't felt in a long time, but I did not play the strategy I had originally prepared. I went with something else. I'm angry with myself, but I'm glad I advanced all in all.
yo!
That notwithstanding, you advanced to the quarterfinals in second place. Just as you said, you suffered a regrettable loss in the opening game against Soma, but you scored a quick win in the first set of the losers match against Speed. Your mutiling pressure was very good. How did you decide to do that? Oh man, I'm dizzy. All this dopamine. Sorry, can you repeat that question and make it short? I'm sorry. The first set of the losers match ended very quickly. All right. Your mutiling pressure was very good. How did you decide to do that? I practiced this.
Dopamine,
if
my
your
husband.
opponent scouts 12 pool into muter, going bio is the normal thing to do. I thought it was barracks, but I guess I got it wrong. I built a sunken when I didn't need to. I put myself on the back foot, but I was able to play with good micro and momentum and ended up winning. And the second set likewise ended very quickly. Why did you go for a 4 pool?
Because I love my 4 pools.
Well, I knew that in the decider match, a Terran was waiting anyway, so I couldn't just use all the strategies I had prepared. And I did win the first game anyway, however irritably. So I knew my opponent would either be rash or irritated. And luck just ended up being on my side. And with this quick 2-0 in the losers match, you moved on to the decider. What was the reason behind no pool hatch first in the first set? I did not use the build I had prepared in the game against Soma, so after that I wrote down all the things I wanted to play in the notepad. I had a few options. I did not expect him to go for an 8 racks because in the previous set I played both safe and a 4 pool. I was caught off guard, but defending my natural and not falling too far behind, I managed to win with a little bit of luck. It was not an easy game. That went on for a long time, and a victory in the second set followed as well. Overall, looking at your games, people were very impressed with your strategies. Did you prepare a lot of builds? When practicing, I mainly went with the standard meta, but the results were not very good, and losing that many games, I suddenly thought of a way to trip my opponent up. Right before I went to sleep, I thought about it, I tested it out today. I had better army movements than Light for sure. That set me apart from other Zergs, I think. And all that came
Larva,
together as a playing victory.
his way of playing
we
is
will
just
have
so
the round of 8
unique.
bracket draw shortly. The players you can meet are Barracks, Bisu, and Snow. Who would you like to meet? I don't care who ends up, who it ends up being. I want to meet this goddamn handsome devil Barracks. Let's have a handsome dude show off. A feast for the eyes, ASL 1-2 punch. I'll do my best so we have this visual.
See what I mean? He just has like great charisma and character. Handsome dude show off.
Many fans showed you their support. Please address them.
Barracks is one of the youngest
My colleagues
players.
showed up to support me today, even though I did not ask them to. So I very much appreciate.
So I think that was like a double entendre of making fun of like all of the old people and him saying, "Nah, I'm old, but I still look good. I take care of myself, not like you fat asses."
So I'm in a good mood, and I really had a lot of friends help me practice. They slept 2, 3, 4 hours just to help me. Let me.
He's like, hold on, let me pull my phone out.
Oh,
Thank everyone.
Debrief. Let's go. Art user, Dasik, Ivory, Hero, TY, and then Mong, Royal, Barracks, and now I didn't stream those games, but I have a guy who looked on via Discord. He motivated me, set up spawn matches for me. I think it's a viewer's or a friend's nickname. But he kept watching,
I want to thank
checking
Steven
on me on
Spielberg.
Discord. I'm so thankful. It was all worth it.
Ridley Scott,
You paid it
Christopher
back by
Nolan,
advancing to the round of 8. And with Lava
and of course my favorite actor of all time,
Terrans.
Hannibal Lecter, the one and only Anthony
With
Hopkins.
Lava. Once more, congratulations on advancing. We will be back in a short while with a round of 8 bracket draw.
I don't want to see the round of 8 bracket draw because I don't want to know who's going up against who. I just want to, I just want to be surprised. I like being surprised. But Callie, what are these? You got these
Yo,
things?
who made this chicken? It's dry.
Hi there, how's everything?
Damn. I mean, who made this chicken? Was it you? Damn. I'll follow you home. You know that, right? Your family ain't safe. Your family ain't safe. I'm calling Miguel. Miguel, I'm not about that chicken place you told me about. They give me dry chicken. No, I can't handle that. Bring the whole crew. I ain't playing like this no more. I ain't doing this. I said I'm not doing this no more. I'm gonna rob this place. Tomorrow I ain't coming home. Damn! Yo, who made this chicken?
Everything. Mine's good, but yeah, I didn't want to say anything. It's fine, really.
No, what? What is it?
Just the chicken's a little dry.
Oh, here, let me take care of that.
No, really, it's fine.
Nonsense.
All right, why don't you give that a try? Oh my God! Holy shit!
What?
It was dry as hell, and now it's dripping.
Oh.
What'd you do?
Let's just say I got the game to take something from dry to soaking real quick.
Damn, so you must be a ladies' man then, huh?
Yeah. Nah, that only works on chicken. Hi there, how's everything? Mine's...
Fucking chicken whisperer. Alright, well, anyways, guys, I'm fucking tired of shit. We had a good day today, though. Oh, we'll be back again tomorrow, as always! So remember, guys, you guys are fucking awesome. Thank you for coming around, sticking around, hanging out, having some fun, and after everything, you're still you. That takes some power. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, let's find someone to raid. Let's go. Who we rating today? Get your wheels ready. Here we go. Yo, I can actually buy food. I have money. Yay! That's awesome, Callie. And I'm heading off, so you can actually go buy some food. Okay. All right. Bye.
J'ai toujours pas regardé cette série, faut que je m'y mette. De l'été où je suis devenue jolie, franchement, oui, Blue. Alors après, c'est le genre de série un peu à la con, où juste c'est un peu adolescent, love to love et tout le tintouin. Hein. Mais pour te détendre et passer un bon moment, c'est super sympa. Merci beaucoup Itok pour le raid, bienvenue. Installez-vous confortablement, j'espère que vous avez passé un bon stream. Faut que je me mouche, je sens que